Chapter 628. Crash, crash, crash. Jiang Ci controlled the Eight Clouds Pavilion and crazily crashed into the fleeing Tao Lords. In the chaos, no matter how the Tao Lords stopped resisting or fled, they couldn't stop the Eight Clouds Pavilion's attack. Puff, puff, one Tao Lord after another exploded in midair, transforming into dust. In less than a minute, only 100 or so of the 1,000 Tao Lords remained alive. They had been rather far away from Riverward to begin with, which was why they had managed to survive and preserve their lives. As for the fallen Tao Lords, apart from a few Eon-level Tao Lords, the rest were basically all Universe-level Tao Lords. In addition, none of the Heavenly Venerables died. With the strength of Heavenly Venerables, even first-step Heavenly Venerables, Jiang Ci couldn't use the Eight Clouds Pavilion to smash them to death. Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you're finished. The humans of the Fourth Universe are finished. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you killed my race's Tao Lords. You deserve to die. I'll definitely destroy the humans of the Fourth Universe. Whether it was the first Sacred Lord, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Net, and the other 10 Heavenly Venerables who were attacking Venerable Ming, or the 40-plus Heavenly Venerables who were attacking Jiang Ci just now, they were all furious. Their hearts were trembling and bleeding. If the 100 Tao Lords that Venerable Ming had killed at the beginning were included, then nearly 1,000 Tao Lords had died in this battle. In order to capture the Inheritor, the various factions of the Chaos Sea had sent out all their elites. In other words, almost 90% of their top Tao Lords had died in this battle. Comparatively speaking, the Great Skies Sacred Land and the Red Lotus Sacred Land were in a better state. They had a large number of quasi-Tao Lords. Even though so many Universe-level Tao Lords had died, they could quickly replenish them in the future. The other factions that had suffered heavy losses were heartbroken. With so many top Tao Lords dead, they probably wouldn't be able to recover to their previous peak state even after this era ended. Humans, despicable humans. All humans deserve to die. Kill Venerable Ming. The remaining Empyrean powerhouses knew that they could not do anything to the Jiang Ci inside the Eight Cloud Pavilion, so they focused their anger on Empyrean Ming. Apart from the dozen or so Heavenly Venerables who continued to try and stop Jiang Ci, the other 40 or so Heavenly Venerables used their ultimate treasures, or 7th, 8th, and 9th level secret techniques to directly attack Heavenly Venerables. That vast momentum was completely capable of instantly annihilating a first-step Empyrean. Ming Tianzuan was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. Good. Although the Armillary Sky Staff in his hand was only a Grade 6 Supreme Treasure, he had mastered a secret technique that was close to Grade 10. Thus, he was able to crush Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo and Heavenly Venerate Sparkling Dust, who both had a full set of Grade 7 Supreme Treasures. Of course, these two third-step Celestial Masters didn't have miniature universes, so their actual combat power was weaker than that of ordinary third-step Celestial Masters. Boom! The staff shadows that were born from the darkness smashed towards the 40-plus Empyrean powerhouses again and again. Fighting alone. Haha, great. Ming Tianzuan laughed loudly. He no longer had the refined image he had before. Now, he seemed a little wild, or perhaps a little deranged. It seemed that this was the real him. The Armillary Sky Staff swept in all directions, destroying the shadows of secret techniques and Grade 6 and Grade 7 true treasures, preventing the 50-plus Empyrean Masters from getting close to him. At this moment, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The entire ruins of Myriad Worlds seemed to be affected by this battle and was constantly shaking. A battle that was close to the level of a supreme. At this time, Jiang Ci wasn't idle either. He knew that since he didn't have the strength to participate in the battle with Ming Tianzuan, he should quickly leave this battlefield. This way, Ming Tianzuan could advance or retreat as he pleased and wouldn't be distracted by saving him. So, Eight Cloud Pavilion shuttled rapidly, increasing its speed to 10,000 times the speed of light as it advanced towards the top of the Myriad World's ruins. As long as he left the myriad world's ruins where time and space were still, he could teleport away. By then, the various powers in the Chaos Ocean wouldn't be able to do anything to him. What should we do? Are we going to let him escape? Are you going to stop him? Who can stop 8 Cloud Pavilion now? Didn't you see that more than 800 Dao Lords were killed just now? I can't accept this. If it wasn't for Ming Tianzuan, he wouldn't have been able to escape. The 100-plus Dao Lords who were lucky enough to escape just now stood far away and watched as 8 Cloud Pavilion broke through the void and went further and further away from them. However, in the end, they gritted their teeth and followed under the lead of more than 10 Dao Lords. 8 Cloud Pavilion moved forward and even deliberately went close to those strange places. More than 10 heavenly venerables and 100-plus Dao Lords who were following from afar were afraid and didn't dare to get close at all. After all, the green wind and white flames were extremely strange and could even kill heavenly venerables. Of course, Jiang Xi wasn't courting death because he knew the power of 8 Cloud Pavilion very well. Moreover, he had the map of the Blue Frost clan and knew more safe routes to the myriad world's ruins than the Jun Tian Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground. Some seemingly dangerous places actually had some safe routes hidden, but the various powers in the Chaos Ocean didn't know about them now. Therefore, he used this advantage to force the 10-plus heavenly venerables and 100-plus Dao Lords who were following him to give up in the end. In the silent void, apart from the huge boulders, there were also some flying treasures floating in the air. They were the experts who were chasing Jiang Xi. Damn it! In one of the flying treasures that looked like a palace, the 3 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Clan roared as they watched 8 Cloud Pavilion fly away. Give up, we give up. It's useless to continue chasing now. I don't believe that Dao Lord Mountain Sea will hide in 8 Cloud Pavilion forever, or hide in the 4th universe forever. If he wants to become a heavenly venerate, he has to go through life and death training again and again. I've never heard of an expert who can become a heavenly venerate just by hiding and not fighting. Yes, although he obtained 8 Clouds inheritance, he still needs a lot of battle training if he wants to become a heavenly venerate. He even has to adventure with other heavenly venerables in the 3 Forbidden Lands. Unless he doesn't want to become a heavenly venerate, he has to roam the Chaos Ocean. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Whether it was the Heavenly Feather Clan or the other forces in the Chaos Ocean, they all knew that it was impossible to catch Dao Lord Mountain Sea in this situation. They could only wait for Dao Lord Mountain Sea to train in the Chaos Ocean in the future, however. They had to admit that if they couldn't do anything to Dao Lord Mountain Sea now, it would be even more difficult to catch him in the vast Chaos Ocean in the future. Jiang Xi finally broke out of the encirclement of the various forces and got rid of the pursuit. With his speed, it would take him about 3 years to leave the myriad world's ruins from the 8 Cloud ruins. To an expert with an endless lifespan, this time was no different from a second. They could close their eyes and meditate for a while, and it would pass. Tomorrow, Venerate can come and go more freely if he's alone. I don't have to worry about his safety. In the 8 Cloud Pavilion, Jiang Xi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, his clone had communicated with Tomorrow Venerate's clone and found out about the current situation. Facing the siege of more than 40 heavenly Venerate experts, Tomorrow Venerate was not at a disadvantage and was not in danger. Now, I can go to Mount Xianwang without worry. Let's go. Jiang Xi drove the 8 Cloud Pavilion and followed a safe path between the huge rocks and celestial bodies, constantly moving out of the myriad world's ruins. At the same time, he was multitasking and sorting out the gains of this battle. In terms of supreme treasures, although he had killed nearly 1,000 Dao Lords, it was the 3 major forces of the Chaos Ocean: Jun Tian Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather Race, who had brought him great gains. This included 15 7th-grade Supreme Treasures and 43 6th-grade Supreme Treasures. The 7th-grade Supreme Treasures all came from the Dao Lords of Jun Tian Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground. These 2 Sacred Ground universes had a deep foundation and had accumulated for countless eras. They also had the most 7th-grade supreme treasures. This time, in order to catch Jiang Ci, they took out many 7th-grade supreme treasures. However, they didn't expect that the universe Tao lords they sent out would be killed by Jiang Ci. As for supreme treasures below 5th grade, there weren't many. Other than 159 5th-grade supreme treasures, there were basically none below 4th grade. After all, the Tao lords who dared to participate in this siege all had the strength to dominate the Chaos Ocean. Naturally, the supreme treasures on them wouldn't be bad. I'll keep the 7th-grade supreme treasures and 6th-grade supreme treasures to improve the foundation of the human race. I'll use the rest to improve the killing shadow sword. Jiang Ci thought to himself then. He opened the experience points panel and checked the changes in his experience points. This was the main point. Eternal experience points, 8,169 yuan. He had slain nearly 1,000 Tao lords, but roughly 10% of them were at the Aeon level. The rest were all at the universe level. This battle could be said to be a huge harvest. It's a pity that I don't have the strength to kill those heavenly venerables. Otherwise, the harvest this time would be even more. Jiang Ci shook his head. However, with so many eternal experience points, the 2 ultimate techniques can be improved again. 8 lives, 1,675 yuan / 10,000 yuan for the first level. Cloud Annihilation, 1,785 yuan / 10,000 yuan for the first level. If he could complete the first level of these 2 ultimate techniques, the strength of his body and primordial spirit will be able to reach another level. When I subdue Mount Xianhuang, I'll be able to break through to the Tao Lord realm and kill heavenly venerables. It's not impossible. Jiang Ci was looking forward to it as he drove the 8 Clouds pavilion forward. At the same time, in the 4th universe, in the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, in front of a huge stone table in the starry sky. Haha, awesome. It's been a long time since I've had such a good battle. Ming Tianzun laughed loudly. I don't think you're going to save Jiang Ci this time. You're the one who wants to have a good battle, right? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments shook his head and chuckled. This time, facing so many heavenly venerables, it's all thanks to Jiang Ci. He taught me the Tao for more than 10 years, allowing my staff technique to improve further. Otherwise, the outcome would be hard to say. Ming Tianzun smiled. The 8 Clouds legacy is indeed extraordinary. He only taught you the Tao for more than 10 years, and you've gained so much. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments praised. Suddenly, Jiang Ci's figure appeared in the starry sky. Jiang Ci. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Jiang Ci, you've shaken off their pursuit? Ming Tianzun asked with a smile. I'm already safe. Jiang Ci nodded with a smile. Ming Tianzun, you've also escaped? Do you think those heavenly venerables can keep me here? Ming Tianzun was very confident. Jiang Ci and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments looked at each other and smiled. After this battle, the humans of the 4th universe had truly become famous in the Chaos Sea. Even in the long history of the Chaos Sea, killing nearly 1,000 Tao lords in one battle was something that was extremely rare. I'm here to tell you another piece of good news, Jiang Ci said with a smile. Then, he explained the situation of the supreme treasures obtained in this battle. Ming Tianzun was one of the top experts in the entire Chaos Sea apart from the 2 supremes. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was even more composed by nature. However, when they heard that there were a total of 15 7th-tier supreme treasures, they could no longer sit still. They were both surprised and delighted. To be exact, there are 16 7th-tier supreme treasures. When I was in the 8 Cloud Ruins, I also obtained the 7th-tier supreme treasure of the Heavenly Feather Clan, Mud Billow Palace, Jiang Ci said with a smile. How can there be so many? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments could not help but say, 7th-tier supreme treasures can only be encountered by chance. Until now, no one has obtained more than 10 7th-tier supreme treasures by themselves. Even my master, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, who was invincible in the Chaos Sea back then, did not obtain one. The Heavenly Feather Clan had 9 Supremes back then, but they only obtained one 7th-tier supreme treasure. I didn't expect this. I thought it would be good to have 2 or 3. It seems like the Juntian Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land really put in a lot of effort to capture you. Ming Tianzuan sighed. In the end, it benefited us. Jiang Xi laughed. With so many 7th-tier and 6th-tier supreme treasures, it's enough to make our clan's strength soar qualitatively. Don't think about your clan. It's better to give yourself a set of 7th-tier supreme treasures first. That way, you'll be able to deal with more dangers in the Chaos Sea in the future. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments shook his head. That's right, Ming Tianzuan said. Master, I obtained the inheritance of the 8-cloud lineage. Naturally, there are treasures prepared for the inheritor. Jiang Xi smiled. Is it also a 7th-tier supreme treasure? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments asked. It's only strong. Jiang Xi nodded. The value of a single sword embryo far exceeded that of so many 7th-tier supreme treasures. Furthermore, he had the Heavenly Tower, 8-cloud pavilion, and 6-fold mountain. These supreme treasures were also incomparably precious. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to subdue Mount Xianhuang soon. It was another 9th-tier supreme treasure. Therefore, he was no longer interested in these 7th-tier supreme treasures. It's settled then. I only need to keep one 7th-tier essence soul supreme treasure. The rest will be given to the clan. I still need some time before I can rush back to the 4th universe. You guys can discuss how to distribute these supreme treasures first. After Jiang Xi finished speaking, he disappeared. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and Ming Tianzuan looked at each other. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's heart. Back then, there were people in the clan who were worried that Jiang Xi's rise was too fast and that he did not have a sense of belonging to the clan. They had to be wary of him. But in fact, Jiang Xi's rise in strength is indeed inconceivable. However, his dedication to the clan did not change at all. Instead, he became more and more responsible. Ming Tianzuan sighed. That's right. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. No matter what realm an expert was at, they would always consider themselves. This was normal. However, to be able to make a choice in the face of great temptation was a commendable thing. They could tell that Jiang Xi did not even blink when taking out so many supreme treasures. This was enough to prove Jiang Xi's character. Soon, 3 years had passed. At the entrance of the abyss-like Wanjie ruins, a dust-like 8 clouds pavilion flew out of the entrance that had a diameter of 300 million light-years. Wanjie ruins. I'll have to come again after this storm has completely subsided. Jiang Xi looked at the huge abyss. His purpose this time was to excavate the treasure space left behind by Qing Shuang and retrieve the inheritance and treasures of Qing Shuang's clan. However, he encountered the appearance of 8 clouds ruins by accident and obtained the inheritance of 8 clouds by accident. Was it really an accident? This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. Among the 3 most dangerous places in the Chaos Sea, he already knew the origin of Mount Xianhuang and Goldflow River. Only the Wanjie ruins was the only place that he could not see through. Especially the area below 90,000 light-years in the Wanjie ruins, it was the most mysterious place in the Chaos Sea. Since the countless calamity eras, no force could explore that area. Even Qing Shuang's clan could not go below 90,000 light-years in the Wanjie ruins, of course. There might be forces that knew the secret there. However, those forces had already disappeared in the long river of time. I wonder if Shi Zun can go down there. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. He did not think too much about it. He then teleported several times and rushed into the chaotic gray fog, heading toward the direction of the mysterious monitoring space. From the Wanjie ruins to Mount Xianhuang, it was equivalent to crossing half of the Chaos Sea. If he only teleported, flew, and rushed through the natural space whirlpool, it would take more than 100 million years. However, through the space whirlpool in the mysterious monitoring space, he could reach Mount Xianhuang quickly. It would only take a few decades. I'm finally here, in the endless chaotic gray fog. Jiang Ci looked at the towering mountain that was 900 million light years tall. Although it was still hundreds of light years away, he could still clearly feel the strong aura that Mount Xianhuang was emitting. The armor treasure formed by the 6 mountains was trembling violently. It's only been tens of thousands of years. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang should not have found a new master yet, Jiang Ci thought to himself. The current spirit of Mount Xianhuang was born after the battle in the relief carvings. The original spirit was destroyed by the enemies of the astral boundary. Until 30,000 years ago, Jiang Ci broke into the origin space of Mount Xianhuang and awakened the weak old spirit. Then, he made the old spirit the spirit of the 6 mountains. If he wanted to refine Mount Xianhuang, only one of the 2 spirit treasures could survive. Without a doubt, the old spirit was recognized by Jiang Ci. The current spirit of Mount Xianhuang would be annihilated. Therefore, after Jiang Ci left last time, the spirit of Mount Xianhuang went crazy and wanted to find new master. As a result, many strange things had happened in Mount Xianhuang in the past tens of thousands of years, attracting the investigation of some heavenly venerables. However, due to the appearance of the 8 cloud ruins, these strange things did not attract much attention. Jiang Ci had heard about these things. So many eras have passed, but no new master has been found. It's only been 30,000 years, and you want to find one? I don't believe that the meat in my mouth will fly away. Jiang Ci smiled gently. Whoosh! He drove the sky-piercing tower and teleported directly to Mount Xianhuang. As for the 8-cloud pavilion, he had already put it away. After all, the sky-piercing tower was better in terms of sturdiness. Jiang Ci would not risk the 8-cloud pavilion. If it was destroyed by the light blades in the origin space of Mount Xianhuang, the loss would be great. First released, then modified. Chapter 629. Jiang Ci followed the directions given to him by the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang last time and quickly arrived at a narrow safe zone. Mount Xianhuang had a total of 36 large safe zones and countless small safe zones. The powerhouses cultivating here were basically all gathered in the large safe zones, so he was not discovered by any powerhouses along the way. Jiang Ci looked around this small safe zone. Not far away was a huge abyssal fissure with terrifying lightning flashing inside, and the main body of Mount Xianhuang was close by. He could feel that aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything. I can enter Mount Xianhuang's origin space by tearing open the spatial barrier here. Jiang Ci followed the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang's guidance and found the location where he came out last time. Then, he used all his strength to activate Heavenly Tower and directly broke open the void in that area. Rip! A hole was instantly torn open in the spatial barrier, and Heavenly Tower passed through and entered Mount Xianhuang's origin space. Boom! Boom! Endless origin light blades crazily slammed into Heavenspan Tower, causing Heavenspan Tower to be flung away like a rubber ball. Even though Jiang Ci had already created a rank 7 mystic technique and his strength had barely reached the level of a first step heavenly venerable, he was still frightened. However, with the experience from last time and the guidance of the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang, he was much more relaxed this time. Heavenly Tower turned into a speck of dust and flew between the endless light blades. Soon, it arrived in front of the 9-layered mountain peak formed by the origin light blades. This was where the main body of Mount Xianhuang's spirit was. Human, it's you. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang's angry voice suddenly sounded. Although it was incomparably old, it hid endless anger. Last time, it had a lot of its origin devoured by the old spirit. It could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Now that it saw this human again, it was naturally incomparably furious. It's me. Long time no see. Jiang Ci smiled lightly. At the same time, he drove Heavenly Tower and quickly approached the 9-layered mountain peak. Unlike last time, the strength of his primordial spirit had already reached the heavenly venerable level and could already resist the powerful pressure emitted by the spirit of Mount Xianhuang. In just a moment, the distance between him and the 9-layer mountain peak was only 3 kilometers. Why? The strength of your soul. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang was immediately shocked. There was even clear fear in its voice, yes, the strength of a heavenly venerable primordial spirit. Jiang Xi's smile remained unchanged as he continued to approach its body. No, this is impossible. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang was truly panicking. It couldn't believe it. How many years had it been? It was only 30,000 years. In less than an era, the strength of this human true Lord's essence spirit had actually reached the heavenly venerable level. It had been standing in the chaos sea for countless eras, but it had never seen such a heaven-defying genius. Human, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang hurriedly shouted. Under such circumstances, there was no time for it to think too much. Once this human got close to it, he might be able to find a way to refine it. At that time, it would be the time of its death. Too late, Jiang Xi sneered. Whoosh! The heavenly tower, which was the size of a speck of dust, instantly crossed the final distance and truly stuck to the surface of the 9 mountain peaks formed by the light blades. Although Jiang Xi could still feel waves of terrifying pressure, with the strength of his heavenly venerable primordial spirit, he could already bear it, albeit barely. Human, you can't succeed. You can't succeed, as long as I'm not willing to acknowledge you as my master. Even if you have a heavenly venerable primordial spirit, you can't succeed. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang saw that its pleading was futile and no longer pretended as it roared angrily. Oh, Jiang Xi smiled gently. If he hadn't obtained the 8 clouds inheritance, he might have been troubled by this for many years. Because even if he had a heavenly venerable primordial spirit, he still didn't have a way to refine Mount Xianhuang by force unless the spirit of Mount Xianhuang cooperated with him. Now, with the foundation of the 8 clouds inheritance, there were naturally many ways to refine it by force. Go! Jiang Xi split 9 strands of his spiritual consciousness and formed a mysterious rune out of thin air. Then, this spiritual consciousness rune left the heavenly tower and directly imprinted itself on the 9 mountain peaks. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang screamed in horror, its voice trembling uncontrollably. This was because the spiritual consciousness rune had shaken its core origin, making it involuntarily want to submit. Even if it wanted to resist, there was always a thought in its heart that was eroding its will to resist. Don't you dare refine me. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang's voice was no longer as coherent as before. It was resisting with all its might. I have all the time in the world to waste with you. Jiang Xi smiled. At the same time, he repeated the process. Every time, he split 9 strands of his spiritual consciousness to form a spiritual consciousness rune and imprint it on the 9 mountain peaks. This was the 9 spirits refining technique of the 8 clouds inheritance, created by the founder, the 8 clouds divine king. Forcibly refining a tier 9 supreme treasure was naturally a piece of cake. Human. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang was still roaring, but its voice was starting to weaken. The imprints were preventing it from being distracted. At this rate, I'll probably succeed in 3,000 years. Jiang Xi estimated the time in his mind. Then, he used the interface to increase the level of 8 lives and Cloud Destroyer. On the other side, his clone was not idle either. It was also using the interface to convert eternal shards to expand the size of the Grotto Heaven world. The limit of a Grotto Heaven world was 10 billion light-years in diameter. His Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven was currently only 3 billion light-years in diameter. Although it was far more than the 900 million light-years of an ordinary universe realm Tao Lord, it was still far from the limit. Time passed year after year. When Jiang Xi had been refining Mount Xianhuang for 2,600 years, an uninvited guest appeared in the Chaos Sea. The boundless Chaos Sea was like an ocean with turbulent waves. If one was strong enough and had a wide enough field of vision, one would discover that there were 4 incomparably huge celestial bodies, like islands, floating in this vast sea. Around them, there were many small islands like reefs. Above them, the endless void was filled with many abyssal rifts. An endless stream of chaotic gray fog poured down from those abyssal rifts. On this day, an abyssal rift that was more than 10 billion light-years wide underwent a change. Inside that abyssal rift, there was originally an endless amount of lightning and thunder. Suddenly, a flash of starlight shone, splitting the lightning and thunder. Then the starlight continued to expand, becoming extremely dazzling in an instant. Finally, it condensed into a dazzling ball of starlight, filling the abyssal rift. Kaboom! As if the world was splitting apart, the dazzling ball of starlight suddenly exploded. A handsome young man holding a spear and wearing silver battle armor appeared in the abyssal rift. The lightning and thunder that could instantly annihilate a third step heavenly venerable only bounced slightly after landing on him. Then, like a flame extinguished, there was no more movement. Phew! It really is a ruin. There's an aura of decay. The handsome young man shook his head gently. Back then, the Star-Lord ordered me to guard the primordial realm's chaos sea. It has been more than 9 million calamity eras since then. I didn't expect such an opportunity to appear in the primordial realm's chaos sea in this calamity era. According to the trace of mystery I sensed more than 30,000 years ago, what appeared this time should be the inheritance of the 8 Clouds lineage. The 8 Clouds lineage of the primordial realm. This is a supreme inheritance more powerful than the 1,000 illusions lineage of the astral realm. The 1,000 illusions immortal general's gaze seemed to have crossed half of the primordial realm's chaos sea and arrived at the myriad world ruins. Even though he was already a chaos essence immortal general, he could not suppress his excitement at this moment. The 1,000 illusions immortal general had not experienced the era of confrontation between the two realms. He was born after the primordial realm's army had destroyed many calamity eras on that path. Naturally, he had not seen the power of the 8 Clouds lineage. However, to this day, he could occasionally hear legends of the 8 Clouds lineage in the astral realm and star origin realm. In that era, the 8 Clouds immortal king was the existence closest to the Star-Lord and the primordial realm emperor. The inheritance he left behind was naturally one of the top inheritances in the two realms. The primordial realm back then has become the current star origin realm. The primordial realm emperor, the 8 Clouds immortal king, the eternal dawn immortal king. These super experts who once stood at the peak have all left their traces in the primordial realm's chaos sea. This time, I paid a huge price to descend here. I must dig it out properly. The 1,000 illusions immortal general's eyes were burning. Then he swung his spear, directly breaking open a deep black hole in the terrifying abyssal rift, and stepped into it. Whoosh, space warped, and this valiant, immortal, general-level expert appeared a trillion light-years away. Whoosh. He seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in this extremely dangerous chaos sea. Those perilous places that could annihilate heavenly venerables were no threat to him. Every time he crossed a trillion light-years, it did not take long for the 1,000 worlds ruins to arrive. After arriving at this huge abyss with a diameter of 300 million light-years, he finally stopped. Even if the primordial realm's chaos sea is broken, that overbearing rule still exists. Even I can only exert the strength of a heavenly venerable. The 1,000 illusions immortal general shook his head gently. Otherwise, he would only need to take one step to arrive at the 1,000 worlds. There would be no need to go through so much trouble. Then, he turned his gaze to the entrance of the 1,000 worlds ruins. Looking at the huge abyss, his originally calm face turned solemn. The 1,000 worlds ruins is said to be left behind by the primordial realm emperor. It is said that in a certain era in the future, he will bury the 1,000 worlds. Unfortunately, the primordial realm emperor has passed away. Who can he bury? The 1,000 illusions immortal general sighed. Then, without further thought, he directly entered the 1,000 worlds ruins. However, he did not continue to move forward by a large margin. Instead, he flew quickly toward the 8-cloud ruins. Whoosh! Suddenly, a green wind emerged from a huge stone celestial body beside him and attacked the Thousand Illusions' immortal general in an extremely strange manner. The Thousand Illusions' immortal general's expression changed drastically as he quickly dodged. However, the green wind was extremely strange. It seemed to be able to lock onto everything. No matter how he dodged, he could not escape. Whoosh! At this moment, another huge stone celestial body on the other side emitted a wisp of white flame and attacked him. Impossible! Green wind, white flame, these primordial realms' strangeness have long been obliterated by the Star Master. How can they still exist here? The Thousand Illusions' immortal general's face revealed a trace of horror as he desperately dodged. However, in the end, he was still infected by these two strangeness. My life is over. The Thousand Illusions' immortal general's face was ashen. After he arrived, he did not take the primordial realm's chaos seriously. However, he did not expect that there would be such terrifying strangeness here. The Thousand Illusions' immortal general's expression suddenly froze. I'm fine. He realized that the green wind and white flame had only swallowed a very small portion of his divine body and primordial spirit after landing on him. This level of injury was almost negligible. With his ability, he could recover instantly. So, it's the most basic primordial realm strangeness. It's not the kind that could instantly kill an immortal general back then. The Thousand Illusions' immortal general heaved a sigh of relief, as if he had just survived a disaster. I still have to be more careful. He was no longer as unrestrained as before. Instead, he was highly focused as he followed the mysterious feeling he had towards the 8 Clouds branch back then and kept approaching the 8 Clouds ruins. With his speed, no matter how careful he was, it only took him a day to arrive at the 8 Clouds ruins. More than 2,000 years had passed. As Jiang Ci left with the 8 Clouds pavilion, the huge stone celestial body had already returned to its original state. The thick red fog and the cracks in the void had already disappeared, leaving behind a tightly shut stone door. It's only been 30,000 years, and it's already been taken away? The Thousand Illusions' immortal general's eyes flashed coldly. Backtrack, he yelled coldly. Suddenly, an invisible ripple spread out from his glabella and covered the surrounding void of the 8 Clouds ruins. Buzz, time seemed to be flowing backward. Scenes that had already happened were presented in reverse before the Thousand Illusions' immortal general. Although he could only unleash the power of an eternal supreme level, he could easily backtrack time and see what had happened in the past. However, boom, when he saw a speck of dust fly out of the stone door, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned ghastly pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his eyes. The supreme treasure of a divine king. The Thousand Illusions' immortal general quickly closed his eyes and stopped backtracking time at the same time. He knew that the artifact was the Dharma treasure left behind by the 8 Clouds' immortal general. It was not something that could be shown by backtracking time at all. That was why he had suffered a backlash. The Thousand Illusions' immortal general looked at the tightly shut stone door and thought for a while. In the end, he did not force his way in. He did not dare to barge into the land of inheritance left behind by the 8 Clouds branch. If there was some powerful weapon inside, the loss would outweigh the gain, although he only took a glance. He knew that the speck of dust was the most important Dharma treasure of the 8 Clouds branch, the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Since the 8 Clouds Pavilion had been taken away by the inheritor, it was no longer important whether he could enter the 8 Clouds ruins or not. Since I can't find the inheritor through backtracking time, it seems that I can only rely on the local forces of the primordial realm's chaos sea. The Thousand Illusions' immortal general frowned slightly. Then 2 apparitions walked out of his body. They looked exactly the same as his original body. They both held long spears and wore silver armor. After these 2 apparitions appeared, they immediately returned to the entrance of the Myriad World's ruins. As for the Thousand Illusions' immortal general himself, he looked deeper into the Myriad World's ruins. Although he had not experienced the confrontation between the two worlds, he was, after all, an expert who guarded the primordial realm's chaos sea. Of course, he knew some of the ancient rumors of the myriad world's ruins. The location below 90,000 light-years of the myriad world's ruins, or to be exact, the area below 99,999 light-years, was the forbidden area of the primordial realm's chaos sea. Of course, that was only for the many experts in the chaos sea. For a god-general-level expert like him, there was nothing to be afraid of. There are many rumors about what's in the depths of the myriad world's ruins. One of the most credible rumors is that the inheritance of the primordial realm's emperor is hidden here. On this trip, not only do I want to obtain the Eight Clouds inheritance, but I also want to explore the depths of the myriad world's ruins. With that, the Thousand Illusions' immortal general flew toward the bottomless depths of the myriad world's ruins. On the other hand, it only took one day for one of the apparitions of the Thousand Illusions' immortal general to arrive at the Juntian sacred ground. He stood in front of the barrier of the eternal universe with a smile on his face. Juntian, Honglian, these two lucky fellows are considered rising stars in the star origin realm. They have the potential to become Grand Supremes. This time, they can help me find that inheritor. With a stroke of his hand, he broke the barrier of the Juntian sacred ground's universe and stepped into it. It was not difficult to break the barrier of the universe. A Tao Lord could break the barrier of the original universe. However, it was very difficult for outsiders to enter the universe from the outside, for example. Only native living beings could enter and exit the four original universes freely. This was because the original will of the original universe was too powerful. Even the Thousand Illusions' immortal general did not dare to provoke the power of the original will. It was less difficult for outsiders to enter the eternal universe. With the strength of the Thousand Illusions' immortal general, he could naturally force his way into the Juntian sacred ground. When he broke the barrier of the universe, the towering giant hammer in the center of the Juntian sacred ground's giant hammer, divine world, suddenly trembled violently. Supremes? Supremes are descending again. What's happening? Why do I feel like the entire sacred ground is shaking? The Tao Lords and perfected immortal experts who were cultivating around the giant hammer were all startled awake. More than 30,000 years ago, they had already seen Supremes descend once. Therefore, they were not as shocked as the last time. However, this time, Juntian Supreme did not descend in front of his people. Instead, he appeared at the edge of the Juntian sacred ground. He was wearing a black robe, and his entire body was shrouded in a gray mist, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. The moment Juntian Supreme appeared, he saw the Thousand Illusions' immortal general. Immortal general? Juntian Supreme was shocked. He was the owner of the Juntian sacred ground. He knew everything that happened in every corner of the universe. However, he did not notice this valiant youth at all. There was only one possibility for this situation. The other party's strength had far surpassed his. "My name is Thousand Illusions." Thousand Illusions' immortal general said indifferently. "Greetings, Lord Thousand Illusions." Juntian Supreme quickly bowed and dispersed the mist that shrouded him. It was a black-robed elder who also looked like a human. However, he had 8 arms. "I have something for you to do," Thousand Illusions' immortal general said. "It's Great Sky's honor to work for Lord Immortal General." Juntian Supreme was secretly shocked. He had walked out of the primordial realm's chaos sea and naturally knew about Thousand Illusions' immortal general, who was in charge of guarding the primordial realm's chaos sea. Thousand Illusions' immortal general said expressionlessly, "There are a total of 3 things. First, exterminate all the humans in the 4 original universes. Second, find the inheritor of the 8 clouds. Third, gather information on Mountain Sea Star. First, then change." Chapter 630. Each of the 3 matters had exceeded Juntian Supreme's expectations. Finding the 8 clouds inheritor was still acceptable. It was not strange that illusion immortal General Qian Yun wanted the 8 Clouds inheritor. It was not a big deal that illusion immortal General Qian Yun wanted to exterminate the human race. It was nothing more than enmity. In Jun Tian Supreme's opinion, the human race was a powerful bloodline race in both the primordial realm's Chaos Sea and the Star Origin realm. It was normal for them to have enmity with illusion immortal General Qian Yun. The only thing that Jun Tian Supreme could not figure out was the information about the Mountain Sea Star. What kind of place was the Mountain Sea Star? He suddenly thought of something and said to illusion immortal General Qian Yun, "Lord Immortal General, I think I should know about the Mountain Sea Star, and it is related to the 8 Clouds inheritor." "Speak." Illusion immortal General Qian Yun's eyes flashed. "I don't know where the Mountain Sea Star is, but I know that the new 8 Clouds inheritor is Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Be more detailed." Tao Lord Mountain Sea comes from the 4th universe. His name is Jiangxi, and he is only cultivated for about 100,000 years. Such talent is extremely rare in the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. He is good at sword techniques. Jun Tian Supreme explained Jiangxi's situation in detail, including his background, cultivation, experience, and so on. After Jiangxi became the 8 Clouds inheritor, the various forces in the Chaos Sea had collected all his information. Therefore, it was not strange that Jun Tian Supreme knew all this. "I think that this Tao Lord Mountain Sea is most likely to know the whereabouts of the Mountain Sea Star," Jun Tian Supreme said solemnly. After illusion immortal General Qian Yun heard this, his expression returned to normal. He said indifferently, "Bring him to me. Don't worry, Lord. I will do my best to complete this." Jun Tian Supreme bowed. Then, he said with a smile, "Lord, I have another request." "You dare to raise a condition with me?" "You misunderstand, Lord. I was thinking that if I can help you complete these 3 tasks, can I become your disciple and become a disciple of the 1,000 Illusions lineage?" "Complete them first," Illusion Immortal General Qian Yun said coldly. "Yes." Jun Tian Supreme still bowed respectfully, because he knew that although Illusion Immortal General Qian Yun did not explicitly agree to his request, it was equivalent to an agreement. As long as he completed these 3 tasks, he could become a disciple of the 1,000 Illusions faction. As for the 8 Clouds inheritance, although it would be taken by the Illusion God General in the end, there was nothing they could do about it. In front of the powerful Illusion God General, he had no right to refute. Therefore, Jun Tian Supreme could only settle for the next best thing. As long as he could enter 1,000 Illusions Divine General's tutelage, there would be plenty of opportunities to come into contact with 8 Clouds inheritance in the future. Furthermore, the 1,000 Illusion lineage was an extremely transcendent existence in the Star Realm and the Star Origin realm. Otherwise, the Star-Lord wouldn't have let the 1,000 Illusion Divine General guard the broken primordial realm's Chaos Sea. If he could become a disciple of the 1,000 Illusions faction, then his future development in the 2 worlds would definitely be thousands of times better than it was now. "Lord Divine General, there's one more thing," Jun Tian Supreme said again. "Oh." Divine General 1,000 transformations, eyes immediately turned cold. Cold light flashed, and the entire Jun Tian Holy Land universe shook violently as if it was going to collapse. "Your Excellency misunderstood. Jun Tian Supreme's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "It's about the matter of exterminating the human race." "Speak." "I just learned that the human race in the 1st universe was exterminated at the beginning of this calamity era. Now, only the human race in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th universes still exist, and they are all pinnacle races. However, it'll be more difficult to exterminate the human race in the 4th universe." "Oh, Your Excellency, you might not know, but an invincible heavenly venerate once appeared in the human race in the 4th universe during this calamity era. His name was Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament. However, he later challenged the original will of the primordial universe for eternity and was permanently suppressed in the end." Although it's a reckless act, his courage is commendable. Divine General Thousand Transformations nodded lightly. The Chaosi's laws were very domineering. Under normal circumstances, cultivators could at most unleash the combat strength of a peak Heavenly Venerate. The reason why an invincible Heavenly Venerate was invincible was that their Tao technique, body, and essence spirit had at least reached the peak Heavenly Venerate, or even exceeded the peak Heavenly Venerate in one aspect. Such a powerhouse was enough to suppress the entire Chaos Sea. Unlike the Chaos Sea, the laws of the four primordial universes allowed one to unleash the combat strength of a peak Tao Lord. At most, an invincible Heavenly Venerate also had to follow such a rule. However, if an invincible Heavenly Venerate could be invincible at the Heavenly Venerate level, then of course, they could also be invincible at the Tao Lord level. If a race had such a powerhouse, then the difficulty of exterminating the race was indeed very high. Divine General Thousand Transformations continued. Since this invincible Heavenly Venerate has been suppressed, then how difficult is it to exterminate his race? That's the problem. Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament has been suppressed, but now another Heavenly Venerate Tomorrow has appeared. Although this Heavenly Venerate Tomorrow isn't an invincible Heavenly Venerate, his strength is about the same as an invincible Heavenly Venerate, June Tian Supreme explained. Another one? The providence of the human race in the fourth universe is actually so prosperous? Divine General Thousand Transformations' eyes flashed. Not only that, but that Tao Lord Mountain Sea who obtained 8 clouds inheritance also came from the human race in the fourth universe. June Tian Supreme added, "What?" Divine General Thousand Transformations could no longer maintain his indifference and revealed a shocked expression. The Emperor Lord of the Primordial Realm and the human race have a very deep relationship, and the human race in the fourth universe has such great providence. In an era of calamity, 2 invincible Heavenly Venerates appeared in succession, and even the inheritance of God King 8 Clouds was obtained by the living beings of this race. It seems that the mountain sea star that the Star Lord can't forget should be in the fourth universe. It might even be in the human territory of the fourth universe. Divine General Thousand Transformations' eyes flickered with starlight as he instantly thought of many things. At this moment, June Tian Supreme added, "There's one more thing." Back then, the various factions of the Chaos Sea besieged Tao Lord Mountain Sea. In the end, not only did he escape, but he also obtained at least 10 7th-tier supreme treasures. With these, the human race in the fourth universe will have at least 10 more peak Tao Lords. This is the most troublesome thing. Divine General Thousand Transformations nodded slightly. He understood what June Tian Supreme meant. This was because the original will of the original universe was extremely powerful. If they wanted to exterminate the human race in the fourth universe, they could only do it through the other races of this universe. Outsiders had no chance to make a move at all. Even if they were Chaos Essence Divine, general-level experts, once they entered the original universe, they would not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed. And now, the human race had Heavenly Venerate Tomorrow, who was close to an invincible Heavenly Venerate, and at least 10 7th-tier supreme treasures. This was equivalent to the human race having at least 11 peak Tao Lords. In addition, since Tao Lord Mountain Sea had obtained the inheritance of 8 clouds, he would definitely impart some of the inheritances to the peak Heavenly Venerate to other experts of the race. It would not be long before Heavenly Venerate Tomorrow could use this to become an invincible Heavenly Venerate. At that time, Heavenly Venerate Tomorrow would be enough to sweep away all the experts. It would be almost impossible to exterminate the human race. Thinking of this, Divine General Thousand Transformations waved his hand, and more than 100 glowing light balls appeared in front of him. Each light ball had an artifact inside. Here are 100 7th-tier supreme treasures and 10 8th-tier supreme treasures. Give these to the other races of the fourth universe, and let them join forces to exterminate the human race. Yes, Divine General. June Tian Supreme bowed respectfully and receive the 100 supreme treasures. Divine General 1,000 transformations nodded and disappeared into thin air, leaving the great sky sacred ground. On the other side, Divine General 1,000 transformations' second doppelganger arrived at the Red Lotus sacred ground and gave a similar order to Red Lotus supremacy. The difference was that he only asked Red Lotus supremacy to exterminate the human race of the second and third universes. He did not order Red Lotus supremacy to collect information about Mountain Sea Star or to find the 8 clouds air. Chaos Sea was vast and boundless. Among the 100 or so powers, although there were no obvious signs of an alliance, everyone had a certain amount of contact in private. Many races and powers from the 4 original universes had secretly sought refuge with the 2 Holy Land universes at the beginning of this calamity era. Hence, Jun Tian Supreme and Red Lotus Supremacy did not spend much effort to send the news of exterminating the human race to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th universes. Although the human race of the 2nd and 3rd universes was also a pinnacle race, they were not the strongest pinnacle race. Hence, the battle of extermination was less difficult. The most difficult one was the 4th universe. The human race was the strongest pinnacle race here, and Sky Pass Mountain River diagram covered the entire universe. Once a race war broke out, the human race would definitely have the upper hand everywhere. Jun Tian Supreme was, of course, aware of this. He followed Divine General 1,000 transformations orders and handed many supreme treasures to the demon race, ghost race, and alone heavenly venerate in the 4th universe. However, this process was completed in Chaos Sea. The human race in the 4th universe naturally had no way of knowing all this. Universe 4, in a silent starry sky. Hong Hong. 2 spiritual consciousnesses crossed the void and instantly landed here, transforming into 2 huge shadows. One was a huge beast with 8 hooves, 9 heads, and 10 tails. The other was a huge ghost with a green face and fangs. They were Heavenly Venerate 1,000 demon from the demon race and Heavenly Venerate Yin Du from the ghost race. 1,000 demon, you also met Jun Tian Supreme? Heavenly Venerate Yin Du asked directly. That's right. He gave us an 8th grade true treasure and 10 7th grade true treasures. Heavenly Venerate 1,000 demon nodded. Seems like it's the same. This Jun Tian Supreme is really rich. Forget about the 7th grade true treasures. He's actually willing to take out 8th grade true treasures, and 1 for each of us. Heavenly Venerate Yin Du sighed. Although I don't know what grudges Jun Tian Supreme has with the human race. Isn't his request what you and I have long wanted to do? Heavenly Venerate 1,000 demon smiled. Yes. Although the 4th universe has 3 pinnacle races, the human race occupies the best territory in the entire universe. That territory can give birth to the life with the most potential, so they can repeatedly give birth to top geniuses with outstanding talent. Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament, Heavenly Venerate Ming, Jiang Ci, one peerless genius after another was born in that territory of the human race. Heavenly Venerate Yin Du said with a serious expression. Now, Jiang Ci of the human race has obtained 8 clouds inheritance. In the future, the human race will definitely become even stronger. At that time, there will probably be no space for our 2 races to survive in the 4th universe. Heavenly Venerate 1,000 Demon also said solemnly. Then, from today onwards, our 2 races will truly form an alliance. At the same time, we will rope in the other top races to kill the human race together. That's great. The monster race and ghost race were the pinnacle races. Although they were inferior to the human race, they were still extraordinary, and their efficiency was naturally extremely high. After the 2 heavenly venerates made their decision, they began to act on the same day. In the monster race's territory, all perfected monarchs and tribulation transcenders entered the myriad monster universe. Heavenly Venerate 1,000 demons order spread throughout the monster race. The war was about to begin. Tribulation transcenders and perfected monarchs were the elites of races that might give birth to Tao monarchs in the future. Naturally, they couldn't take the risk. As for those cultivators below the Tao integration stage, it was hard to say whether they would be able to give birth to a perfected monarch in the future. Moreover, even if a large number of cultivators below the Tao integration stage died, it wouldn't be long before a new batch of cultivators appeared. A moment later, in the sacred land of the myriad monster universe, Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon looked at the 15 monster Tao monarchs in front of him and said solemnly, "This war is to seize the foundation of the human race. The human race will definitely counterattack crazily. This time, I will personally lead you to attack. I will be the main force, and your mission is to support me and strive to kill all the Tao monarchs of the human race." Yes, Heavenly Venerate. The 15 monster Tao monarchs were very excited, starting a war of extermination against the human race. In the past, this was something they would never have dared to think about. But now, they were filled with confidence. This confidence came from those 7th-tier supreme treasures. Under normal circumstances, the highest combat power allowed in the primal universe was the limit of Tao monarchs. Even Heavenly Venerates had to abide by this rule. Otherwise, they would attract the punishment of the universe's origin will. But now, there were suddenly 10 7th-tier supreme treasures, which allowed 10 of them to unleash combat power at the limit of Tao monarchs. In addition to Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon, the monster race had 11 peak Tao monarchs, which was enough to sweep through the 4th universe. Moreover, the ghost race would also take action this time. They also had the combat power of so many peak Tao monarchs. Naturally, it would be easy for them to destroy the human race. At the same time, the ghost race also carried out a similar pre-war mobilization. One after another, ghost tribulation transcenders and true monarchs flew into the ghost race's Yendu universe. In the end, the ghost race's headquarters in the 4th universe was only left with 2 seas of bones, one large and one small, quietly floating in the starry sky. These 2 seas of bones, the large one had a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers, and the small one had a diameter of 1 million kilometers. Both were surrounded by barriers made of white bones. In the blood-red sea water, there were also eerie white bones floating. It looked like a land of death, but it contained endless vitality. The ghost race's royal bloodline Golden Yiksha and royal bloodline Silver Yiksha were born in these 2 seas of bones. The origin of the bone seas was mysterious. It was said that at the beginning of the Calamity Era, when the 4th universe had just given birth to life, these 2 seas of bones had already existed. The ghost race's biggest reliance on these 2 seas of bones to become a peak race was these 2 seas of bones. After the ghost race's experts below the level of Tao monarchs died, they had a chance to be reincarnated in these seas of bones in the future and obtain a second life. Under such a mechanism, some ghosts with outstanding comprehension abilities but poor cultivation talent could use this opportunity to become royalty or royalty and possess a stronger bloodline. This way, some true geniuses could be born. However, the more talented a ghost race member was, the lower their chances of being reincarnated in these seas of bones. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Yin Du stood above the 2 seas of bones and looked down at the 13 ghost race Tao monarchs below. He said in a deep voice, "Let's go to the human race's territory." Yes, the 13 ghost race Tao monarchs were also very excited and entered the large and small seas of bones. In the end, Heavenly Venerate Yin Du waved his hand, and the 2 seas of bones shrank to the size of a disc. He held them in his hand like magic treasures. The 2 seas of bones were the ghost race's sacred grounds and were incomparably miraculous. If Tao lords like them were to be heavily injured, they would be able to draw upon the boundless life force within it to quickly heal their wounds. In a war, these 2 seas of bones were even more valuable. Although the monster race and ghost race's movements were extremely secretive, the human race's skyspan river diagram was constantly monitoring these 2 races. In the end, they still discovered some clues. First issue then changed. Chapter 631. Universe 4, within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. It had only been 2,600 years since Jiang Ci had explained the Tao to the human experts. Today, the human race had once again convened a meeting of the highest level Tao Lords. Ming Zun sat on a black throne at one end of the long stone table, while Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and Jiang Ci sat on the golden thrones on the left and right respectively. These were the current three titans of the human race. Apart from the three of them, the other 21 Tao Lords also appeared on their respective thrones. Only Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's black throne was empty. In addition, this meeting was not as lively as the previous one. The atmosphere was very solemn and somewhat dull. After everyone had arrived, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a solemn expression, "According to the information I received, the human race in the second and third universes has suffered heavy losses. It will not be long before they are exterminated. I can confirm that this is an extermination operation against the human race, and it was premeditated," Ming Zun said in a low voice. The human experts present, including Jiang Ci, all had extremely solemn expressions, but they were not nervous. This was because not long ago, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had learned of the crisis the human race in the other universes were facing through the intelligence network of his race in the Chaos Sea. The human race in the second and third universes had been attacked by the joint forces of the various peak races. Although the human race in the fourth universe had not encountered such a situation yet, everyone had taken precautions in advance. The human Tao Lords who were adventuring in the Chaos Sea had all rushed back as fast as they could. Only Jiang Ci was an exception. His true body was still in Mount Xianhuang and had reached the final juncture, unable to leave. Right now, the one participating in the Tao Lord conference was his clone. "Master, did you summon us here because the demon race and ghost race have made a move?" Jiang Ci asked. "That's right. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament just told me that he discovered through the Skyspan Mountain River diagram that the two Heavenly Venerables of the demon race and ghost race should have had a meeting." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. "Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament?" Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Yanqing, Tao Lord Shirzun, and the other human experts were all shocked. "I never told you that although Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament has been permanently suppressed, he can monitor the entire universe 4 through the Tongtian Mountain River diagram. Only Empyrean powerhouses and special regions like the ancient immortal world could repel the Heavenspan Mountain River diagram. Apart from that, Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament can see everything with her own eyes. Furthermore, she can transmit the detailed situation to us in real time," Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said solemnly. "This is a good thing." Many of the human experts present were overjoyed. In such a peak race war, overall strength was very important, but so was intelligence. If Empyrean Purple Firmament could provide everyone with detailed traces and movements of the enemy, then they would not be so passive. Although those Heavenly Venerables can repel the river diagram's probing, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament can also use this to infer the approximate location of those Heavenly Venerables and determine their whereabouts, added Tao Lord Nine Firmament. Yes. Jiang Ci and the others nodded in agreement. The number of Empyrean powerhouses in the fourth universe was limited. Each of the three pinnacle races had one. In addition to the lone Empyrean, there were only 11 Empyrean powerhouses in total. Determining their whereabouts through the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram was nothing difficult. As long as the two Heavenly Venerables of the demon and ghost race made a move, they would be able to determine their whereabouts through the river diagram. Just now, these two pinnacle races moved almost at the same time. According to Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament's judgment, a team of Tao Lord experts will be coming soon. "We have to be prepared," said Tao Lord Nine Firmament in a deep voice. "Since it's a race war, no matter what schemes are hidden behind it, no matter who the enemy is, we have no need to fear. Let's fight." Tao Lord Sword One's gaze was sharp and filled with a strong desire to fight. Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Shirzun, and the other top-ranked experts of the human race were also filled with killing intent. "That's right. Although the enemy this time is the alliance of two pinnacle races, we have the supreme treasures provided by Jiangxi. If we really fight, we'll definitely be able to catch the demon and ghost race off guard. Heavenly Venerable suddenly laughed. All the human experts present turned to look at Jiangxi. The atmosphere also became relaxed, and the tension from before was swept away. Yes, although Jiangxi's original body did not return, he released Tao, Lord Clear Flame, and the other human candidates from the Eight Clouds Pavilion after leaving the ruins of Myriad Worlds. At that time, Jiangxi had thought that the Eight Clouds legacy might bring disaster to the race. Therefore, he asked Tao Lord Clear Flame to bring back the 16 Tier 7 Supreme Treasures and 164 Tier 6 Supreme Treasures. Then, he set off for Mount Xianwan. He did not expect that this move would really work. With so many Supreme Treasures, each of the 24 pinnacle human experts present could get 2 to 3 Tier 6 Supreme Treasures. Then, 16 of them could get a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure. Although the power of a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure was far inferior to that of a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure, this was the fourth universe and not the Chaos Sea. The Heaven-Earth law of the fourth universe could at most unleash the combat strength of a Tao Lord. A Tier 6 Supreme Treasure was enough to raise the combat strength of a Desolate level Tao Lord to the universe level. And now, the human Tao Lords had at least 2 Tier 6 Supreme Treasures. Their actual combat strength naturally far exceeded the universe level, reaching the limit of a universe-level Tao Lord. The two teams of pinnacle experts formed by the demon and ghost race are moving at the same time. Each team is led by a Heavenly Venerable expert, so we have to split up. Heavenly Venerable Ming will lead the Tao Lords of the Tao sect, Buddhism sect, and Guanghan sect to stop the ghost race. I'll lead the remaining Tao Lords of the Purple Firmament sect, Sword Gate, Chaos Essence sect, Wuji sect, Sky Sun sect, and True Mystic sect to stop the demon race. We'll try to stop the enemy outside the human territory. Only then can we minimize the losses of the human race. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said solemnly. In terms of strength, the number 1 expert of the human race was Heavenly Venerable Ming, but in terms of leadership, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was actually better. Therefore, this battle was under his command. Does anyone have anything else to add? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments glanced at everyone. No. Agreed. All the Tao Lords nodded. They could no longer suppress the fighting spirit in their hearts. It was about to erupt during the battle. Although Jiangxi did not say anything, he also agreed with this plan. Although Heavenly Venerable Ming's team only brought experts from the 3 immortal Tao sects, including Heavenly Venerable Ming himself, this team had a total of 10 Tao Lords and above. Although they seemed to have fewer people than Tao Lord 9 Firmament's team, their overall strength was about the same. This was because the Tao Lords of these 3 sects were generally much stronger in terms of cultivation. Furthermore, the Taoist path, Buddhist path, and Moonfrost sect were more or less counters to the ghost race. Tao Lord 9 Firmament's team had a total of 14 Tao Lords. Although most of them were at the Desolate level, apart from Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, who was a half-step Heavenly Venerable, there was also Jiangxi's clone. Their overall strength was naturally not weak. Jiangxi's clone's body and essence spirit were slightly weaker than his true body. It was only comparable to a universe-level Tao Lord. However, by relying on the power of his Grotto Heaven World and a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure, his actual combat strength had actually reached the limit of a Tao Lord. After all, his Grotto Heaven World far surpassed that of an ordinary universe-level Tao Lord. A universe-level Tao Lord's Grotto Heaven World was normally 900 million light-years in diameter. In the past 2,600 years, the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven's diameter had expanded by 4 billion light-years. The power of the world Jiangxi had absorbed from it was naturally stronger. After making the final arrangements, Tao Lord 9 Firmament's eyes were filled with a divine light. He said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, let's set off." Between the human territory and the demon territory was an extremely vast stretch of desolate starry sky. There were no stars in this starry sky, only endless darkness. Suddenly, a huge gray flying vessel supreme treasure crossed an unknown number of light years and teleported into this starry sky. A colossal beast with 8 hooves, 9 heads, and 10 tails was lying prostrate within the supreme treasure space. A vast and vigorous aura constantly emanated from its body. It was the primogenitor of the demon race, heavenly venerable myriad fiend. Below them were the 15 Tao lords of the demon race. All of them were waiting and preparing for the upcoming battle. Oh, just as heavenly venerable myriad fiend was about to teleport again, he suddenly stopped and looked into the distant starry sky. The 15 Tao lords also looked in that direction. The flying vessel supreme treasure didn't block their vision. They immediately saw a colorful palace appear in the distant dark starry sky. That's the heavenly feather race's supreme treasure, the rippling palace? Heavenly venerable myriad fiend was shocked. However, on second thought, he understood what was going on. No, it's the human race. Although heavenly venerable myriad fiend hadn't participated in the battle for the 8 Clouds legacy, he knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea had obtained at the rippling palace of the heavenly feather race had been lost in the 8 Clouds ruins. It wasn't strange to see the human race using this 7th-tier supreme treasure. However, the sudden appearance of the human race surprised heavenly venerable myriad fiend. The human race actually dared to come out prematurely. The Tao lords of the demon race were also surprised. Kill, destroy this group of human Tao lords. Then they roared furiously, their murderous intent boiling. Oomph. Then, with a furious snort, a terrifying ripple spread out from the flying vessel. Like a space-time wave, it affected this dark world. The space-time wave carried with it terrifying power, distorting space-time as it furiously crashed towards the rippling palace, wave after wave. Boom! Powerful shock waves continuously impacted the rippling palace. However, the rippling palace didn't move at all in the starry sky. It wasn't affected at all. After all, it was a 7th-tier supreme treasure. Although heavenly venerable myriad fiend was a 2nd-step celestial venerable, he could only use the combat power of a Tao lord at most. Naturally, he couldn't shake the rippling palace. Within the supreme treasure space of the rippling palace was the group led by Tao Lord Nina Firmaments. Including Jiangxiai, there were a total of 14 Tao lords. After they gathered, they'd first used a large-scale teleportation array to teleport to the borders of the human race's territory. Then, they teleported to this desolate starry sky. Its heavenly venerable myriad fiend, Tao Lord Nina Firmaments, said in a low voice. Jiangxiai, Tao Lord Mi Luo, Tao Lord One Sword, Tao Lord Long Wall, and the other human experts all saw the scene in the distance. Within the dark space-time waves, an incomparably enormous behemoth had appeared. This behemoth had 8 hooves, 9 heads, and 10 tails, and it seemed to cover the entire dark starry sky. When it spread its enormous body, it was at least a light year in size. It was utterly shocking. How dare heavenly venerable myriad fiend's body expand to such an enormous size? Tao Lord Mi Luo let out a cold snort. Even though he's unable to use the power of an Empyrean due to the restrictions of the natural laws of the primal universe, his body is far more powerful than ours. Of course, he dares to expand his body. Tao Lord One Sword said softly. He expanded his body in order to use his own power to deal with all of us. However, this will also make it easier for us to attack him. Tao Lord Long Wall laughed coldly. Prepare for battle, Jiangxiai said. Battle, battle. A total of 14 human Tao lords left the rippling palace and entered the dark starry sky. Whoosh! Instantly, one of the serpentine tails of the incomparably enormous, heavenly venerable myriad fiend swept out in an awe-inspiring manner. As for the 15 Tao lords, they left the flying vessel and stood on one of heavenly venerable myriad fiend's heads. Leave heavenly venerable myriad fiend to me. The rest of you go deal with those Tao lords. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments barked coldly. As he spoke, A layer of violet gold gloves appeared on his hands, as thin as a cicada's wings. The gloves then began to extend toward his arms, quickly covering his entire body and forming a suit of violet gold battle armor. Boom! Tao Lord Ninefirmament's aura reached its peak. With a furious roar, he charged towards Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend. At the same time, Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's enormous body charged towards the human Tao Lords at high speed. The 15 Tao Lords stood on one of his heads, ready to attack at a moment's notice. A human is charged out. It's Tao Lord Ninefirmaments. How arrogant. Even if he's a half-step Empyrean, he's still a universe Tao Lord. How dare he fight Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend? He's courting death. The Tao Lords stood together, watching this scene leisurely. They were very confident in this race war. Moreover, this group of human experts was not the full strength of the human race. It was best to let Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend show his strength at the start of this battle. If they interfered, they might offend Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend. Whoosh Tao, Lord Ninefirmaments, who was rushing over from afar, suddenly struck out with his palm. The palm with the violet gold gloves rapidly expanded as rays of rainbow-colored light condensed in his palm. The auras of various Taoist arts gradually rose, quickly forming a universe that covered the starry sky. This was a rank 7 mystic art, universe in the palm. Boom! Furthermore, the violet gold gloves carried an incomparably terrifying aura as they pierced through layers of space and landed on Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's body. Boom. 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 Terrifying power erupted instantly, but it only caused part of Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's body to tremble. His entire body was unharmed. You have a rank 7 supreme treasure as well. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend was both surprised and delighted. Something's not right. Tao Lord Ninefirmament's expression changed slightly. He realized that his palm strike had not caused any damage to his opponent. This was the primal universe, not the Chaos Sea. At most, everyone could only unleash the combat power of a Tao Lord. Even if his opponent was a second step Heavenly Venerable, he would definitely be injured after taking his palm strike. This was because the violet gold gloves on his hands were a rank 7 offensive supreme treasure. There was only one explanation. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend had a rank 7 defensive supreme treasure. Tao Lord Ninefirmaments did not even consider a rank 8 supreme treasure. After all, even the 2 Holy Land universes of the Chaos Sea did not have one. The demons have a rank 7 supreme treasure as well. He instantly felt that there was a huge conspiracy behind this. After all, in terms of overall strength, the demons of the 4th universe were at the bottom of the Chaos Sea. It was already good enough for them to have a rank 6 supreme treasure. Moreover, the races that attacked the humans of the 2nd and 3rd universes did not have any rank 7 supreme treasures. Just as Tao Lord Ninefirmament's thoughts were racing, I didn't expect you humans to have a rank 7 offensive supreme treasure other than Tidal Wave's palace. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's huge body was entrenched in the starry sky as he looked down at Tao Lord Ninefirmaments in the distance. His voice pierced through time and space, resounding throughout the entire starry sky. It seems that Jiang Ci must have obtained it in the 8 cloud ruins. Haha, just like Tidal Wave's palace, this supreme treasure belongs to the demons. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend laughed loudly. Jun Tian's Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land had lost 15 rank 7 supreme treasures in the battle to intercept Jiang Ci. They were the only ones who knew about this. The 2 Sacred Lands did not intend to spread this news. After all, this concerned the Sacred Land's reputation. In addition, Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend did not participate in the battle at the 8 Cloud Ruins at all. Therefore, he still did not know that Jiang Ci had brought those rank 7 supreme treasures to the humans. Chapter 632. In the dark and desolate starry sky, Empyrean Myriad Demon's massive body seemed to be the only thing left. He looked down at Tao Lord 9 Firmament in the distance with a ferocious aura. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. I know that you can possess the combat strength of a Tao Lord without the help of an ultimate treasure, but so what? The laws of the primal universe suppress me and you. Even if you have a Tier 7 ultimate treasure, you're at most a Tao Lord. I'm different. My armor can block all of your attacks. No matter what you do, you won't be able to hurt me. Empyrean myriad demons' laughter echoed throughout the starry sky. The expressions of the human experts, led by Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, turned grim. Master, his armor isn't Tier 7. It's Tier 8. Jiangxi's expression turned even more solemn. Others couldn't tell the difference between a Tier 7 ultimate treasure and a Tier 8 ultimate treasure, but he had already memorized all the information of the 8 Clouds legacy. He could recognize the armor's grade at a glance. Tier 8. Tao Lord 9 Firmament's expression changed drastically. Tier 8 Ultimate Treasure. How is that possible? Even the 2 Holy Lands of the Chaos, don't have a Tier 8 Ultimate Treasure. How can the demons have one? The other human Tao Lords were shocked as well. Change the battle plan. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments took a deep breath. He transmitted to Jiangxi and the others with his spiritual consciousness. In the primal universe, it's impossible to kill Empyrean experts. Our target isn't the Empyreans, but the Tao Lords. I'll hold Empyrean Myriad Demon back. You guys deal with the Demon Tao Lords. After saying that, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments attacked again. He teleported and sent out another palm strike. The massive universe in the palm, enhanced by the violet gold glove, reached the limits of the primal universe. Boom! This palm strike hit Empyrean Myriad Demon's massive body once more. Although it couldn't hurt him, it was enough to hold him back. It's useless. You can't hurt me at all. Empyrean Myriad Demon laughed loudly. 10 tails of various forms swept across the starry sky. Space-time distorted and the starry sky shattered. Terrifying power indiscriminately attacked the human experts. Kill, kill, kill. At the same time, Jiangxi, Tao Lord Salzward, Tao Lord Everwall, and the other human experts didn't dodge. Instead, they all unleashed their secret arts and locked onto the monster Tao Lords atop Empyrean mini-monster's head. Haha, monsters, let's go. Attack. Exterminate all of these humans. Empyrean Myriad Monster ordered. The Tao Lords who had been waiting for the right moment immediately grew excited upon hearing this order. Yes, Sky Sovereign. Let's go all out and destroy the human race. I've been waiting for this moment. Why is the human race the strongest race in the 4th universe? After this battle, the demon race will be the strongest race in the 4th universe. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all humans. The Tao Lords of the dire monster race all roared and howled. They all had different bloodlines and different appearances, and they represented different factions within the dire monster race. A total of 15 Tao Lords teleported at the same time and charged towards Jiangxi and the other human experts. 7th Tier Supreme Treasure. Unleash your power. Tao Lord Eater, Tao Lord Gold Wolf, Tao Lord Skyfox, and Tao Lord Taodai were the first to attack. Thousand Heart Vine. Golden Wolf howls at the moon. 8 Diagram Hellfrost. Heaven-devouring flames. Instantly, the 4 supreme treasures in the form of vines, giant claws, formation diagrams, and blazing flames released tremendous power under the control of the 4 Tao Lords. Every attack had reached the limit of a Tao Lord. If not for the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth in the primal universe, the power of these attacks would probably have reached the heavenly venerable level. 7th Tier Offensive Supreme Treasure. How can the dire monsters have so many 7th Tier Supreme Treasures? Jiangxi and the others were shocked. No, there's more. Jiangxi's spiritual sense swept across the Tao Lords one by one. Given his ability to identify supreme treasures, he immediately sensed the aura of 7th Tier Supreme Treasures on the other 6 Tao Lords. 3 were Armor Supreme Treasures, 3 were Essence Soul Supreme Treasures, and 4 were Offensive Supreme Treasures. The dire monsters had revealed a total of 10 7th Tier Supreme Treasures. There are actually so many of them. Riverward was bewildered. He knew how precious 7th tier supreme treasures were. In the entire Chaos Sea, only the two Holy Land universes had the ability to take out so many 7th tier supreme treasures at once. But this time, the dire monsters had an 8th tier supreme treasure, which even the Holy Land universes couldn't take out. What's going on? What's hidden behind all this? Jiangxi's mind raced, but he couldn't find an answer. Could it be the upper realm? This thought flashed through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. However, the current situation didn't allow him to continue thinking about it. Downlord Shermion, Downlord Golden Wolf, Downlord Sky Fox, and Downlord Tao Ye's attacks were approaching. Senior Brother Chang Yuan, stop them. Jiang Xi looked at Downlord Chang Yuan beside him. Downlord Nine Clouds was fighting Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon, so the command of this battle fell to Jiang Xi. With his strength, none of the Downlords of the human race were dissatisfied. Open! Downlord Chang Yuan shouted. All of a sudden, strands of golden light rose from the armor he was wearing. Then, these strands of golden light quickly changed and condensed into a golden transparent bell, which just happened to cover all of them. Clang! Clang! Massive rumbling sounds filled the starry sky, and the starry sky within 100 light years exploded. Spatial fragments surged out in all directions, creating chaotic streams of space. As for Jiangxi and the others inside the golden bell, they were completely unharmed. 7th tier Supreme Treasure Armor, Gold Bell Armor. You humans have another 7th tier Supreme Treasure. Downlord Golden Wolf was shocked. Heavenly Venerable, another 7th tier Supreme Treasure. Downlord Shermion hurriedly sent a spiritual message. Where did the humans get so many 7th tier Supreme Treasures? Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon immediately noticed the situation and exclaimed in shock. Seize them. Seize all of these 7th tier Supreme Treasures. The Palace of Tidal Waves, the Violet Gold Gauntlet, and this Golden Bell. Seize them all. He ordered the monster Downlords once more. At the same time, he roared at Downlord Ninafirmaments, who was still fighting him. Downlord Ninafirmaments, get the hell out of my way. Oomph. Just wait and see your clansmen get slaughtered. Downlord Ninafirmaments sneered as he struck out with both palms, using the 7th tier secret technique, Universe Palm. Blocked by the pair of violet gold palms, Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon's enormous body found it very difficult to approach Jiangxi's battlefield. On the other side, Jiangxi and the others were able to withstand the attacks of the monster race under the protection of Downlord Chang Yuan's 7th tier Supreme Treasure, Gold Bell Armor. However, the monster Downlords had already gone mad. They had been filled with confidence when they had 10 7th tier Supreme Treasures. Now that they saw that the humans had 3 7th tier Supreme Treasures as well, their eyes shone with a greedy light. Kill! The 10 monster Downlords with 7th tier Supreme Treasures stood at the very front and attacked at the same time. One powerful secret technique after another condensed. Some targeted the body, some targeted the essence spirit, saber light, and sword shadows. However, Jiangxi and the others would not allow the monster Downlords to attack so easily this time. Jiangxi, it's up to you now. Downlord Sword 1, Downlord Chang Yuan, and the other human experts turned to look at Jiangxi. Jiangxi smiled gently. Standing in the void, he spread his arms and said softly, "Mountain Sea Space-Time, descend." Boom! An enormous world of space-time instantly descended. The dark starry sky was instantly filled with world projections of mountains, seas, stars, and continents. These world projections merged with the space-time, forming an extremely powerful binding force. With a terrifying might, it directly imprisoned the 15 monster Downlords on the spot. Before their attacks could take form, they were interrupted. At that moment, Jiangxi's Mountain Sea Space-Time was an invincible existence. Apart from Heavenly Venerables who could break through the shackles of this space-time domain, the other monster Downlords had to rely on the power of their supreme treasures to possess the combat strength of a Downlord. Now that these monster Tao Lords were imprisoned by the mountain sea space-time, they could not break through the shackles instantly. Even if they were imprisoned for 1/10,000th of a second, it was enough for Jiang Ci and the others to attack. Furthermore, the time was not that short. Tao Lord Devourer, Tao Lord Golden Wolf, Tao Lord Heavenly Fox, Tao Lord Tao Tai, and the other monster experts immediately panicked with fear in their eyes. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. In the distance, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon suddenly roared furiously. He had also noticed the situation here and realized that the experts of his race were in danger. At that moment, he finally understood why Tao Lord Nine Firmaments would say that they should wait to be slaughtered. Earlier on, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon did not take those words to heart and only thought that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was angry. However, he did not expect it to be true. Tao Lord Mountain Sea's space-time domain was actually this strong. This is the true limit of a Tao Lord. The size of his grotto heaven world must far exceed that of other Tao Lords. That's why he's able to release such a powerful space-time domain. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's eyes shone fiercely as a Heavenly Venerate expert. He had taken many detours on the path of a Tao Lord. Naturally, he knew that there was a limit to a Tao Lord's grotto heaven world. Under normal circumstances, a cosmic Tao Lord's grotto heaven world could only reach a diameter of 900 million light years. In reality, that was not the true limit. If there was a special method that could break through the limit of 900 million light years, the grotto heaven world would expand once more and its strength would increase as well. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea must have done that. My race's Tao Lord is in danger. Get lost. Get lost. His massive body charged forward, wanting to break free from Tao Lord Nine Firmament's obstruction and head to the other side of the battlefield to break through Jiang Ci's space-time domain. Heavenly Venerate, Patriarch, save me. The 15 demon Tao Lords were all using their spirit senses to ask for help. If it was a one-on-one battle, they would not be any weaker than the humans. But who knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea's space-time domain would be so strong? This way, they would not be able to use the advantage of their Tier 7 Supreme Treasures and would be at a complete disadvantage. They would even be facing a life-and-death crisis. Roar! Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon roared. He broke through Tao Lord Nine Firmament's universe palm once more, and his body rapidly shrank. From a light year in size, he became a massive beast that was only 100,000 kilometers long. Previously, he had grown so large because he wanted to suppress all the experts in this human team with his own strength. Then, he would have the 15 demon Tao Lords join forces to wipe out the humans. But reality gave him a hard slap in the face. The hidden methods of this human team of Tao Lords were not inferior to theirs at all. In fact, they were even stronger. A single Tao Lord of the mountains and seas had destroyed all of their trump cards. Swoosh! After shrinking, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's speed immediately soared, and he broke through Tao Lord Nine Firmament's obstruction. So this is a Heavenly Venerate expert. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed inwardly. Even with the restrictions of the primal universe's laws, Heavenly Venerates were not so easy to deal with. Boom! Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon instantly arrived at the battlefield between Jiang Ci and the Demon Tao Lords. Break! He roared and set off a terrifying space-time wave. In an instant, he disintegrated Jiang Ci's mountain sea space-time. Although it sounded long, given their speed, the entire process lasted for less than a millionth of a second. It happened almost instantaneously. Jiang Ci had just used the mountain sea space-time when Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon broke through it. Too fast. Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Sword 1, Tao Lord Long Wall, and the others looked at each other helplessly. After all, the person in front of them was a second step Heavenly Venerate, one of the top experts in the entire Chaos Sea. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's powerful attack changed the situation. After breaking through the mountain sea space-time, he hovered in the starry sky, protecting the 15 demon Tao lords behind him. Humans, I've underestimated you. The eyes on heavenly venerate myriad demons, 9 heads were filled with coldness. However, your team doesn't have a heavenly venerate expert. The control of the battle is now in my hands. Now, I've decided to get rid of you one by one. You're the first. The 18 eyes on the 9 ferocious heads were all focused on Jiang Ci. Whoosh! Heavenly venerate myriad demon moved at a terrifying speed. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jiang Ci roared and slashed out with a longsword in his hand. Whoosh! A seemingly illusory green ray of light appeared in midair, flashing and disappearing like a dream. Following that, countless green rays of light appeared, one after another, as if they contained an endless amount of vitality. In an instant, the entire void was covered by these endless green rays of light, turning into a world of vitality. Boom! In the end, a green sword light seemed to destroy the world, instantly annihilating the world full of vitality. All of this happened in a flash. It was extremely short. However, the entire process seemed to have gone through a reincarnation cycle, from birth to death. Life, reincarnation. This was the first time the rank 7 secret technique, Mountain Sea Sword Scripture of the Heavenly Tao, was used in actual combat. Rumble. The green sword light directly collided with Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's body, erupting with a terrifying shockwave that swept over an area of hundreds of light years. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon was sent flying, and Jiang Ci was also pushed back by the shockwave. If we were in the Chaos Sea, you wouldn't be my match. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon roared angrily. Attack with all your strength and kill the humans. He ordered the demon Tao lords again. Yes, yes, Heavenly Venerate. Die. The demon Tao lords behind Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon also attacked. In an instant, all kinds of secret techniques condensed again. Some were the roars of mutated beasts, some were essence soul attacks, and some were transformed into sabers and swords that directly slashed over. Among them, the attacks of the 10 demon Tao lords were obviously stronger, attacking all the human experts at the same time. Universe in the palm. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments also rushed over. He slapped out with his palm, covering Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon and the 15 demon Tao lords, wanting to affect their attacks. Mountain Sea Spacetime. Jiang Ci growled, and the incomparably realistic world projection descended once again, attacking the demon experts with powerful restrictions and pressure. Break! Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon roared. The energy in his body surged wildly, and the surrounding space-time also distorted and shook. The powerful energy attacked again and again, directly suppressing the universe and the mountain sea space-time. This time, the 15 demon Tao lords were not affected at all. Boom! 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 Their various attacks covered the starry sky, where the human experts were almost simultaneously. Haha, all of you die. Without a Heavenly Venerate expert, you still want to fight us. Humans, you're dead meat. The demon Tao lord attacked with all their strength again and again. With Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon blocking in front, they were fearless and did not have to worry about being imprisoned by the space-time domain. Whoosh! Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's 10 tails danced wildly, instantly becoming trillions of kilometers long and covering the entire void. For a time, the space-time of the dark starry sky was thrown into chaos, and it also disrupted the human experts' formation and rhythm, at the same time within the Skyspan Mountains river diagram. Although the battle was ongoing, the human Tao Lord Conference did not disperse. Everyone was gathered here to discuss the situation of the battle. Given the strength of a Tao Lord, splitting a strand of spiritual consciousness here would not affect the battle. We've already clashed with the Ghost Tao Lords. Just like the demons, they also have 1 Tier 8 Cardinal Treasure and 10 Tier 7 Cardinal Treasures. Ming Zun said in a low voice. It seems that there really is a huge conspiracy behind this. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had a solemn expression. No matter what, let's deal with this enemy first. Ming Zun said. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. Master, it's time for us to make our move. After probing for so long, we should have more or less figured out what they're hiding, Jiang Ci said with a smile. Yes, let's make our move. We haven't even made our move yet. Tao Lord Saul's word, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other human experts all began to laugh as well, filled with eagerness. They all had Tier 7 cardinal treasures, but they hadn't unleashed the power of their Tier 7 cardinal treasures in their earlier battle against the demons. Me too, Jiang Ci grinned. Earlier, he had only used a supportive technique. In terms of offense, he had only used a single attack, lifespan cycle. It wasn't his most powerful attack either. Thus far, their squad had yet to unleash their full combat power. This was because everyone had predicted long ago that this war between the races would be very strange and that there was something hidden behind it. Thus, they had come up with a strategy to counter it. They would first feign weakness, then figure out the situation before attacking with all their might. And now, the time had come. Let's begin. Cripple them. Let the demons regret this. Kill. 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 Tao Lord Saul's word, Tao Lord Saul's word, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other human experts were all unable to hold themselves back. Off to the side, Ming Zun's squad exchanged glances and smiled, their eyes filled with a strong desire to do battle. 9 Firmaments and the others are about to go all out. We can't just sit around and do nothing. Everyone, let's not hold back anymore. Let's attack with all our might and wipe out the remaining forces of the ghost race. Ming Zun said with a smile, attack first, then change later. Chapter 633. Humans, you will definitely lose this battle. Empyrean myriad demons' voice echoed throughout the starry sky. He was wearing an 8th tier supreme treasure. Although it was an armor-type treasure, the power of the supreme treasure alone was enough to reach the limit of a Tao Lord. His 10 tails were like giant snakes covered in black armor. They danced in the air, disrupting space-time and disrupting the formation and rhythm of Jiang Ci and the other human experts. As for the 15 Tao Lords, they were using all sorts of secret techniques, waiting for an opportunity to kill Jiang Ci and the others. On the surface, the human Tao Lords were dodging the attacks of Empyrean Myriad Demon and the other Tao Lords. But in reality, Jiang Ci, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, Tao Lord Sword 1, and the others had already spread out and formed an encirclement. Everyone, are you ready? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments transmitted with his spiritual sense. Haha, I've been waiting for this moment. Cripple them in one fell swoop. Give them a good beating. The human Tao Lords watched as Empyrean Mini-Monster and the 15 monstrous Tao Lords wreaked havoc. None of them felt any fear at all. Instead, they felt exceptionally excited. Empyrean Demonfien's enormous body crushed through the starry skies as he crossed the void. His 10 enormous tails lashed out at Riverward, Tao Lord Nina Firmaments, Tao Lord Saul's word, and the other human experts. The 15 monster Tao Lords surrounded him, simultaneously unleashing all sorts of attacks. All sorts of secret arts came crashing down on him, blotting out the skies. Master, get ready to begin. Jiang Ci's eyes seemed to flicker with excitement. Boom! As Jiang Ci cast his spell, the mountain sea space-time descended once more. The massive projection of the world combined with this space-time to form a powerful binding force and pressure, instantly imprisoning all the experts of the demon race. Stop struggling. It's useless. Empyrean Myriad Demon roared. His body trembled slightly as he broke through the mountain sea space-time. That's enough. Jiang Ci did not care. His goal in using the space-time domain was to interrupt this wave of attacks from the Tao Lords. It was enough to stop Empyrean Myriad Demon's attacks for even a millionth of a second. Kill. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments, Tao Lord Saul's word, Tao Lord Everwall, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other human experts all attacked. Universe in the palm. Heaven's splitting sword. Sword master heaven and earth. Emperor descends to the heavens. One powerful secret art after another struck out towards Empyrean demon fiend. Every single one of them having the combat power of a supreme Downlord. This squad of human Downlords only had 8 7th-tier supreme treasures. Everyone else, however, had 2 or 3 6th-tier supreme treasures. Given that, their combat power was still at the very limits of power for Downlords. Almost at the same time, these mystic technique attacks enveloped heavenly venerate myriad demon, whose body had shrunk to 100,000 kilometers long. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying power erupted, causing the starry skies to collapse. It even pierced through the barriers of the universe, causing the chaotic gray fog to pour out in torrents. Empyrean demon fiend was knocked flying by the attacks of so many supreme Downlords. Impossible. Where did you get so many 7th-tier supreme treasures? 6th-tier supreme treasure. There are still 6th-tier supreme treasures. Empyrean demon fiend roared. It was fine if these humans didn't go all out, but when they did, it was like a thunderbolt, causing him to be both shocked and enraged. Just now, they had crushed the human experts. They thought that they had forced the humans to their limits, and that victory was within their grasp. But they didn't expect that these humans had hidden far more tricks up their sleeves than they had imagined. They had a total of 8 7th-tier supreme treasures and more than 36-tier supreme treasures. But then, when he was sent flying and saw Jiang Xi attack, he knew that he was wrong. Very wrong. It turned out that the most terrifying person in this squad of human experts wasn't Downlord 9 Firmaments, but Downlord Mountain Sea. Downlord Mountain Sea. Empyrean demon fiend swung his 10 tails, trying his best to neutralize the attacks of Downlord 9 Firmaments and the others. He wanted to charge back. However, Jiang Xi had already made his move. While Downlord 9 Firmaments and the others focused their attacks on Empyrean demon fiend, he pointed his long sword at the other Downlords. He slashed out with his sword. Sword light lit up, instantly slicing through the void. Then, the light suddenly exploded, converging into a giant black and white sphere. Countless sword lights with a destructive aura were compressed within the black and white sphere. The black and white sphere was like a miniature universe that enveloped the 15 Downlords. Not good. This is break. Break it. The Downlords panicked. They could sense the aura of death descending and wanted to break the black and white sphere. However, Jiang Xi wouldn't give them the chance to do so. Mountain Sea Spacetime. At the same time, Jiang Xi used his powerful spacetime domain to imprison all the Downlords. Right at that moment, poof, the black and white sphere suddenly exploded like a bubble. A dazzling sword light flashed and disappeared. Destruction and rebirth. It was the third stance of the rank 7 secret technique. Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Heavenly Tao Scroll. Jiang Xi's strongest move was used in actual combat for the first time. The black and white sphere exploded. Although the 15 Downlords saw the dark, starry sky again. Chila. However, the extremely dazzling sword light had already passed through the bodies of every Downlord of the demon clan. It cut through the void and seemed to have left an indelible mark in the 4th universe. You killed a desolate level Downlord, Eternal EXP +1. You killed a flood level Downlord, Eternal EXP +3. You killed a desolate level Downlord, Eternal EXP +1. No. Fear, pain, anger, and so on. All sorts of furious roars came from the mouths of the Downlords. They looked at Jiang Xi in disbelief. The other experts in the outside world might not know what was going on in the black and white sphere, but they knew very well how terrifying that sword strike was. That sword strike first swept past the strongest Downlord food fiend, causing more than 20% of his indestructible substance to be instantly destroyed. One had to know that Downlord food fiend was wearing a grade 7 armor treasure. Even if Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon personally attacked, he probably wouldn't be much stronger than Jiang Xi. Moreover, the damage caused by that sword strike was not limited to that. Immediately after, it swept past some of the weaker Downlords Cold Light and Xian Fong. In an instant, 6 of the 15 Downlords died and 6 were seriously injured. The remaining 3 had grade 7 armor treasures and were only lightly injured. If there are a few more strikes, won't we all be wiped out by him? Even Tao Lord 9 Firmaments isn't that terrifying. That sword strike is too powerful. When the sword light swept past me, it seemed like my grade 7 armor treasure was weakened by half. It directly destroyed nearly 30% of my indestructible substance. Too terrifying. Quick, escape from this place. Retreat, retreat. The remaining 9 Tao Lords were terrified. However, Jiang Xi was not satisfied with this sword strike. He shook his head. The suppression of the primal universe is too strong. If it was in the Chaos Sea, those 6 who were seriously injured would probably have died. Only the 3 monstrous Tao Lords who had 7th grade armor treasures would be able to survive this attack. If 1 strike isn't enough, I'll use 2. Jiang Xi's gaze was sharp, and his killing intent was about to pour out. At that moment, the remaining 9 Tao Lords had already scattered and fled. They no longer had the will to continue fighting. Everyone was in existence with endless lifespans and did not want to die just like that. Can you escape? With a thought, Jiang Xi caused the mountain sea space-time to descend once more. The enormous heart world projection carried with it an aura of infinite power that bound the Tao Lords. Run, Heavenly Venerable, save us. Patriarch, the Tao Lords were terrified and their hearts were filled with hatred and confusion. They did not understand how this Tao Lord Mountain Sea could be so powerful. Weren't the laws of the primal universe the limit of Tao Lords? If Jiang Xi knew of their doubts, he would only scoff. This was because the limit of Tao Lords they knew was only the limit of attack power and not the true limit. In other aspects, such as the body, primordial spirit, grotto heaven world, and so on, only when all these reach the limits of the primal universe could one be considered the true limit of Tao Lords. It could be said that in the entire Chaos Sea, even Jiang Xi himself had not reached the true limit of Tao Lords. This was because his grotto heaven world was still far from the limit of 10 billion light years in diameter. At that time, he would be the true limit of Tao Lords. Even so, Jiang Xi's space-time domain through his grotto heaven world was enough to crush these Tao Lords. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon roared from afar, however. Many human experts led by Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had joined forces to stop him, preventing him from interfering in the battle. Jiang Xi glanced from afar and waved the longsword in his hand lightly. Although it was only a grade 6 offensive treasure, it was enough for his attack to reach the limits of the primal universe. Whoosh! Endless sword light whistled and condensed into a black and white sphere. Like a miniature universe, it enveloped the remaining 9 Tao Lords. No! Stop it! Stop it! The stronger monstrous Tao Lords did their best to try and stop him. However, Chila, the black and white sphere exploded, producing a soul-stirring resplendent sword light that swept past the Tao Lords. You killed a flood-level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP plus 3. You killed an Eon-level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP plus 6. You killed a flood-level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP plus 3. Instantly, the 6 severely injured Tao Lords lost their lives, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Humans, you deserve to die. In the distance, Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon, who was blocked by Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and the others, was enraged when he saw this scene. He roared. This time, it was Great Sky Supreme who took the initiative to find him and provide him with help, asking them to destroy the human race. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon was naturally willing to accept such a beneficial cooperation because he also wanted to obtain some information about the 8 Clouds legacy from Tao Lord Mountain Sea. But he did not expect that they would be destroyed by the humans instead. They lost a total of 12 Tao Lords. Although the demons were still the peak race of the 4th universe with him around, they would definitely be suppressed by the humans in the future. Damn it! Humans! The remaining 3 demon experts who possessed Grade 7 armor cardinal treasures, Tao Lord Devourer, Tao Lord Golden Wolf, and Tao Lord Heavenly Fox, were furious and heartbroken apart from fear. That was because not only did Jiang Ci kill their Tao Lords, but he also took away 7 other offensive and essence spirit Grade 7 cardinal treasures. How could they not feel heartache and anger? Let's go. Retreat. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon roared angrily, filled with indignation. He led the remaining 3 Tao Lords of his race and teleported away from the desolate starry sky. He did not dare to continue fighting because if he did, all the Tao Lords of his demon race might be gone. Jiang Ci, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, and the other human experts did not chase after them. Compared to the demons who fled in panic, they were naturally very carefree and laughed heartily. We've achieved our basic goal. It's very difficult to kill the remaining Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon and the 3 Tao Lords, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said with a smile. For countless eras, it's very rare for a Tao Lord to die in the 4th universe. But today, we humans killed 12 Tao Lords of the demon race. Once the news spreads, no matter what conspiracy is behind this battle, it'll be able to intimidate those who are itching to make a move. Tao Lord Sword 1 nodded. Tao Lord Longwall, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the others also laughed and turned their gazes to Jiang Ci. The primal universe was not like the Chaos Sea. The Heaven-Earth laws here only allowed peak combat strength of Tao Lords. Therefore, it was very rare for a Tao Lord to die in the long years. However, Jiang Ci's appearance broke this rule. Over the past 100,000 years, the alien Tao Lords of the 4th universe had died in his hands one after another. Not to mention, in the battle outside the 8 Cloud Ruins, he and Ming Zun had joined forces and killed nearly 1,000 Tao Lords of the various factions in the Chaos Sea. From this point of view, Jiang Ci had become a Tao Lord Terminator. This battle is just the beginning of the race war. No matter what the final outcome is, we have to do our best from the beginning. Jiang Ci thought silently. Therefore, this battle is a battle of intimidation. We have to unleash our strength and cripple the 2 peak races, the demon race and the ghost race, so that the other factions in the 4th universe will hesitate and not be in a hurry to attack. Jiang Ci knew very well that no matter what conspiracy was behind this, it had to be related to the 8 Cloud inheritance. Such a powerful and precious inheritance would definitely attract the covetous eyes of various factions. The humans would not only have to face the demon race and the ghost race. One had to know that the experts in the 4th universe were not only from the 3 peak races. Apart from not having any heavenly venerables, some of the top races' strength at the Tao Lord level was actually similar to that of the peak races. In addition, those heavenly venerables were definitely watching this battle. Once the humans showed signs of weakness in the battle just now, those experts and sects who were secretly watching from the sidelines would secretly watch. Then, those forces and lone wolves who were spying in the dark would swarm over and divide the spoils of war, snatch the heritage of the human clan, and snatch the inheritance of 8 Clouds. Since the human race's performance in the battle was so terrifying, those forces and experts in the dark would definitely continue to observe. This was the result that the 3 powerhouses of the human race, led by Tomorrow Venerable, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, and Jiang Ci, were looking forward to when they deployed this battle. As long as the humans were given a certain amount of time, a certain amount of breathing space, then anything was possible in the future. After all, Jiang Ci had already imparted the process of breaking through from Tao Lord to Heavenly Venerate to every human Tao Lord. Perhaps at this critical moment, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Shizuan, and the other universe Tao Lords would break through. Once they broke through to become Heavenly Venerates, the human race would become even stronger. When my true body refines Mount Xianhuang, I'll be able to break through to the Tao Lord realm. At that time, the current situation of our race will also change. Jiang Ci thought to himself. First released, then changed. Chapter 634. Within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, the Tao Lords of the human race communicated the results of the two battlefields through the spirit bodies they left behind. It's a pity that we don't have a killer weapon like Jiang Ci in our team. We only killed 6 ghost Tao Lords, Venerable Ming Ming said with a smile. In front of the huge stone table, everyone was speechless for a moment. They looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! If Venerable Ming's humble words were heard by the ghost and demon race, their essence souls would probably disintegrate from anger. In the original universe, it was already very rare to kill a Tao Lord. Killing 6 of them at once was something that he would never have dared to think about in the past. However, although we've won the first battle, it's not time for us to relax yet. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said slowly with a solemn expression. Yes, we have to cultivate harder. The danger is not over yet. We have to be extra careful. If we survive this, our human race will become even stronger. The human experts present were all filled with a sense of urgency. From a human race in the second and third universes being almost wiped out to the demons, and ghost race suddenly joining forces to attack the humans in the fourth universe. Behind this series of events, there seemed to be a huge hand controlling everything. Jiang Ci, Venerable Ming Ming, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, and the other human experts believed that even if the demons and ghost race were crippled, things would not end so simply. In the fourth universe, the demons and ghost race were not the only ones that could threaten the human race. After all, the heaven-earth laws of the original universe limited the combat strength of Tao Lords. Even if some top races did not have heavenly venerables, their strength at the Tao Lord level was not inferior to the top races. For example, the top race close to the human race, the gold race. The patriarch of this race, Tao Lord Qilong, was a top universe realm Tao Lord and was also one of the top experts in the fourth universe. Furthermore, the number of Tao Lords in this race had reached 10. In addition, apart from those top races, there were also heavenly venerables who wanted to take a share of the profits from the human race. Perhaps they did not have the goal of destroying the human race. Instead, they were here for the 8 Clouds legacy and wanted to seize the opportunity to cultivate to eternity. However, as long as they made a move, it would be enough to bring about a devastating blow to the human race. Among the lone celestial venerables, only Senior Qing Shi and Celestial Venerable Lu have a good relationship with me. However, in front of the Eternal, I don't know if these friendships are reliable. Jiang Ci shook his head gently. In the face of such a great opportunity, it was hard to say what their personal relationship would be. No matter what Senior Qing Shi's goal is, he has a deep relationship with our Earth lineage after all, and has always been protecting Jiang Dudu. If he needs a way to cultivate to the eternal realm, I can give him a portion of the inheritance information. Perhaps he can help the human race. Riverward calculated in his heart. In addition to Purple Firmament Empyrean, who was permanently suppressed, there were a total of 11 Empyrean powerhouses in Universe 4. Each of the 3 pinnacle races had one, while the other 8 were lone travelers. However, to really calculate, the one that Jiang Ci could not see through the most was Empyrean Bluestone. It seemed like Heavenly Venerate Qing Shi's figure had appeared more or less in everything that had happened on Earth. To be precise, it seemed like Heavenly Venerate Qing Shi's existence could be found in the trajectory of his growth. No matter what, Senior Qing Shi has not shown any malice toward me or Jiang Dudu. From the current situation, he is trustworthy, Jiang Ci thought. At the same time, Empyrean Myriad Demon and Empyrean Yin Du's spiritual consciousness gathered again in a silent void, turning into a giant beast with 8 hooves, 9 heads, and 10 tails, and a green-faced, red-gold ghost with fangs. This time, the Empyreans of the 2 pinnacle races were silent. The atmosphere was very gloomy, and there was anger that they wanted to vent, but had nowhere to vent. Compared to the lone celestial venerables, they had the ties of their races, so they usually had a lot of considerations when doing things. If they were the kind of loners with no ties, then they wouldn't have cared about this loss at all. The demon tribe has suffered heavy losses. Empyrean myriad demons' voice was hoarse. The same goes for the ghost tribe. I still don't understand why the humans have so many 7th grade supreme treasures and 6th grade supreme treasures. Empyrean Yindu gritted his teeth. They should have obtained it from an 8 clouds inheritance. We were too careless. We thought that with the support of the great sky sacred land, we could crush the humans. Who would have thought? Empyrean myriad demons' tone was very bitter. Originally, we thought that with the many 7th grade supreme treasures and the 2 8th grade supreme treasures, we would be able to destroy the upper echelons of the humans in one fell swoop. Now, it seems that the strength of our 2 races alone is far from enough. We have to rely on the top races that are subordinate to our races, Empyrean Yin Du said in a low voice. It's impossible to make those top races fight to the death without benefits. Empyrean Myriad Demon snorted coldly. There's no other way. At most, we can give them some information about the 8 clouds inheritance after we destroy the humans. The top races do not have Empyreans, so even if they have many Tao Lords, they will be easy to control. The most important thing now is to destroy the humans. Otherwise, if they use the 8 clouds inheritance to cultivate more Tao Lords and Empyrean powerhouses, we will have no chance. That's all we can do. The monsters and ghosts each had their own subordinate races, forming 2 major factions. Of course, the humans had their own subordinate races as well. For example, the Tao Alliance was essentially a faction with the humans at its core. However, this was only the beginning stages of this war, so the 3 peak races had yet to mobilize the power of their subordinate races. This was because those who could participate in this war would first have to be the Tao Lords of their subordinate races. However, those Tao Lords were no fools. They would not be willing to be cannon fodder. If there were no benefits, they would not take the risk at all. In the beginning, Empyrean Myriad Demon and Empyrean Yin Du had thought that victory was in their hands. After they destroyed the humans, there was no need to share the benefits with their subordinate races. However, the results of this war forced the 2 Empyreans to change their plans. They immediately began to rope in the top races with Tao Lords. Their attempts to rope in those races quickly received a response. For example, on the side of the monsters, the top races that were originally subordinate to the monsters sent a representative to speak with Empyrean Myriad Demon. Empyrean Myriad Demon. The results of this war have already spread. That human is extremely strong. As for us, many of the top races only have 1 or 2 or 3 Tao Lords. No matter who dies, it will be a disaster for that race. We have no choice but to be cautious. Thus, if you want us to participate in this war, you have to agree to 4 conditions. Speak, Empyrean Myriad Demons said. First, if we participate in this war, we have to stay together. We cannot be separated. Second, if any of us die, the monsters have to treat their race well. Their race's territory cannot be reduced, and outsiders are not allowed to interfere with their race's development. Third, after the war ends, if you're able to acquire the 8 clouds legacy from the humans, we don't ask for much. We only ask for the legacy and cultivation insights of an Empyrean. Fourth, if the monsters are able to establish a Holy Land universe in the future, they have to leave 10% of the space for us, the top races that are subordinate to them. Clearly, these subordinate races had long since communicated with each other. They had carefully considered the conditions they offered, and none of them had been greedy enough to ask for too much. For example, they only asked for the inheritance of an Empyrean powerhouse. For them, as long as their race could produce an Empyrean powerhouse, then their race would have the foundation to become a top race. I can agree to these conditions. Empyrean Myriad Demon agreed after thinking for a while. On the other side, the ghost race tried to rope in their subordinate races, but the response they received was similar. In short, the second action of the 2 pinnacle races caused many of the top races in Universe 4 to join this unprecedented race war. In the human race's territory, there were tens of billions of humans living on an ordinary planet with life. Above the planet's land and sea, there were floating immortal islands. On the ground, there were towering skyscrapers that reached into the clouds. A technological civilization and a cultivation civilization were perfectly combined. At this moment, on the top floor of a skyscraper, whoosh, a blurry figure gradually condensed into a young man wearing a black and gold robe with long green hair. His face was both male and female, and he was extremely handsome. His eyes glowed, and each light seemed to contain a universe. He waved his hand, and three figures appeared behind him. One was a rock life form as tall as a mountain. One was a cute little yellow beast, and the last was a strange life form whose entire body was covered in flames. They faintly emitted the aura of a Tao Lord. Patriarch, the three Tao Lords bowed respectfully towards him. "Let's stay on this planet for the time being," the young man said softly. This time, the monster race suffered a great loss, and the ghost race also suffered heavy losses. Next, these two races will definitely do their best to rope in those top races. Then, they will regroup and start an even greater race war. However, with so many races, it should take some time to integrate. And those lone Empyrean powerhouses who were originally ready to make a move in the dark will probably hesitate after this battle. This way, the human race will have a chance to catch their breath. The young man seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to his three subordinates. In the end, he shook his head. They are really a plate of loose sand. The root of the problem is that they still lack a backbone. In the entire fourth universe, the combined forces of the three supreme races couldn't compare to the lone Empyrean powerhouses by much. As for the lone Empyrean powerhouses, they naturally had their own plans in the face of this sudden storm. However, the power and resources that the human race had displayed had intimidated the lone Empyrean powerhouses, causing them to hesitate. The human territory, the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, the Tao Lord Palace, Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and Tao Lord Longwall were drinking wine and chatting within the palace. More than a month had passed since the previous battle. The other human powerhouses were all in secluded cultivation. Only the three of them were left to oversee their races. The monster race and the ghost race still haven't made a move, Tao Lord Mi Luo said in a low voice. Tao Lord Mi Luo said solemnly, "These two races were the ones who started this war. I refuse to believe that they'll give up so easily. Given the way Empyrean All-Monster and Empyrean Yendu do things, they're definitely up to something. Their races have just suffered a heavy blow. They probably don't want to be so rash. Instead, they want to be more stable, so as to not let the other top races benefit," Jiang Ci said softly. Top races. Tao Lord Longwall frowned slightly. It's not just the other races. Those lone Empyrean powerhouses are also a force capable of influencing the course of this war. Jiang Ci voiced his previous worries. Empyrean Violet Firmament told us that according to his surveillance, no less than 5 Empyrean powerhouses have already secretly entered the human territory. However, they haven't caused much of a stir. Most likely, they're all lone Empyreans. Lone Empyrean powerhouses. A hint of wariness flashed through the eyes of Tao Lord Mi Luo and Tao Lord Longwall. They weren't so arrogant as to think that just because they had a 7th-ranked supreme treasure, they could challenge Empyrean powerhouses. To Tao Lords, any single Empyrean was an extremely terrifying existence. However, the current situation isn't too bad. The results of the previous battle have improved our race's situation considerably. Quite a few races have already taken the initiative to join us, Jiang Ci said with a smile. That's right. Aside from the ordinary races, all of the supreme races that have joined us have at least one Tao Lord. Their total number of Tao Lords is close to 100. Tao Lord Mi Luo laughed as well. I hope there will be more and more of them. Tao Lord Longwall nodded. Prior to the first battle, even the Tao Lords of the vassal races of the Tao Alliance were extremely crafty and wouldn't easily risk their lives for the sake of the human race. They were worried that the human race wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the other 2 supreme races. Naturally, they weren't willing to throw their lives away. Thus, at the very beginning, the human race hadn't even bothered to invite the Tao Lords of their vassal races. Now, however, things were different. The human race's first great victory had given the vassal races of the Tao Alliance a reassurance, allowing them to see the true strength of the human race. Now, if we count the Tao Lords of the Tao Alliance, as well as the 100 or so new Tao Lords who have joined us, we'll be able to deal with them. Even if the Monster Alliance and the Ghost Alliance are able to rope in a large number of supreme races, we'll still have a fighting chance. The only thing I'm worried about is those lone Empyrean powerhouses. If they act against the human race as well, the situation will be very bad, Jiang Ci said softly. Dalor Luo and Dalord Longwall frowned as well. This was a major problem. More than a month had passed since the conclusion of the first battle, but not a single lone Empyrean had been willing to join the human alliance. In the primal universe, Empyreans were experts who were capable of holding their own. If the human race only had a single Empyrean, while the enemy had 8 or 10, the human race would definitely be at a major disadvantage. The enemy would only need to send out a single Empyrean to tie down Empyrean, allowing the other Empyreans to attack with impunity and deal a heavy blow to the human race, just as Jiang Ci, Dalor Luo, and Dalord Longwall were discussing. Suddenly, Jiang Ci waved his hand and produced an azure stone medallion. Dalor Luo and Dalord Longwall both watched curiously. A look of delight appeared on Jiang Ci's face. He raised his head and said, "Seventh Senior Apprentice Brother Chan Yuan, I have something I need to do. If I can take care of it, it'll be of tremendous help to us in this war. If there's anything urgent you need, you can send me a message." "All right, hurry up and go," Dalord Luo said with a laugh. "It'll be of help to the war between the races. Hurry up and go," Dalord Longwall urged. Jiang Ci nodded. He immediately teleported to the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Quartz teleportation platform, then teleported back to Earth. A month ago, after the conclusion of that battle, he had contacted Empyrean Bluestone. Now, this mysterious existence had finally replied, requesting to meet him on Earth. Sent first, then changed later. Chapter 635. Earth, Pak Sun Province, Tongtian District. Calculating the time, it was already 43155 of the new moon era. 40,000 years had passed, and Earth had undergone tremendous changes. Only Tongtian District remained the same. At this moment, Jiang Ci had returned to Earth through the teleportation formation. He appeared in his villa out of thin air and walked to the backyard of the villa. This was the holy land of Earth's lineage. Naturally, there were many powerful cultivators guarding this place. However, when Jiang Ci walked past them, these guards could not see him at all. They could not sense his presence either. Soon, Jiang Ci arrived at a garden with the architectural style of the ancient Great Xia. Pavilions, terraces, small bridges, flowing water. In the garden, there were many precious flowers from all over the universe. There were flowers of various shapes and colors. It was like a fairyland. Furthermore, there were various animals and birds that were full of spiritual energy. One could see that heavenly venerable Qing Shi was playing with a little bird with golden feathers in the garden. Senior Qing Shi. Jiang Ci walked over and bowed respectfully. "Your garden is not bad." Heavenly venerable Qing Shi did not even raise his head. He was still bending over and playing with the bird. This should be a layout that was set up by a real master gardener. It looks like it was made by nature. There are no traces of craftsmanship at all. He shook his head in admiration. Then, he said, "It's different to have power. You don't even need to give orders. Countless talented beings will help you do things beautifully. Although I'm a high and mighty heavenly venerable, I don't have any power. It seems like I have to find a force and become an alliance leader or leader. I'll be satisfied when I'm in that position." Jiang Ci continued the conversation. He smiled and said, "Senior, if you join the Tao Alliance, your position will definitely—" "What? You want me to be the leader of the Tao Alliance?" Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi interrupted him and said jokingly, "You humans are willing to respect me? Jiang Ci smiled awkwardly. How is that possible? Humans were a peak race. No peak race would respect an outsider. This was a pride that was carved into their bones. Although Heavenly Venerable Qing, sure, usually maintained his human form, Heavenly Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds had told Jiang Ci that this mysterious existence was not human. No one knew what kind of bloodline he was from. This was also a mystery thus. If Celestial Exalt Bluestone really did join the Tao Alliance, he would at most be ranked in the top 3. He definitely wouldn't have much actual power. I wouldn't accept it even if you offered it to me. I'm free and unrestrained by myself. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head again. Besides, the human race is in a bad situation right now. Although you've dealt a heavy blow to the demon race and the ghost race, there's an even bigger storm brewing in the dark. I'm not an idiot to join the Tao Alliance at a time like this. It seems that Senior is also paying attention to the recent situation. Jiang Ci also stopped smiling. He said seriously, Senior, you're right. Although I've obtained a large number of Grade 6 and Grade 7 Supreme Treasures in the 8 Cloud Ruins, which have strengthened the foundation and strength of the human race, I've only obtained a few Grade 6 and Grade 7 Supreme Treasures. However, in the face of so many enemies, we are in urgent need of external help. I wonder if Senior would be willing to join our side? Empyrean Bluestone sat down in a wrought-tan chair at the side and said with a smile, the rise and fall of the human race has nothing to do with me. I can't be bothered to care either. Even if the human race is annihilated, it's fine as long as Jiang Dudu is fine. To be honest, if it weren't for Jiang Dudu, I wouldn't even be bothered to care about you. Dao Jiang Ci was dumbfounded. Senior, what secret is Dao hiding? He quickly asked. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head. When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. However, for the sake of Jiang Dudu, I can provide you with some information. Senior, please tell me. Jiang Ci was immediately energized. First, you can invite Heavenly Venerable Lu and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan. Among the lone Heavenly Venerables in the 4th universe, they're considered to be more trustworthy. As long as you're willing to take out the information of cultivating to the limit of a Heavenly Venerable, you should be able to invite them. Jiang Ci nodded lightly and remembered this in his heart. He had met Heavenly Venerable Lu before. He was a Heavenly Venerable expert who liked to gamble. However, he had never heard of Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan. He should be rarely active in the 4th universe. However, since Heavenly Venerable Bluestone took the initiative to recommend him, there should be no problem. Second, the root of this race war is in the upper realm. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone said again, upper realm. Jiang Ci was shocked. He had guessed correctly. When he found out that Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon had a stage 8 armor treasure, he had this thought, but he didn't dare to confirm it. Now, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had helped him confirm it. Senior, how do you know this? Jiang Ci asked. I have my own channels. You don't have to ask. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head. Then he said seriously, I'm only providing you with these 2 pieces of information this time because of Jiang Dudu. Since the upper realm has already intervened in the power dispute in the Chaos Sea, they must have already started looking for something. In this way, they shouldn't be far from discovering Jiang Dudu. Therefore, you must grow up as soon as possible. Jiang Ci's expression turned cold, and he was extremely shocked in his heart. Although Heavenly Venerable Bluestone didn't reveal too much information to him, these words seemed to hide a shocking secret. A long time ago, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had said that Jiang Dudu's secret was of great importance and couldn't be exposed. With Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's strength, he was ranked at the top in the entire Chaos Sea. Even Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament and Heavenly Venerable Ming Ming couldn't see through him. Since Jiang Dudu's secret could make Heavenly Venerable Bluestone pay so much attention and be so vigilant, Jiang Ci naturally didn't let down his guard. He had always felt a sense of urgency in his heart. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Dudu's secret was actually related to the upper realm. Was it the astral realm? Or was it a power from the primordial realm? Jiang Ci didn't ask anymore. He knew that even if he asked, he wouldn't get an answer. He said respectfully, "I'll remember." Thinking about it, he said again, "Seniors should know that although I obtained the 8 clouds inheritance, due to the restrictions of the Chaoses, heaven and earth law, I can only look at the heavenly venerable limit inheritances. However, I still know some information about cultivating eternity. It's all in this jade slip. Senior, feel free to take it." As Jiang Ci said that, he flipped his hand and took out a jade slip at the same time. However, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone didn't take it. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Consider yourself considerate. If it was the 8 clouds core inheritance, I would need it. Unfortunately, you can only provide me with some superficial inheritance information. It's of no help to me." Jiang Ci's heart stirred. He increasingly felt that Heavenly Venerable Bluestone was mysterious and unfathomable. One had to know that he hadn't revealed the difference between the core and periphery of the 8 clouds inheritance to the outside world. However, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone was very clear about this point, as if he had long known about the situation of the 8 clouds inheritance. That's all I have to say. Let's meet again next time. Grow up as soon as possible. In the future, perhaps you can help me. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone smiled. After saying that, he disappeared into thin air. Riverward still bowed, and then he stood on the spot and fell into deep thought. He was thinking about Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's strength and identity. Although the information I know about cultivating eternity is only a tiny bit, it's enough. If I were to take it out, it would definitely make those Heavenly Venerable powerhouses go crazy. However, in Senior Bluestone's eyes, it's not worth mentioning. From this, I can infer that Heavenly Venerable Bluestone should be at least a 3rd step Heavenly Venerable. I just don't know if he has reached the limits of a Heavenly Venerable. This was a very terrifying strength. This was because in the entire Chaos Sea, there were only about 10 3rd-step Heavenly Venerable powerhouses. In terms of identity and origin, Jiang Ci also had a guess. This was because the 2 pieces of information mentioned the upper realm. Although Heavenly Venerable Bluestone didn't reveal the source of his information, the 2 words upper realm made Jiang Ci think of Qing Shuang's clan, a clan called the Qing Yuan clan. Back then, the 8 Clouds Divine General told him that before the Primordial Realm's army embarked on the final path, they left behind a force in the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea to bring up the rear. Jiang Ci learned from the inheritance stones of the 8 Clouds Pavilion that the ones in charge of bringing up the rear were the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Qing Yuan clan. However, the Heavenly Feather Divine General later betrayed them, which caused the Primordial Realm's army to fail in the end. As for the ancestors of the Qing Yuan clan, who knew how many years ago they fought a great battle with the Upper Realm. In the end, the clan's strength plummeted and they disappeared in the long river of time. They only left some traces of their existence in the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea. For example, that battle caused 2 more forbidden lands to appear in the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea, Mount Xianhuang and Goldflow River. There was also that mysterious monitoring space. Qing Shuang, Bluestone, their names are so similar. Perhaps Senior Bluestone is a descendant of the Qing Yuan clan and has survived until now through some means. Jiang Ci finally made a guess, but he still couldn't confirm the answer. He understood that only when his strength met Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's requirements could he get the answer he wanted. Afterward, Jiang Ci didn't alert anyone on Earth and teleported away, returning to the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Lord Mountain Sea. Lord Jiang Ci. Greetings, Tao Lord. Jiang Ci walked between the floating immortal palaces. Wherever he passed, the true monarchs and tribulation transcenders bowed respectfully. Race war. He looked at those magnificent palaces. Although he couldn't see the other Tao lords, he could feel a powerful aura hidden in these palaces. Now, the Tao Alliance's heavenly court was the headquarters of the Tao Alliance. Not only were there more than 20 Tao lords of the human race gathered, but there were also more than 100 Tao lords from other top races. Of these 100 Tao lords, More than 80 were originally from the Tao Alliance's vassals of the human race. As for the remaining 100, they had just joined the Tao Alliance. There were more than 200 Tao Lords in total, and they were all preparing for the upcoming war. Jiang Xi, a figure wearing golden armor, walked out from the distant Nine Firmaments Palace. It was Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' main body. Master, Jiang Xi went forward and bowed respectfully. You came here for something? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked with a smile. In fact, according to the seniority between master and disciple, he didn't have to come out to greet Jiang Xi. It was just that the human race was facing a crisis, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was the one who controlled the entire situation. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was the one who received the forces that took the initiative to join and organize the powerhouses of the various forces. He came out to greet Jiang Xi out of habit. Moreover, the powerhouses of the human race generally wouldn't come here to disturb Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Since he was here, there must be something. Jiang Xi smiled. There is something good that I came to tell you, Master. Oh, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' interest was piqued. I just received news that Celestial Venerable Lu and Celestial Venerable Lai Shan can be invited. As long as you give them these 2 jade slips and promise that there will be space for them to live in the Holy Land universe that humans establish in the future. As Jiang Xi spoke, he took out 2 jade slips. The information in the jade slips was the method to cultivate to the limits of a celestial venerable. Good. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was pleasantly surprised. Most lone celestial venerables have eccentric personalities and are difficult to rope in. I was still worrying about how to rope in those lone celestial venerables. I didn't expect you to give me such a big gift. He laughed. By the way, where did you get the news? The personalities of lone celestial venerables are extremely secretive. It's very difficult for others to know. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked again. Celestial Venerable Bluestone told me. Jiang Xi didn't hide it. After all, his current strength and status were different from before. It didn't matter if these secrets were exposed. Who in the human race would dare to cause trouble for him? Celestial Venerable Bluestone? No wonder. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded gently and wasn't too surprised. It's because of his existence that Celestial Venerable Purple Firmaments, Skyspan, Mountain River Diagram couldn't monitor Earth. It wasn't until you walked out of Earth that Skyspan Mountain River Diagram was able to monitor Earth again. Speaking of which, he was the one who took Earth from us humans back then. Although his tone was flat, it gave Riverward a great shock. Celestial Venerable Bluestone took Earth? What was going on? This is something that happened a long time ago and wasn't recorded. I heard it from my master, Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament. It said that the first human in the 4th universe came from Earth. However, Celestial Venerable Bluestone suddenly appeared and took Earth from the humans, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments explained. Jiang Xi was enlightened. It was no wonder that the human powerhouses all said that Earth was the ancestral land of the Tao Alliance's humans. However, he had been a peak human powerhouse for so long, but he hadn't found any information about Earth among the humans. Grandmaster Purple Firmament was an invincible celestial venerable. How could Celestial Venerable Bluestone take Earth from him? Jiang Xi was puzzled. Back then, the human race was still very weak. My master wasn't an invincible celestial venerable from the beginning. Furthermore, my master wasn't in charge of the human race back then. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments explained. Jiang Xi nodded gently. It seemed like this was something that happened a long time ago. Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament continued. It wasn't until you walked out of Earth that my master's Skyspan Mountain River Diagram discovered Earth's existence again. Only then did he discover that Earth was hiding so many secrets. Now that I think about it, if Earth was just an ordinary planet with life, Celestial Venerable Bluestone wouldn't have taken Earth away with such great fanfare. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi completely understood the relationship between Earth and the humans of the Tao Alliance. The humans of the 4th universe came from Earth. However, back then, the human race was still very weak and didn't have the strength to discover the many secrets hidden on Earth. Then, celestial venerable bluestone's appearance caused Earth to disappear from the human territory. Naturally, Earth's secrets were hidden as well. Earth, Jiang Xi thought to himself. He suddenly realized that he had never truly seen through this planet. At this moment, Tao Lord Nine Firmament said to Jiang Xi with anticipation, "All right, your main body should hurry up and break through to become a Tao Lord as soon as possible. Then, our human race's chances of victory will be even greater." Understood. Jiang Xi nodded with a smile, temporarily suppressing his thoughts. Becoming a Tao Lord wasn't difficult for him at all. As long as his main body refined Mount Xianhuang, he could choose to break through at any time. Soon, first released, then changed. Chapter 636. In the primordial realm Chaos Sea, Mount Xianhuang, one of the three Deadlands, had stood tall in this vast world for a very long time. Although this place was filled with danger enough to kill heavenly venerables, it was also a cultivation holy land for tempering one's body and essence spirit. Therefore, many experts of the various factions in the Chaos Sea cultivated here. Among these cultivators, Heavenly Venerate Qingyan of the Great Sky Sacred Land was the strongest, followed by Heavenly Venerate Evil of the First Universe and Heavenly Venerate Blood Moon of the Second Universe. These three Heavenly Venerates cultivated here partly to improve the strength of their bodies and essence spirits, and partly to find a way to refine Mount Xianhuang. Among them, Heavenly Venerate Qingyan had stayed here for the longest time, more than 1,000,000 epochs, but he still hadn't succeeded. On this day, Heavenly Venerate Qingyan, who was closest to Mount Xianhuang, suddenly felt that the powerful treasure aura emitted by Mount Xianhuang seemed to have changed. Although the aura of the treasure hadn't changed and still far surpassed that of a Tier 7 treasure, he felt that something was different. Strange. Heavenly Venerate Qingyan shook his head. Mount Xianhuang has had a few strange changes in the past tens of thousands of years. It must be the same this time. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me to refine Mount Xianhuang. This thought flashed through his mind. Then, he began to excitedly try to refine Mount Xianhuang. Heavenly Venerate Qingyan didn't find it boring at all. He had long gotten used to this cultivation rhythm over the years. An epoch might pass if he opened his eyes or closed them. However, he had awakened more frequently in the past tens of thousands of years, and it was all related to a human. The first time, it was a universe realm Tao, lord of the heavenly feather race, who asked him for help. Because he owed the first sacred lord of the heavenly feather race a favor, he slapped that human. He didn't expect that after he attacked, the human actually succeeded in killing the universe realm Tao, lord of the heavenly feather race, and successfully dodged his slap. Then, the 8 cloud ruins appeared and caused a stir in the Chaos Sea. However, Mount Xianhuang also had some strange changes at that time, so he didn't rush over. In the end, he discovered that the human Tao Lord who escaped from him was actually the 8 cloud inheritor, Tao Lord Mountain Sea. For this reason, he had been regretting it for the past few thousand years. He regretted not slapping Tao Lord Mountain Sea and killing him directly. Otherwise, this 8 clouds inheritance would belong to their great sky holy land. This was because the two most likely candidates to obtain 8 clouds legacy, other than Tao Monarch Mountain Sea, was their great sky holy land's true monarch Hu Yu. However, there was no point in regretting. It had already happened. At the core of Mount Xianhuang's origin space, the 9-layered mountain peak that was originally composed of white blades of light was now almost completely golden. Only the tip of the main peak was left with a bit of white. This was the final struggle of the spirit of Mount Xianhuang. Despicable human, I curse you. You will die a horrible death. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang roared. However, his voice was very soft and weak. Thank you for your curse. I will live well. Jiang Xi smiled. Then he split out 9 more strands of his spirit sense, forming mysterious spirit sense runes. Using the 9 spirits refinement art, he forcibly refined Mount Xianhuang. But as this spirit sense rune was imprinted, the nine-layered mountain peak trembled slightly. The last bit of white also turned golden. At this moment, Jiang Xi felt a strange connection with Mount Xianhuang. It was as if this towering mountain peak that was 900 million light-years tall had become a part of his body. Human, the spirit of Mount Xianhuang was still roaring crazily with a deep sense of despair. Goodbye. With a thought, Jiang Xi erased its existence. Mount Xianhuang, this supreme treasure's origin space is yours. It should be said that it was originally yours. Now, it has returned to its rightful owner. He smiled again. Thank you, Master. The old spirit of Mount Xianhuang was pleasantly surprised. A shadow appeared on Jiang Xi's black armor with golden patterns. Then, this shadow turned into a stream of light and drilled into the golden nine-layered mountain peak. At this point, after 2,600 years, he had finally refined this powerful supreme treasure that had stood in the chaos sea for countless eras. However, he was still unable to fully activate this ninth-grade supreme treasure. Let's give it a try first. Boom! Riverward's immortal force, primordial spirit force, and physical strength began to circulate rapidly. It was like a burning explosion of energy that spread throughout the origin source space and eventually covered every corner of the space. Rise! He growled This colossal object that was 900 million light-years tall floated up 1 trillion kilometers, then slowly descended another 1 trillion kilometers. It's very strenuous. It's like a child trying to swing a giant hammer. With my current strength, I can't fully utilize this supreme treasure's power. Jiang Xi shook his head. In the outside world, Jiang Xi's attempt to activate Mount Xianhuang caused the entire mountain to tremble violently. It was as if more than half of the chaos sea had sensed the tremors. The boundless gray mist of the chaos sea was like a raging sea, stirring up raging waves. Mount Xianhuang's tremors released terrifying energy that tore open one abyssal fissure after another in the void. What's going on? Is the eternal road descending? Why does it feel like the sky is falling? The powerhouses cultivating in Mount Xianhuang felt it the most clearly. They were also the most shocked and terrified. In this chaotic situation, Jiang Xi silently teleported out of Mount Xianhuang's origin space. No powerhouse noticed him. He was now the master of Mount Xianhuang, so he could naturally enter and exit the origin space at will without causing any commotion. Moreover, Jiang Xi had already changed his appearance and aura. With the strength of his nascent spirit, unless a third-step celestial venerable personally inspected him, no one would be able to discern his true identity. Afterward, Jiang Xi arrived at a large security area of Mount Xianhuang and blended into the group of powerhouses cultivating in seclusion. Keep. He looked at the majestic mountain peak and muttered in his heart. Boom. The powerhouses cultivating in seclusion were even more shocked. Look, Mount Xianhuang is shrinking. It's shrinking. How is this possible? Mount Xianhuang, which was 900 million light-years tall, seemed to cover the entire world. Under the watchful eyes of the powerhouses cultivating in seclusion, it rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it went from 900 million light-years tall to 1 light-year tall, and then to 1 kilometer tall. In the end, it disappeared into thin air. It completely disappeared. Mount Xianhuang disappeared. It was refined by some powerhouse. This is earth-shattering news. At this moment, whether it was the extremely noble Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink, Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon, Heavenly Venerable Evil, or the Tao Lords, they were all terrified who in the entire chaos sea could refine this legendary supreme treasure. Then, this news quickly spread to all the major factions in the chaos sea in an extremely frenzied manner. Although no one deliberately fanned the flames this time, the news of Mount Xianhuang's disappearance shocked the major factions, no less than the Eight Clouds' inheritance. From now on, the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea's 3 most dangerous lands would become 2 most dangerous lands. Great Sky's Sacred Land, Giant Hammer, Divine Realms, Divine Palace. It was originally empty. In just a moment, many powerhouses led by Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo arrived. Their faces were filled with unconcealable shock and surprise. I believe everyone already knows that Mount Xianhuang has disappeared, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said in a deep voice. Great Sky Supreme rarely appeared, so whenever something major happened in the Great Sky Sacred Land, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo would be in charge. We also received the news. How could Mount Xianhuang disappear? It has stood in the chaos sea for countless years. Even invincible Heavenly Venerables can't forcefully take it away. How could it suddenly disappear? At this moment, no matter how high their status was or how strong their mental states were, they were still shocked by this sudden news. These powerhouses who had lived for countless eras were all shocked and in disbelief. Look, this is the scene sent by my clan's Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo pointed to the void. Whoosh! A scene appeared in the air above the Divine Palace. The scene recorded was the process of Mount Xianhuang's disappearance. Mount Xianhuang began to tremble violently, and terrifying energy tore open abyssal cracks. Then, Mount Xianhuang rapidly shrank and finally disappeared into thin air. Without a doubt, it's obvious that some powerhouse refined this legendary supreme treasure to be able to do this, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said in a deep voice. Who is it? Who has the strength to do so? Back then, even the Prime said that no powerhouse in the primordial realm's chaos sea was qualified to refine Mount Xianhuang. Even invincible Heavenly Venerables who reached the limits of Heavenly Venerables couldn't refine it. Yes, the long years have proven that no one can refine this supreme treasure with strength alone. Amidst the clamor, the powerhouses of the Great Sky Sacred Land expressed their opinions. In the end, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said in a deep voice, everyone has reached a consensus. It's indeed impossible to refine Mount Xianhuang with strength alone. Countless powerhouses have tried to refine it over the endless years, but none succeeded. In fact, my clan's Heavenly Venerable also tried to refine it before he attempted the Eternal Realm, but he still failed. It's indeed impossible to refine it with strength alone. We can be sure that refining Mount Xianhuang requires a fortuitous encounter, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said solemnly. The Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Land all nodded in agreement. I suspect that some lucky young powerhouse went to Mount Xianhuang for the first time and happened to refine it, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said. Young powerhouse. First time to Mount Xianhuang? Everyone fell into deep thought. It was indeed possible, and the possibility was very high. No matter who he is, as long as he can control Mount Xianhuang, he's not weak. If he can fully unleash the power of this supreme treasure, he could be called invincible. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo's eyes flashed. Therefore, we have to investigate. We have to find out who has Mount Xianhuang. If it's a weakling, then we have a chance to seize this supreme treasure and obtain the method to refine Mount Xianhuang from him. Yes, the Great Sky's Sacred Land's Tao Lords all obeyed. Soon, this ancient sacred land universe began to reveal its ferocious claws and fangs to the vast primordial realm chaos, to track down the owner of Mount Xianhuang. Jun Tian Supreme was the master of the Great Sky Sacred Land, so he naturally knew the contents of this meeting. However, he didn't show himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare. He also coveted Mount Xianhuang and had tried many times, but unfortunately, he failed every time. Back then, even though he had the strength to challenge the Eternal Realm, he still couldn't do anything to Mount Xianhuang. That's a supreme treasure from the primordial realm. Jun Tian Supreme sighed softly. Who refined it? Could it be 1,000 transformations, Divine General? He was bewildered. It seemed that this was the only possibility. However, intuition told Jun Tian Supreme that there might be other secrets. This was also the reason why he didn't stop his clansmen from investigating. If it was really refined by 1,000 transformations, Divine General, then the investigation would definitely fail. If not, then the great sky sacred land would naturally think of ways to seize Mount Xianhuang. However, right now, I still have to complete Thousand Transformations Divine General's mission. Although the supreme treasure is important, it's not as important as becoming a disciple of the Thousand Transformations lineage. Thinking of this, Jun Tian Supreme shook his head, because some time ago, he discovered that he couldn't contact Thousand Transformations Divine General. This surprised him because the contact method was left behind by Thousand Transformations Divine General. Even if the other party was in the astral realm, he could receive his message. However, more than a month had passed, and he didn't receive any reply. Could it be that he just happened to refine Mount Xianhuang during this period of time? Jun Tian Supreme guessed, but in the end, he still didn't have an answer. Let's wait and see. Jun Tian Supreme knew the priority of the matter. The most important thing now was to destroy the fourth universe's human race, because through this matter, he might be able to capture Tao Lord Mountain Sea and gather information about Mountain Sea Star. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone, directly completing the mission given to him by Thousand Transformations Divine General. Those trash from the demon race and ghost race. I gave them so many 7th grade supreme treasures and even 1 8th grade supreme treasure, but they still lost. Looks like I still have to use the 3rd move. Jun Tian Supreme shook his head lightly. Thousand Transformations Divine General gave him 10 8th grade supreme treasures, but he only took out 3 and gave them to the 3 heavenly venerables of the 4th universe. The other 7 8th grade supreme treasures were, of course, secretly kept by him as the foundation of the great sky sacred land. Boom! In the endless void of the chaos sea, a huge existence that was covered in black scales slowly appeared. For a time, the surrounding space within countless light years turned into a world of black flames. I haven't been to the Chaos Sea for a long time. This familiar smell. If Mount Xianhuang hadn't disappeared, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come out of the Sacred Land universe, even after 1,000 calamity eras. Back then, even Red Lotus Supreme of my race couldn't take Mount Xianhuang away. I didn't expect it to be refined by some powerful being. I wonder which lucky little fellow it is. I have to find Mount Xianhuang, find that little fellow, and find out how he refined and controlled Mount Xianhuang. This terrifying existence from Red Lotus Sacred Land seemed to be moving slowly, but his speed was extremely fast as he rushed toward Mount Xianhuang's original location. At the same time, the various factions of the Chaos Sea also heard the news and began to investigate who had refined Mount Xianhuang. After all, the temptation of this legendary treasure was too great for them to resist. Therefore, the entire primordial realm's chaos sea was once again in turmoil. First released, then changed. Chapter 637. After successfully refining Mount Xianhuang, Jiang Xi found a vortex passage closest to Universe 4 through the monitoring space left by the Qingyuan clan and rushed there. As for the great shock caused by Mount Xianhuang's disappearance, it had nothing to do with him. The heavenly pavilion changed its shape and quickly shuttled through the endless chaos gray fog. It passed through dangerous places that caused the expressions of many experts in the Chaos Sea to change. In the treasure space, Jiang Xi frowned and fell in a deep thought. It will take 3 more days to rush back to Universe 4 from here. The situation shouldn't have changed much. I can take advantage of this time to familiarize myself with the fused 7-fold mountain. With a thought, a 7-fold mountain appeared in front of him. It was formed by the fusion of his treasure, 6-fold mountain, and Mount Xianhuang. It's still at the peak of rank 9. It shouldn't be. Jiang Xi felt the treasure aura emitted by 7-fold mountain and shook his head. Master, this is the heaven and earth precepts of the Chaos Sea. I can feel that a large part of my treasure's origin is being suppressed by a domineering force. The old spirit of Mount Xianhuang, which was now the spirit of 7-fold mountain, explained the reason. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. The peak of rank 9 was equivalent to the peak of heavenly venerable. It was the highest level allowed in the Chaos Sea. Whether it was cultivators or treasures, they had to abide by this rule. Unless they broke this rule and broke through to the eternal realm. Then, with the explanation of the spirit of Sevenfold Mountain, Jiang Xi learned more about this treasure. Mount Xuanhuang's original complete state was above rank 9. However, due to that great battle, this supreme treasure had been shattered into pieces, falling from that level. Now, although he had reassembled Sevenfold Mountain, this treasure was still incomplete. Only when all 9 mountains are gathered can this treasure be at its strongest state. The last 2 mountains should be in some corner of the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. I'll look for it after the crisis of my race is resolved, Jiang Xi thought. Next, he began to examine the various functions of Sevenfold Mountain. Armor transformation. The 9th rank supreme treasure, Sevenfold Mountain, turned into a black and gold stream of light and attached itself to Jiang Xi's body. Then, it instantly transformed into a set of black battle armor. However, this was not the end. A part of the stream of light entered Jiang Xi's mind after circling around his primordial spirit. It turned into a golden soul armor. 9th level armor, 9th level soul armor. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up, full of surprise. Armor, true treasures, and essence, soul, true treasures were complete. With such physical and essence soul defenses, who in the entire Chaos Sea can injure me? Jiang Xi was filled with confidence. Moreover, the power of the space-time domain has also been strengthened. Then, with a thought, Jiang Xi's armor spread out an invisible wave. The surrounding space and time instantly froze. At the same time, it carried a terrifying pressure and binding force. Very strong. I wonder if he has reached the level of a celestial venerable? Jiang Xi understood that although Sevenfold Mountain's power was at the pinnacle of the 9th level, with his current strength, he still could not unleash the full power of this true treasure. When a celestial venerable had a miniature universe and used the space-time domain, it reflected the projection of the universe. Naturally, its power was far beyond the space-time domain of the Grotto Heaven world. After all, the diameter of a miniature universe was at least 1 trillion light years. No matter what, if I meet a celestial venerable in the Chaos Sea in the future, I will have greater confidence. Jiang Xi thought to himself. Previously, his avatar had a short fight with celestial venerable Thousand Devil of the demon race in the original universe. However, the original universe was different from the Chaos Sea. Everyone could only unleash the combat power of a Tao Lord, so that battle could not be considered a battle with a celestial venerable. Besides, I have to break through to the Tao Lord realm as soon as possible. Between a true Lord and a Tao Lord was actually a process of accumulation. As long as one could completely master a heaven path, one could break through. Of course, it was easier said than done. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. To comprehend and even fully master a heaven path, one could not lack talent, comprehension, and opportunity. From this point alone, the strength of the EXP panel was reflected. With the help of the interface, Riverward had comprehended 3 complete heavenly Tao in just over 100,000 years. Then let's break through now. There was nothing to hesitate about. With his accumulation and the guidance of the 8 Clouds inheritance, breaking through was not difficult. Jiang Xi operated the various powers in his body, including Tao techniques, primordial spirit, body, secret techniques, and world power. According to the method of breaking through in the 8 Clouds inheritance, he directly broke through the bottleneck between a true Lord and a Tao Lord boom. Suddenly, there was a feeling of heaven and earth splitting that lingered in Riverward's heart. At this moment, his body and primordial spirit seemed to have been sublimated, and his life level had undergone a transition. At the same time, in the depths of the space between the 4th universe, Jiang Xi's Grotto Heaven world was also undergoing drastic changes. At the edge of the originally calm and peaceful world, a vortex with a diameter of more than 1 million kilometers appeared. The entire vortex appeared layer by layer, showing 5 colors and emitting monstrous pressure. At the center of the vortex was a passageway with a diameter of 100 kilometers, connecting to the land of origin of the fourth universe. Jiangxi's avatar stood in front of the passageway with a serious expression. This is the most critical moment. Devour the universe origin. In the boundless chaos sea, there was no lack of chaos fog. This was an extremely high-level energy, and so far, no great being dared to directly absorb this energy with his body. This was because this was the source of the universe origin. The 4 original universes, the 2 eternal universes, and a large number of miniature universes of celestial venerables absorbed chaos fog to transform into universe origin and expand their size. Similarly, the grotto heaven worlds of true lords and Tao lords also absorbed energy to expand, but the grotto heaven worlds absorbed universe origin. Under normal circumstances, a universe Tao lord would need to spend millions or even tens of millions of eras to expand his grotto heaven world to a diameter of 900 million light years. That was the limit of a grotto heaven world size. This was because the expansion of a grotto heaven world was a very long process. It was very difficult to reach a diameter of 900 million light years. To reach the real limit, which was a diameter of 10 billion light years, one had to have a heaven-defying opportunity. Although breaking through from a true lord to a Tao lord wasn't a heaven-defying opportunity, it was still a great opportunity. Many cultivators with a strong foundation could devour universe origin to rapidly expand their grotto heaven worlds during this process. This way, they could lay a solid foundation for their path to becoming a Tao lord. Unlike ordinary cultivators, Jiangxi's mountain sea grotto heaven had already expanded to a diameter of 4 billion light years. By constantly integrating eternal fragments, this didn't mean that he didn't care about the opportunity brought by this breakthrough. On the contrary, he cared too much. This was because the universe origin he devoured could be transformed into experience points. Last time, when he transcended 9 tribulations in the ancient immortal world and broke through to the tribulation transcender realm, the original will of the fourth universe gave him a lot of heavenly Tao origin. And the heavenly Tao origin was a manifestation of the universe origin. In other words, 1 wisp of universe origin equals 10 trillion experience points. 1 eternal experience point equals 1 trillion experience points equals 1,000 wisps of universe origin. Therefore, Jiangxi cared too much about this breakthrough. The breakthrough process is very short, so I must devour the universe origin as much as possible. Jiangxi's heart was filled with anticipation as he fully activated the devouring power of the grotto heaven world. Rumble. Although the colorful vortex channel was only 100 kilometers in diameter, it was crazily devouring the universe origin from the land of the universe origin. Snake-like streams of colorful light flowed along the vortex channel and continuously poured into the mountain sea grotto heaven. Every single stream of rainbow light was a universe origin. This speed was naturally many times faster than when Jiangxi transcended 9 tribulations in a row. Some of these universe origins directly integrated into the mountain sea grotto heaven, expanding the size of the grotto heaven world. Most of them were refined by Jiangxi. Refine. Jiangxi tried his best to refine the universe origins with his primordial spirit. With the strength of his primordial spirit, the efficiency of refining was extremely high. In almost an instant, he could refine a universe origin and obtain 10 trillion experience points. However, in Jiangxi's view, this speed was far from enough. In just a moment, the vortex channel connecting to the land of origin of the fourth universe disappeared. The breakthrough process from perfected Lord to Tao Lord was over. The diameter of the mountain sea grotto heaven has reached 5 billion light years. If I use eternal fragments to upgrade, it will probably take at least 100,000 years. Jiangxi smiled. Previously, When he was in seclusion in the Eight Clouds Pavilion, it took him 30,000 years to increase the diameter of the mountain sea grotto heaven from 3 billion light years to 4 billion light years. The larger the grotto heaven world was, the longer it would take to expand. Through this breakthrough, he directly saved 100,000 years of effort. If an ordinary perfected Lord breaks through to Tao Lord, it would be good if the diameter of the grotto heaven world can be increased by 1 million light years. Jiang Xi was very satisfied with this upgrade, which benefited from his accumulation of foundation. After all, which expert at the perfected Lord level could have a grotto heaven world with a diameter of 4 billion light years? However, the biggest gain this time is not the expansion of the grotto heaven world. Jiang Xi glanced at the changes in the experience points panel. Cultivation, true body, desolate level Tao Lord. 1 yuan / 100 yuan. Clone, desolate level Tao Lord. 1 yuan / 100 yuan. Eternal experience points. 19183 yuan. In just a short moment, he had obtained a total of nearly 20,000 eternal experience points. If he were to hunt Tao Lords, even if he were to kill all the universe Tao Lords, he would have to kill more than 2,000 of them. This was too difficult. Previously, when the major forces of the Chaos Sea ambushed him outside the Eight Clouds ruins, it provided him with a great opportunity to hunt. It was almost impossible for there to be a next time. With so many experience points, at least it will be enough for me to use for a long time. Jiang Xi thought to himself. In the following time, Jiang Xi began to carefully comprehend his new realm and strength. At the same time, he used the experience points panel to increase his cultivation level and the level of his 2 ultimate techniques. Ever since he reached the perfected Lord level, he was no longer restricted by the restriction of having to refine spiritual fruits to level up. This was because before he became a perfected Lord, his body and primordial spirit could not withstand the impact of rapid leveling up. Therefore, he had to use a large amount of spiritual energy to offset that impact. After he became a perfected Lord, with his strength, he will be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refine enough energy in an instant. He would no longer need to rely on spiritual fruits. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Jiang Xi's true body had quietly returned to Universe 4 without causing any commotion. Only the upper echelons of the human race knew that he had returned. During this period of time, the situation in Universe 4 became more and more tense. The human race, the demon race, and the ghost race, the 3 peak races, were all trying their best to rope in those top races. The advantage of the human race was naturally Jiang Xi's promise that after the war, he would give them a certain amount of inheritance information. The advantage of the demon race and the ghost race was that they promised to give better conditions and more inheritance information than the human race. This was because behind these 2 peak races stood Jun Tian Supreme. This existence had already cultivated to the eternal realm and was not restricted by the Chaos Sea's laws of heaven and earth. He could provide more information about the eternal realm than Jiang Xi. Although Jiang Xi had the 8 Clouds inheritance, he could not see a large amount of information beyond the heavenly venerable limit. In comparison, his advantage was much smaller. Of course, no matter what, the 2 camps with the 3 peak races as the core were still gradually taking shape. The human race's camp was one side, and the demon race and the ghost race's camp was the other side. Under this undercurrent, the upcoming terrifying war was getting closer and closer. The entire Universe 4 had fallen into the terrifying oppression before an unprecedented super war. Jiang Xi, come quickly. On this day, Jiang Xi, who was also cultivating in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, suddenly heard Tao Lord 9 Cloud's voice. His voice was very anxious. Oh! Jiang Xi immediately felt that something was amiss. This was because Master 9 Clouds was an extremely steady person. He rarely appeared in such an anxious situation. Swoosh! He immediately teleported and arrived at 9 Clouds Hall, where Tao Lord 9 Clouds was. In the hall, Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Yanqing, Tao Lord Shirzun, Tao Lord Sword 1, Tao Lord Chong Yuan, and the other human experts also teleported over. Almost instantly, a total of 1 heavenly venerable and 23 Tao lords of the human race, including Tao Lord Nine Clouds, who was originally in the hall, arrived. When the world happened to make masters so anxious. Riverward looked at the frowning Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. The other human experts also had solemn expressions. Everyone felt an invisible pressure. It was an intuition that something was wrong. Everyone. Tao Lord Nine Clouds looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "The situation has just changed." "What change?" "Nine Clouds, what happened? What's going on?" All the human experts, including Ming Tianzuan, asked one after another. During this period of time, everyone had been in seclusion cultivation. Tao Lord Nine Clouds was usually in charge of controlling the situation. "I just received news that a large number of top races," Tao Lord Nine Clouds said solemnly. Jiang Ci, Venerable Ming, and the others were shocked. The Tao Lords of the top races were the key to this race war. In the alliance of a human race, the demon race, and the ghost race, whoever could obtain more would have a greater advantage. Judging from Tao Lord Nine Clouds' grim expression, could it be that many top races had joined the alliance? There are a total of 194 top races, close to 10,000 ordinary races, and billions of weak races. They have formed an unprecedented new faction, the Myriad Races Alliance. Tao Lord Nine Clouds said in a deep voice, "The Myriad Races Alliance." Instantly, the hall was in an uproar. Jiang Ci, Venerable Ming, and the other human experts were all shocked. This was a huge change in the situation that changed the current situation of Universe 4. First released, then changed. Chapter 638. Within Nine Firmaments Palace. The human Tao Lords were shocked and puzzled after hearing Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' words. How is that possible? There's so many clans. It's too difficult to unite them. Yes, if they could form an alliance, they would have done so many years ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. The sudden appearance of the alliance of myriad races was too shocking. There were a total of 3 peak races in the 4th universe. They were in a tripartite situation and controlled more than 90% of the entire universe. Although the 3 races were at war with each other, everyone had a tacit understanding for their own interests. They wouldn't sit back and watch a 4th peak race appear. For example, the Battle Rune race of the Purple Firmament sect in the human territory and the Ancient God race of the Tonggu continent in the Outer Realm battlefield. The Tao Lord Patriarchs of these races were once existences who had the potential to become celestial venerables. However, before they could mature, they were destroyed by the experts of the 3 races. Those top clans, close to 10,000 ordinary clans and billions of weak clans, if they wanted to survive, they basically had to rely on stronger clans to ensure their survival. Therefore, the situation in the 4th universe had been relatively stable for countless years under the control of the 3 peak races. Moreover, although so many peak, ordinary, and weak races were scattered in various corners of the universe, they weren't harmonious. Many races had grudges between them. Let so many races form an alliance? The alliance of the human camp, the monster race, and the ghost race had never considered such a situation. After all, in such a short period of time, it was too difficult to unite the countless clans. It was almost impossible. In addition, the strength of the ordinary and weak clans was indeed very weak. As there were no Tao Lords, they were in precarious situations in the universe. They could only rely on the protection of the peak races to survive. Even if they formed an alliance, they wouldn't pose a threat to the 3 peak races. Naturally, everyone ignored the possibility of them forming an alliance. The real threat to the 3 pinnacle clans was the alliance of 194 pinnacle clans. 194 peak races. How? How many Tao Lords do they have? How do they do it? Jiang Ci couldn't believe it. An alliance between races wasn't something that could be settled by everyone sitting together and talking. Moreover, the alliance of myriad races involved so many races. There were grievances, disputes over interests who had a higher status, who had a lower status, and who was the leader. These were all contradictions. It was too difficult to twist everyone into a single group. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said in a deep voice, "An external force is behind all of this." In the past, the fourth universe was under the control of the three pinnacle races, and the situation was relatively stable. Those races were not under enough pressure. And now, because the two camps were trying to rope them in, their team was being forced. Under these circumstances, there were naturally some Tao Lords who didn't want to help either side. However, they were worried that they wouldn't be strong enough by themselves. Thus, some Tao Lords began to form factions in secret. Although there were signs before, I didn't take it seriously because the scale was small. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the situation would change so drastically? The small alliances would suddenly form a super alliance. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments explained the situation and said solemnly, "Furthermore, the leader of the Myriad Races Alliance is Patriarch Demon Heart." As soon as he said this, the expressions of the human clan experts in the hall changed slightly. Patriarch Demon Heart. He was a lone heavenly venerate of the fourth universe. He was an extremely mysterious existence who rarely appeared in the fourth universe. Among the lone heavenly venerates, Heavenly Venerate Bluestone and Patriarch Demon Heart were equally mysterious. All the factions in the Chaos Sea were wary of them. This was because they had dominated the Chaos Sea for so long and had never been defeated. They also never participated in the disputes between factions. In terms of overall strength, the newly formed Myriad Races Alliance was definitely ranked in the top 5 of the Chaos Sea. However, a mysterious existence like Patriarch Demon Heart had become the leader of the Myriad Races Alliance without any warning. There are 194 pinnacle races in the Myriad Races Alliance, and each race has at least one Tao Lord expert. In total, there are more than 600 Tao Lords. Furthermore, some of the Tao Lords in the human camp, the demon camp, and the ghost camp have left and joined the Myriad Races Alliance. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said solemnly. Left. The human experts didn't look too good. Of course, everyone understood that vassal races were ultimately just vassals. It was impossible to make them follow unswervingly. Before this, the various pinnacle races had no choice but to make a choice when faced with the recruitment of the two camps. Although many had gritted their teeth and joined the human race, however, when some of the pinnacle races secretly formed an alliance, it was naturally easy to take away these unwilling races. Nine Firmaments. How many Tao Lord in our human camp are missing? Venerable Ming asked in a low voice. A while ago, the human camp had 192 Tao Lords. But now, including us, there are 161 left. I'm afraid there will be more Tao Lords coming to bid farewell. If they want to leave, we can't stop them. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head with a bitter smile. For a time, Nine Firmament Palace fell silent. The atmosphere was very stifling. Jiang Ci, Venerable Ming, and the other human experts all had grim expressions. When those races had come to join the human camp, they had merely done so. Although they had received promises from the human race, they couldn't sell themselves to the human race forever. If the human race forcefully stopped them, it would probably cause an even greater storm. There's another piece of bad news, Tao Lord Nine Firmament said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ci, Venerable Ming, and the others smiled bitterly. There's more. There are a total of 8 heavenly venerables in the fourth universe, including Patriarch Demon Heart. 5 of them have joined the Myriad Races Alliance. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at everyone with a grave expression. Immediately, everyone fell silent. If the Myriad Races Alliance only had a large number of Tao Lords, everyone could accept it. But now, the Myriad Races Alliance had actually recruited so many Heavenly Venerables at the Heavenly Venerables level. The situation was different. Even if Heavenly Venerables were limited by the laws of heaven and earth of the primal universe and could only display the combat strength of a Tao Lord, they were still invincible. One invincible expert was enough to change the outcome of a war, let alone 5. What I'm worried about now is whether they also have that many 7th-tier supreme treasures, or even 8th-tier supreme treasures. Jiangxi's eyes flickered as he said slowly. The moment these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. That's right. The Fey race and Ghost race each suddenly had 10 7th-tier supreme treasures, and the 2 heavenly venerables of their race suddenly had an 8th-tier supreme treasure. Behind all of this, there was a huge mastermind behind all of this. No matter how they looked at it now, the formation of the Myriad Races Alliance was very strange. Perhaps their alliance was manipulated by the big black hand then. The possibility of them having 7th-tier supreme treasures or even 8th-tier supreme treasures was very high. Wait, we can only wait now. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments sighed softly. After the formation of the Myriad Races Alliance, it's still uncertain whether they'll be friends or foes. Previously, the individual races didn't have the confidence to negotiate or make demands with the 2 major factions. But now, they're considered one of the top 5 major factions in the Chaos Sea. They're enough to influence the direction of this race war. It can be said that whichever side they join, that side will win. I believe that the formation of the Myriad Races Alliance is definitely not accidental, especially that patriarch Demon Heart. He never participated in the conflict between factions before. This time, he quietly became the leader of this super faction. He definitely has a request. Therefore, the Myriad Races Alliance will make a move very soon. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments regained his calm. The experts of the human race nodded in agreement. Although the situation was terrible, it wasn't to the point of being at the end of the line. If they really join the alliance of the demon race and ghost race, then don't blame me for going on a killing spree. Jiangxi thought to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This was his main body now. In terms of strength, his main body was naturally stronger. The strength of his clone's primordial spirit was still at the level of a Tao Lord, but his main body's primordial spirit was already at the level of a first step heavenly venerable. 8 Firmament's 2 ultimate techniques, 8 Lives and Cloud Annihilation, target the body and primordial spirit respectively. These 2 ultimate techniques aren't just cultivation methods. They also have mysterious and powerful offensive methods. The contents of the 2 ultimate techniques surfaced in Jiangxi's mind. The offensive method of 8 Lives was to allow the body to explode with greater strength for a short period of time. Simply put, it was similar to self-destruction. It allowed the body's strength to explode in an instant. It allowed the cultivator's strength to increase by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. The offensive method of cloud annihilation was to attack with the primordial spirit. It was a very simple offensive method. However, the Great Tao was simple. The simpler the method, the easier it was to cause great damage to the enemy. However, the minimum requirement to use the primordial spirit attack was that the cultivator's primordial spirit had to be at the level of a first step heavenly venerable. Therefore, his clone couldn't use it previously. Cloud annihilation means that under the primordial spirit attack, any primordial spirit that is weaker than mine will be destroyed like clouds and mist, falling into a muddle-headed state. With the strength of my first step heavenly venerable primordial spirit, those Tao Lords won't be able to withstand my primordial spirit attack unless they have a 7th-step primordial spirit treasure. Jiangxi's heart was filled with killing intent. He was a member of the human race. The human race was his home. If anyone dared to destroy his home, he wouldn't be merciful. Of course, this was an extreme case. If the alliance of the myriad races was willing to join the human race, it would be a good thing. This would minimize the human race's losses. After all, once the war started, even if the human race won, they would have to pay a certain price. In a desolate starry sky in the 4th universe, heavenly venerable myriad demon of the demon race and heavenly venerable Yandu of the ghost race gathered here. I didn't expect these weak races to form an alliance. That damnable patriarch Demon Heart. He's the one who pushed all of this to the formation of the alliance of myriad races. He caused some of the Tao Lords who had joined our alliance to leave. There's nothing we can do to stop them, or persuade them to leave. Yes, now the initiative is with the alliance of the myriad races. We can only wait and see what they're going to do after forming an alliance. That's all we can do. The alliance of the demon race and ghost race was also caught off guard. Although they suspected that June Tian Supreme might be behind this, they couldn't be sure since June Tian Supreme didn't take the initiative to contact them. Just like that, another half a month passed. The alliance of the myriad races announced to the fourth universe and the entire Chaos Sea that this super alliance was officially established. As soon as this alliance was established, it became the number one force in the fourth universe and the top 5 forces in the Chaos Sea. Although the temporary alliance formed by the demon race and ghost race had hundreds of Tao Lords, they were still 2 forces in essence. It was a very loose camp. Compared to them, the alliance of the myriad races was different. This newly formed super force aimed to exist forever. Therefore, although there were many races, their internal structure was very stable in the fourth universe, the headquarters of the alliance of the myriad races. Whoosh, 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 surging golden waves rolled in the starry sky. Those stars and planets were like gravel, bobbing up and down in the golden waves, not affected at all. There was a starry sky continent floating among these stars. In the sky above the starry sky continent, huge thrones spread out in a ring shape. On each throne sat or occupied all kinds of strange life forms. Flesh and blood, energy, metal, rock, plant, and so on. Many kinds of life forms emitted powerful auras. In the core, on a black and white throne, sat a young man wearing a black and gold robe with long green hair. His face was both male and female, and he was extremely handsome. His eyes flickered with specks of light. Each speck of light seemed to contain a universe. It was Patriarch Demonheart. His voice reverberated in every inch of this space-time. Everyone, from today onwards, the alliance of myriad races is officially established. We have come together only for survival, for freedom. Even the most powerful of us here only have 9 Tao Lords. The vast majority of top-tier clans only have a single Tao Lord. If we face the human camp alone, we will naturally be very weak against the combined forces of the demon race and ghost race. If we join their camp, we will be in danger of dying, but we have to do it. And if we take such a big risk, the benefits we will get in the end will be limited. We are also a life form race, and we are also a part of the fourth universe. However, facing the coercion of the 2 camps, we don't even have the most basic freedom to not help either side and live peacefully. Who will be willing? Patriarch Demonheart looked around. The Tao Lords all nodded. Not too long ago, they had been caught between a rock and a hard place. Although I, Demonheart, am a heavenly venerable, in the face of this unprecedented race war, I alone can't affect the overall situation. I am not willing to accept this. Patriarch Demonheart said in a deep voice. What are we fighting and fighting in this vast universe for? It's for the sake of getting what I want and protecting what I care about. If we can't do this, then what's the point of cultivating? Therefore, the alliance of the myriad races was established. Everyone pursues the goals in their hearts and protects what they care about the most. Patriarch Demonheart's eyes were bright, and he was in high spirits. Let's not talk about the ordinary and weak races. Our alliance of the myriad races has a total of 5 heavenly venerables and 683 Tao Lords. With such strength, even if the 3 peak races work together, they can't do anything to us. Therefore, this race war started by the 3 peak races is not a crisis, but an opportunity for us. An opportunity that can change our fate. As long as we are united, be it now or in the future, our alliance of the myriad races will stand at the peak of the fourth universe. In the future, we might even have a chance to reach eternity and become eternal existences who don't fear the dangers of the cataclysm. Patriarch Demonheart's voice rang in the ears of every Tao Lord, drawing out the desires in their hearts. They had their own goals and dreams. However, because they were weak, they didn't have the confidence to ask the 3 peak races for their conditions. They could only accept the conditions of the humans, ghosts, and monsters. But now, all they needed to do was look around at the thrones that were densely packed. When they saw the towering figures of 683 Tao lords, they were filled with confidence. With such a powerful force, he should obtain even more. Just as Patriarch Demonheart had said, it would be best if they could obtain the 8 Clouds legacy from the humans. That way, the alliance of the myriad races could establish an eternal universe and become an eternal existence in the Chaos Sea. As time flowed on, the Tao Lords who had joined the Human Alliance, the Monster Alliance, and the Ghoul Alliance began to leave and join the alliance of myriad races. It didn't end until the alliance of the myriad races was officially established. When the two factions learned of the final scale of the alliance of the myriad races, they felt an even greater pressure and urgency. 5 heavenly venerables and 683 Tao Lords. If this had been before the race war, they would have been able to crush the 3 peak races. After all, even the strongest race, the humans, only had 1 heavenly venerate and 23 Tao Lords. In the desolate starry sky of the 4th universe, heavenly venerate myriad demon and heavenly venerate yin, Du's spiritual consciousnesses gathered once more to discuss the latest situation. Our 2 peak races have joined forces, together with the peak races that were originally subordinate to us. Even though many new Tao Lords have left during this period of time, we still have a few. We still have 389 Tao Lords in our alliance. Most importantly, they have 5 heavenly venerables. Even though we have many 7th grade supreme treasures, the 2 of us have 8th grade supreme treasures. But in a real battle, we still can't defeat the alliance of the myriad races. What should we do? Agree to their conditions? Heavenly venerate myriad demon and heavenly venerate yin Du fell silent. Not long ago, the alliance of the myriad races had come to them with conditions. The conditions were very simple. First, if they obtained 8 Clouds inheritance from the humans in the future, the contents of the inheritance had to be shared. Second, they had to give the alliance 3 7th grade supreme treasures. If these 2 conditions were met, the alliance of the myriad races would directly join the alliance. 3 7th grade supreme treasures. They really dare to ask. Heavenly venerate myriad demon snorted angrily. Originally, the Yao race had obtained 10 7th grade supreme treasures from Jun Tian Supreme, but in the first battle, the humans had taken away 7. The Yao race now only had 3 7th grade supreme treasures left, but the alliance of the myriad races still dared to ask for them. They were indeed very domineering. This isn't strange. Given the same conditions, the alliance of the myriad races would definitely be more willing to join the human camp. Because once they join, the humans will definitely win, and the humans will definitely give them 8 Clouds inheritance. Therefore, they're only proposing such ridiculous conditions to us on purpose. I keep feeling that this matter isn't simple. Let's wait a little longer. They should have also proposed conditions to the humans. If the humans refuse, then it'll be much easier for us to negotiate with the alliance of the myriad races. Such ridiculous conditions can be lowered. At the same time, the human camp had indeed received the conditions proposed by the alliance of the myriad races. We humans need to discuss this properly. Once there's a result, we'll naturally reply, Tao Lord 9 Firmament said. Then the alliance of the myriad races will await your reply, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. One of them was a strange life form covered in flames. He bowed slightly, then flew out of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Moments later, the human experts gathered in 9 Firmaments Hall once more. It was still Tao Lord 9 Firmaments who presided over the meeting. He said directly, the emissary of the alliance of the myriad races just came. Their conditions are indeed as high as we imagined. Tao Lords break through to the heavenly venerate level and cultivate to the limits of the heavenly venerate level. They must first be given a portion before they'll join. After the war ends, we'll give them the rest. However, this is only the first situation. There's a second situation. No matter what, We must give them the 8 clouds inheritance of how Tao Lords cultivate to the heavenly venerate level. Only then will they not side with either side. Otherwise, they'll join the alliance of the Yao race and the Ghost race. After Tao Lord Nine Firmaments finished speaking, the human experts in the hall were immediately enraged. They really have guts. They really have the guts. How can they not have guts? With so many Tao Lords around, they're naturally confident. Even if they don't side with either side, they still want to ask for the 8 clouds inheritance of how Tao Lords cultivate to the heavenly venerate level. How greedy! Some of the human experts laughed angrily, some sneered, and some were filled with killing intent. However, everyone understood that they had no other choice at the moment. After all, the initiative was in the hands of the alliance of the myriad races. This superpower controlled the direction of the war between the races. We could delay this matter for a while longer. There's no need to rush to reply to them. Let's see if there's a turning point later, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said softly. The human race was indeed unwilling to casually give away their inheritance. After all, even the simplest 8 clouds inheritance had to be shared with the experts of the alliance of the myriad races. Only when they felt that they had benefited greatly would they join the human side. However, if they could benefit greatly from it, it would be equivalent to helping them. The alliance of the myriad races was powerful to begin with. Once they obtained a portion of the inheritance, they would probably become even more powerful. The only good news now is that Heavenly Venerate Lu and Heavenly Venerate Lai Shan haven't left. They're indeed experts who keep their promises. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments added Jiang Ci, Heavenly Venerate Ming, and the other human experts nodded as well. This was really the only good news. With these 2 Heavenly Venerates around, the situation facing the human race would not be as bad as imagined no matter what. Chapter 639. The power structure of the 4th universe gradually became clearer. The human camp. There were a total of 3 Heavenly Venerables. They were Heavenly Venerate Ming, Heavenly Venerate Lu, and Heavenly Venerate Lai Shan. Although a portion of the Tao Lords had left, there were still 156 of them left. Among them, Jiang Ci and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments were invincible Tao Lords in the primal universe. The alliance of the demon and ghost clans. There were a total of 2 Heavenly Venerables. They were Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon and Heavenly Venerate Yin Du. A portion of the Tao Lords had also left. However, they were the alliance of 2 pinnacle races and had brought many vassal races with them. In the end, there were only 389 Tao Lords left. The Myriad Races Alliance. There were a total of 5 Heavenly Venerables. They were Patriarch Demon Heart, Heavenly Venerate Sanchi, Tao Lord Jade Soul, and other lone Heavenly Venerables. There were a total of 683 Tao Lords. In terms of overall strength, they absolutely crushed the first 2 camps. Even though the human camp and the alliance had different amounts of 7th grade and 8th grade supreme treasures, they could not compete with the number of experts of the Myriad Races Alliance. Moreover, who knew if the Myriad Races Alliance did not secretly hide any 7th grade or 8th grade supreme treasures? The current situation was that whichever side the Myriad Races Alliance joined would win. They could control the situation of this war. Human territory, Tao Alliance Heavenly Court. The Myriad Races Alliance, the Alliance. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments stood in front of the palace railings and looked at the endless galaxy. His eyes were filled with worry. They are all waiting for the human race's reply. They are all vainly trying to obtain more information about the inheritance. How can one become a Heavenly Venerate? How can one cultivate to the limit of a Heavenly Venerate? If these inheritances are really given to them and spread, it would be equivalent to telling all the major factions about the 8 clouds inheritance. If we do that, what's the point of Jiang Ci fighting desperately for the inheritance in the 8 clouds ruins? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was indeed very troubled. Jiang Ci had already told the upper echelons of the human race that the source of the changes in the 4th universe and the crisis of the human race was not within this universe. Instead, it was in the primal realm's chaos sea, the two sacred rounds, and the upper realm. Of course, these were only the hidden dangers. As long as these human powerhouses did not leave the fourth universe, the many forces in the chaos sea would not be able to threaten them. The human race only needed to solve the crisis within the fourth universe. With the 8 clouds inheritance, even if they did not go to the chaos sea for a short time, they could become more powerful. By then, they would not need to fear the various forces in the chaos sea. However, the problem was that the crisis in front of them was not easy to solve. Since they knew about the emergence of the Myriad Races Alliance, it was very likely that they were manipulated by the hand behind the scenes. In that case, it was not hard to guess that the alliance of 10,000 races might also have a large number of 7th grade and 8th grade supreme treasures. With such a large number of experts and so many 7th grade and 8th grade supreme treasures, it was impossible for the human camp to win. Are we really going to give them the legacy information? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments shook his head. No one would be willing to do that. Based on what Jiang Ci could see, the 8 Clouds legacy could be divided into 2 parts for humans. The first part was a system of training from low to high, which would allow the race to more efficiently produce Tao Lords. The second part was the method to allow Tao Lords to cultivate to the heavenly venerate level, as well as the information regarding the legacies that would allow them to reach the heavenly venerate level. Now, what the alliance of 10,000 races wanted was the second part. With the help of the 8 Clouds inheritance, the human race might be able to produce close to 1,000 Tao Lords in the future. However, there were close to 700 Tao Lords in the alliance of 10,000 races now. With such a large base, once the alliance of 10,000 races received the cultivation guidance, they might be able to produce more celestial venerables, or even 1 or 2 invincible celestial venerables. In that case, the 8 Clouds inheritance that Jiang Ci had risked his life to obtain will be taken advantage of by the other races. After all, the human race would need a long time to benefit from the 8 Clouds inheritance. As long as the alliance of 10,000 races obtained it, they would be able to benefit from it. In that case, I might as well fight to the death. The other races won't be able to get anything at all. Tao Lord 9 Firmament's eyes were filled with determination. At most, we'll implement the Tinder plan. The human elites will enter Tomorrow Venerable's miniature universe, and the high-level great beings will enter the ancient Tao source world. We'll lay low for a period of time. When the human race is strong enough, we'll take back our original territory and even occupy the entire fourth universe. Of course, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments understood that this was the last resort. The situation hadn't reached that stage yet. The so-called United Camp and the alliance of 10,000 races couldn't keep their great beings together forever. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the winding corridor below, interrupting Tao Lord 9 Firmament's thoughts. It was Jiang Ci, dressed in black armor. Shua, Master. Jiang Ci stepped in front of Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and bowed. Has your realm stabilized? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments chuckled, hiding his previous worries. He knew that Jiang Ci had recently broken through and had officially become a Tao Lord. Unfortunately, if this had happened before the alliance of 10,000 races appeared, Jiang Ci's breakthrough would have brought about a great turning point in this war. Now, Jiang Ci's strength alone couldn't change anything in the face of the alliance of 10,000 races. Yes, it's stabilized. Jiang Ci nodded, then asked, Master, I saw that you seemed a little troubled just now. Are you worried about the upcoming final war? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments didn't hide anything and sighed. How can I not be troubled? The alliance of 10,000 races is a huge variable. It's like a thorn stuck in the throat of our human race. It hurts to swallow it, and it hurts to spit it out. Then what do you mean, Master? Jiang Ci asked. You risked your life to obtain the 8 Clouds inheritance. It's the hope of our human race's future. If we agree to their request, wouldn't it be letting them off too easily? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments snorted coldly. Why don't we fight to the death and use the bright universe and the ancient Tao origin world as our foundation. Moreover, if anyone dares to destroy our human race's territory, the higher-ups of our human race can also attack their territory. It's better than letting them off too easily. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was filled with killing intent. Jiang Xi nodded slightly and made up his mind. He then smiled. Master, I have an idea. An idea? Master, my true body is stronger than my avatar, and I have a primordial spirit attack mystic art. This mystic art can target the primordial spirits of Tao Lords and cause them to fall into a daze. Jiang Xi gave a simple explanation of the primordial spirit attack techniques in Cloud Extinguisher. Tao Lord Nine Firmament's eyes lit up, but then he frowned. Once the battle begins, it's very unlikely that hundreds or thousands of Tao Lords will gather together. The range of your primordial spirit attack shouldn't be too large, right? Indeed, it isn't large. Jiang Xi nodded and smiled. That's why we need to give them a reason to gather together. If the battle begins, I can face them alone. That way, it's very likely that they'll gather together. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head repeatedly. That's not advisable. Let's not talk about whether or not the alliance of 10,000 races will join the alliance. Even if the alliance of 10,000 races joins the alliance, you won't be able to withstand their combined attack. Don't worry, Master. I'm confident. Jiang Xi smiled confidently. Confident? Master, do you still remember Triple Mountain? Are you talking about the incomplete supreme treasure with the ability to transform into armor? That's right. There's something I haven't told you. Actually, Triple Mountain is a part of Mount Xianwang. I've already refined Mount Xianwang by chance. After transforming into armor, this supreme treasure has reached the peak of Tier 9. It has both the functions of an armor supreme treasure and an primordial spirit supreme treasure. Therefore, even if 1,000 Tao Lords attack me, they won't be able to hurt me. Jiang Xi said confidently. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was stunned. He stared at Jiang Xi with wide eyes, unable to calm down for a long time. For the usually calm Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, it was rare for him to be shocked for such a long time. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head and calmed down after a long time. Although the situation in the fourth universe was tense, the humans were still paying attention to the situation in the Chaos Sea. Therefore, he naturally knew about the disappearance of Mount Xianwang not long ago. But he didn't expect that it was his disciple who did it. Mount Xianwang was one of the 3 most dangerous lands in the Chaos Sea. It had stood in the Chaos Sea for a long time. Everyone knew that it was a legendary supreme treasure and wanted to refine it. Over the endless years, even the 2 supremes had failed, but now his disciple had succeeded. Jiang Xi played it down and said that he refined it by chance. What kind of opportunity was that? I don't understand you anymore. Tao Lord Nine Firmament sighed. Haha, I'm me. I'm Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race. I'm Master's disciple. Jiang Xi laughed. All right, since you're so confident, we'll follow your plan and launch a counterattack. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. Master, the situation might be better than we expected, Jiang Xi said. Yes, let the Myriad Races Alliance choose whether to help us or the Alliance. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. Previously, he had been hesitating. After all, if they fought to the death, the development of the human race would definitely be very slow in the future. They would have to endure for a long time. The Tinder plan was definitely the worst plan. And although Jiang Xi's plan was crazy, he could fight hundreds or even thousands of Tao Lords alone and an unknown number of Heavenly Venerables. But this was the primal universe. Even if Heavenly Venerables were invincible, it would be difficult for them to break through Jiang Xi's defenses. Therefore, this crazy plan could still be realized. Afterward, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments gathered the upper echelons of the human race to discuss this matter. Together with Heavenly Venerable Ming, he found Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament in the Skyspan Mountain River diagram and discussed it. In the end, everyone agreed to the plan. Since that was the case, let's do it. Let's have a great battle. In the headquarters of the Myriad Races Alliance, A huge astral continent floated in the starry sky, covered by golden waves. In the sky above the astral continent, more than 600 thrones were gathered. Each of them emitted a powerful aura. When these 600 auras gathered together, the power produced caused the surrounding space-time to distort. The Tao Lords of the Myriad Races Alliance had been waiting for the humans' reply. Just now, the human emissary had come to reply. We humans are willing to bestow upon you the legacy information of Tao Lords cultivating to become heavenly venerables. This is the limit of what we can agree to. Whether you accept it or not, there is no need for further discussion. If you accept it, join our side and fight against the combined forces of the monsters and ghosts. The human emissary's reply was very straightforward. Whether you accept it or not is up to the Myriad Races Alliance to decide. This reply caused the 5 heavenly venerables and 683 Tao Lords of the Myriad Races Alliance to gather together and begin a discussion. This is the human's reply. Everyone present should know. Even if there are a few who don't know, I'm sure you'll understand after speaking with the other Tao Lords. Even so, what should we choose? Everyone tell us. The humans are too arrogant. They don't take our Myriad Races Alliance seriously at all. Right now, in the entire 4th universe, our Myriad Races Alliance is the strongest. Without our help, they'll definitely be defeated. What exactly is the humans relying on? Given the current situation, how dare they be so arrogant and leave no way out? They're courting death. Immediately, some of the more irascible Tao Lords began to roar. Ever since the Myriad Races Alliance had been established, they felt that their status in the 4th universe had changed. They were no longer the races that needed to rely on peak races to survive, but the powerful Myriad Races Alliance. They were certain that the humans would definitely ask them for help, so they were filled with confidence. But this time, the humans' reply had greatly exceeded their expectations. These experts who had just turned the tables were naturally enraged. At this moment, not only were there Tao Lords roaring angrily, but there were also some Tao Lords conversing in secret. Kuxingyu, what is your faction thinking? What are they thinking? Actually, for us Tao Lords, becoming heavenly venerables is what we need the most right now. As for becoming a peak heavenly venerate, that's too far away from us. In our Myriad Races Alliance, the ones who want to become peak heavenly venerables the most are probably the 5 heavenly venerables. If it's just us, the humans' offer is actually enough. I think so too. But the 5 heavenly venerables definitely won't agree so easily, especially Patriarch Demon Heart. That's right. There are also some fellows who were once bullied by peak races and are now bursting with confidence. They think they're amazing now and are standing on Patriarch Demon Heart's side. The 5 heavenly venerables led by Patriarch Demon Heart sat atop the 5 black thrones at the very top, expressionless as they watched the many Tao Lords debate. Patriarch Demon Heart swept his gaze across the densely packed figures and sneered in his heart. The Myriad Races Alliance seems enormous, but in truth, there are many factions within it and it's very chaotic. Some races have life-and-death grudges against each other. It's only because of the pressure from these 2 factions that they agreed to form an alliance. Some of these factions are too radical and overconfident. Some are cowardly and still look up to peak races like they did in the past, not daring to offend them. Some are calm. Some are crafty. Patriarch Demon Heart mused to himself, if I want the humans to hand over the legacies for reaching peak heavenly venerables, I'll have to make them all listen to me. I'll have them all stand on my side on this issue. Tao Lords had incredibly long lifespans, and this matter was of utmost importance. There were many factions within the Myriad Races Alliance, and some of them hated each other. Not even Patriarch Demon Heart was able to control the arguments. After half a month of arguing, no one was able to come to a consensus. This sort of situation was a reflection of the various factions within the Myriad Races Alliance, as well as the hidden thread of power struggles. Aside from myself, there are 4 other heavenly venerables and so many Tao Lords. Quite a few of them are quite ambitious. The Myriad Races Alliance is such a powerful organization that there must be quite a few people who want to take control of it. Patriarch Demon Heart very rarely expressed his opinions and had been quietly observing the situation this entire time. However, the other Celestial Venerable, Empyrean Threefold, would often express his opinions and try to mediate the disputes between the factions that were too intense. All of you are correct, but you have to think about it. The humans once gave birth to an invincible figure like Empyrean Violet Firmament. They have an innate pride that is ingrained in their very bones. Now that their Downlord of the mountains and seas has acquired the legacy of 8 clouds, it's only natural that he'll become incredibly ambitious. How could they possibly hand over such an important legacy so easily? Empyrean Threefold said slowly. As soon as he said this, the Downlords who had been arguing with each other earlier all nodded. Most of their anger had dissipated. Patriarch Demon Heart looked at the smiling Empyrean Threefold and thought to himself, it's time to have a chat with the humans. The internal debate within the Myriad Races Alliance continued. At the same time, in the human territories, the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, Jiang Ci, Master, Jiang Ci met with Downlord Nina Firmaments. Return to Earth right now. The leader of the Myriad Races Alliance, Patriarch Demon Heart, has sent a clone to descend upon Earth. Downlord Nina Firmament instructed. Descend upon Earth? Jiang Ci frowned slightly. Patriarch Demon Heart has come alone to negotiate with us humans. Right now, the Tao Alliance's heavenly court has gathered a large number of experts from the human camp. He's unwilling to reveal his identity, so he's come alone to negotiate. I feel that he has the intention of helping us humans, Downlord Nina Firmament said with a smile. Master, you mean to say that he doesn't represent the Myriad Races Alliance, but himself? Jiang Ci began to understand. That's right. Downlord Nina Firmaments nodded gently. All right, I'll go meet him. Jiang Ci immediately used the teleportation array to return to Earth. Earth was as peaceful as ever. This time, the war between the races of the Fourth Universe was completely between the pinnacle experts. It didn't affect the countless ordinary living beings on the life-bearing planets. On the wide streets of Earth, one could see warriors dressed in battle armor everywhere. There were also many universe merchants who were discussing business along the way. Skycut District, a figure dressed in long black and gold robes stood in front of the gates of the Skycut District in Paksan Province. At present, no one lived in the Skycut District. This was because this district had an extraordinary significance. The legendary human expert, Jiang Ci, had once lived here. Thus, the places where Jiang Ci had lived, including Apricot Garden, had all become sacred places and forbidden zones on Earth. There were warriors guarding them, and no one was allowed to trespass. However, this figure dressed in long black and gold robes stood there. The passers-by, as well as the guards, couldn't see him at all. Father, is this Jiang Ci's home? Yes, this is Jiang Ci's home. Haven't you been clamoring to come to Earth to see the greatest leader of our lineage? This time, I've spent a lot of money to apply for a place to enter Earth. When we return to Chanya Planet, you have to train hard in the dojo. That's for sure, Father. I also heard that Jiang Ci was born in the distant era of the Spirit Chi revival. At that time, Earth had many dilapidated cities and dangerous wilderness areas. I want to go and take a look too. Don't worry, we have enough time on Earth this time. We can see many scenic spots. A group of father and son with black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin looked at the Skycut District in the distance. After talking for a long time, they left. This kind of scene was very common. Many people came to visit every day. Early in the Spirit Chi revival era, Jiang Ci had already become a legendary figure on Earth. After the lineage of Earth entered the universe and reintegrated into the human race of the Tao Alliance, the people of Earth who wandered the universe benefited greatly because of Jiang Ci. This made them even more grateful and revered Jiang Ci. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, almost everyone on Earth knew that Jiang Ci was one of the most powerful beings in the entire human race. Patriarch Demon Heart. A voice sounded. The figure dressed in long black and gold robes also turned to look. A young man dressed in black armor walked over unhurriedly from the bustling crowd in the distance. The people around him couldn't see him, as if he was in another dimension. On this street, many people of Earth who had come from distant galaxies to see the traces of Jiangxi's growth had no idea that Jiangxi was walking past them. Jiangxi. Patriarch Demon Heart smiled. Here, calling you Jiangxi should be more cordial than calling you Dao, Lord of the Mountains and Seas, right? If you're a friend, it doesn't matter what you call me. If you're an enemy, calling me Dao, Lord of the Mountains and Seas is more appropriate. Jiangxi was neither servile nor overbearing. That makes sense. Patriarch Demon Heart laughed. However, since you've chosen to meet here, it seems that you want to be friends with me? Jiangxi raised his head and glanced at the Skyspan district, which hadn't changed for tens of thousands of years. I want to see how the most rapidly rising and talented young legendary expert of the human race rose to prominence. I want to see what kind of environment gave birth to him, Patriarch Demon Heart said with a smile. His face was extremely handsome, and he looked like both a man and a woman. Although he was in human form, he was actually a special life form known as the Nightmare Tree. He didn't have any gender differences. Jiangxi laughed as well. He was willing to listen to such pleasant words. Patriarch Demon Heart suddenly turned serious. He looked at Jiangxi and said solemnly, Jiangxi, my purpose for coming here is very simple. Now, not only are the Fae and Ghost factions paying attention to this war, but also the final choice of our Myriad Races Alliance. Even many factions in Chaos Sea are paying attention. It can be said that whichever side the Myriad Races Alliance chooses to side with will definitely win. Jiangxi nodded gently. Patriarch Demon Heart continued, but now the Myriad Races Alliance is divided. A portion of them wants to join the human race. Some want to join the human race, while the other wants more information about the legacy. I'm a second group. I only have one purpose for coming here this time. You humans are to pass on the information about the Eight Clouds legacy that allows one to cultivate to the limits of the heavenly venerate realm. His words were very direct and straightforward. Riverward revealed a trace of sneer. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, Patriarch Demon Heart said with a smile. I'm only here to represent myself. In other words, I'm the only one who knows the legacy information you humans give me. I won't pass it on to any other expert of the Myriad Races Alliance. Moreover, I'll guide the experts under my control to make the Myriad Races Alliance join your side. You mean? Jiangxi understood. Chapter 640. Yes, that's what I meant. The inheritance information you humans gave to the entire Myriad Races Alliance is still what you promised. As for those who cultivate to the limits of the heavenly venerate level, just give me one and I'll help you humans. Right now, the Myriad Races Alliance is divided into two factions, and I still have a lot of influence in the second faction. If I help you, this stalemate will soon end, and the Myriad Races Alliance will join your side. Furthermore, I'm not stupid. After I obtain it, I naturally won't pass it on to other experts. Wouldn't that be nurturing enemies? Patriarch Demon Heart stared into Jiangxi's eyes. What do you, or your human race, think? Jiangxi was tempted. If he only passed on the experience of cultivating to the limits of the heavenly venerate level in the Eight Clouds legacy to Patriarch Demon Heart, he wouldn't be worried. Unless Patriarch Demon Heart was truly stupid, he wouldn't have to worry about him passing it on to others. Just by passing it on to him, I'll be able to exchange it for 683 Dao Lords. Jiangxi calculated in his heart. Although the crazy plan he had prepared was powerful, it was also very risky. It wasn't that he would be in danger, but that he might not be able to kill so many Dao Lords at once. After all, with the strength of his primordial spirit, the range of his primordial spirit attack from Cloud Extinguisher was limited. Once the crazy plan failed, the war would be in the worst possible situation. But if the Myriad Races Alliance joined the human side, then there would be no risk at all. Wait a moment, Jiangxi said. At the same time, Jiangxi's spiritual consciousness entered the Skyspan Mountain River painting and met with Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. That's his request. Give him the information of cultivating to the limits of the heavenly venerate level in the Eight Clouds legacy, and he'll help us. Jiangxi briefly recounted the conversation. Venerable Ming, Master, what do you think? He finally asked. Just him. Venerable Ming pondered. Right now, there are two voices in the Myriad Races Alliance. One is willing to join us, while the other is unwilling and wants more. Patriarch Demonheart is the leader of the second voice. If he helps us, the Myriad Races Alliance's opinion will be unified. It's fine to just give him one. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded in the end. A powerhouse at the limits of an Empyrean won't be able to affect the bigger picture in the primal universe. The inheritance information we give him can be as brief as possible. He doesn't know what kind of inheritance we have. Even if we tell him that this is what we got, what can he do? Venerable Ming smiled. Jiangxi also nodded. They were the three titans of the human race. After a brief discussion, they all felt that the price of 683 Tao Lords joining them was a deal that they could agree to. Moreover, we gave him a portion before the war and another portion after the war, Jiangxi said with a smile. Give him a portion before the war to make him envious. After the war, give him another portion. Even if he feels that the latter portion is too simple, the war is already over. So what if he regrets it? Yes. That's it then. You can agree to his request. The three of them quickly came up with a plan. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had even contacted Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmaments once and received her approval. Firstly, it was only for one person. Secondly, even if Patriarch Demonheart received a brief inheritance information, it would be very difficult for him to cultivate to the limits of a heavenly venerable. Earth. The human race has already discussed and agreed to this deal. Jiangxi looked at Patriarch Demonheart. Patriarch Demonheart heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Before the war, the human race will give you 1/3 of the inheritance information. If the Myriad Races Alliance joins the human camp to fight, we will give you the other 2/3 after the war. Sure. When will you give me the first 1/3? Very soon. All right. When I receive the first 1/3 of the inheritance information, I will quickly urge the Myriad Races Alliance to join the human camp. Patriarch Demonheart nodded. The deal was very straightforward. There was no need to beat around the bush. The human race did indeed obtain a portion of the inheritance information on the same day and handed it to Patriarch Demonheart. After reading it, he was immediately excited. Just this portion of the information was enough to move him. This made Patriarch Demonheart look forward to the remaining 2/3 even more. However, he had to wait until the war was over. The upper echelons of the human race were also waiting anxiously. It's been so long. Now that Patriarch Demonheart has received the inheritance information, he won't refuse to help us, right? Don't worry. Patriarch Demonheart spent so much effort to create the Myriad Races Alliance and become its leader. Isn't it all for the inheritance to cultivate to the limits of the Empyrean level? He definitely won't give up the remaining 2/3 of the inheritance information. Even so, Jiangxi, Venerated Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments were still worried that something unexpected would happen. After all, the Myriad Races Alliance was a superpower with many powerhouses. Even with Patriarch Demonheart's help, there was no guarantee that they would succeed. Half a month passed quickly. Patriarch Demonheart finally sent news. The Myriad Races Alliance has reached a consensus. They have decided to join the human camp. The human camp's powerhouses were gathered in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. The monster and ghost camp's gathering point was in the Dark Origin Mystic Realm. The Dark Origin Mystic Realm was an extremely dangerous mystic realm in the fourth universe. It was located in the star field where the monster and ghost territories intersected. At this moment, there was an enormous temple floating in the air above the Dark Origin continent within the mystic realm. Nearly half of the peak powerhouses of the fourth universe were gathered within the temple. They were together, enjoying fine wine and delicacies. If it weren't for the Myriad Races Alliance, our combined strength would be nothing compared to the puny humans. The Myriad Races Alliance? They're so loose. They've only come together because of the pressure from the other two camps. Once this war is over, just wait and see. They'll definitely be embroiled in internal strife by now. There'll be no match for us at all. If we work together, we'll have many 7th grade treasures and the 8th grade treasures of the two celestial exalts. We'll definitely be able to unleash our full power. Even if the Myriad Races Alliance and the human camp join forces, we still have a chance at victory. Right? These vassal Dow Lords who had joined the Dire Monster and the Ghost Race were all chatting amongst themselves. They talked about the war between the races, the Chaos Sea, and other powerhouses. Just as they were chatting happily, Celestial Exalt Allfiend and Celestial Exalt Yendu suddenly stood up at the same time. Everyone. Celestial Exalt Allfiend's voice was filled with anger. All the alien Dow Lords in the hall turned their gazes towards him. What is it? What's going on? Why are the Celestial Exalts so angry? Celestial Exalt Yendu said in a low voice, "We just received word that the Myriad Races Alliance has reached a consensus and decided to join the human camp." What? Join the human camp? Not good. The alien Dow Lords all turned pale. Although they had been chatting, none of them were fools. As Dow Lords, they were no fools. Prior to this, they had been confident in their ability to defeat the human camp. However, if the Myriad Races Alliance really did join forces with the human camp, their chances of victory would be far, far lower. Celestial Exalts, we need to move out right away. No, we need to move out right now. A Supreme Universe Dow Lord in beast form let out a low growl. The other alien Dow Lords all looked towards Celestial Exalt Allfiend and Celestial Exalt Yendu. There's no time for that. Let's join forces. We need to move out right away and attack the core regions of the human race. Right? Let's move out right away. The Myriad Races Alliance has only just reached a consensus. They probably haven't received any of the legacies the humans have given them yet. Let's take advantage of the fact that they haven't joined forces and attack the core regions of the human race, the Dow Alliance's celestial court. The battle between the two camps will only last for a short period of time. By the time the Myriad Races Alliance arrives, the battle might already be over. Speed is paramount in war. Let's seize every second we have. Virtually all of the alien Dow Lords in the hall came to the same decision. All of them understood that if they waited until the Myriad Races Alliance and the human camp joined forces, this battle would become very difficult to win. This battle was filled with many variables. Only by ending the battle as quickly as possible would they be able to eliminate all of them. We have to move quickly. We have to end this battle as quickly as possible. Celestial Exalt Allfiend and Celestial Exalt Yendu exchanged a glance. They were frantic as well. They knew that once the Myriad Races Alliance came to a decision, they would immediately head towards the Dow Alliance's celestial court. Given the speed of Supreme Dow Lords and the use of teleportation arrays, they would probably arrive soon. Thus, it would be far too difficult for them to end the battle before the Myriad Races Alliance arrived. However, they had to do this. This was the only way they could possibly win. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The experts in the hall immediately sprang into action. Naturally, they moved quite quickly. A flying treasure that looked like a palace and a flying vessel simultaneously appeared in the tenebrous secret realm. These two treasures belonged to Empyrean Allfiend and Empyrean Yendu respectively. They each led close to 200 Dow Lords. What we need to do in this battle is to attack the Human Dow Alliance's celestial court. Then, we'll work together to crush the human camp and wipe out their remaining forces. Everyone, for the sake of our race, for the sake of our future. Let's go to the Human Dow Alliance's celestial court. As Empyrean Allfiend's voice echoed throughout the hall, the two flying treasures of the Allied camp simultaneously teleported away. The reason the Allied camp hadn't taken the initiative to attack was because they were waiting for the Myriad Races Alliance to make a decision. After all, if they attacked the humans before the Myriad Races Alliance had made a decision, the Myriad Races Alliance would definitely be furious. If the Allied camp did so, the Myriad Races Alliance would lose all of their benefits. They would probably quickly join the human camp. They had been afraid of forcing the Myriad Races Alliance to join the human camp, and thus hadn't dared to act. Now that the Myriad Races Alliance had made a decision, they naturally didn't need to worry about such things. At the same time, in the human territories, the Tao Alliance's celestial court, within Nina Firmament's palace, the human experts were all gathered here, chatting and laughing with each other. Now that the situation had taken a turn for the better, they felt much more relaxed. The Myriad Races Alliance has already agreed to join us. Soon, they'll all arrive. Once they do, we'll definitely win this battle. The Monster and Ghost Alliance will have no chance of victory at all. Everyone was waiting for the 5 Empyreans and hundreds of Tao Lords of the Myriad Races Alliance to arrive. Would the Allied camp receive word of this and seize this opportunity to attack us? Tao Lord Longwall suddenly asked. Instantly, the hall fell silent for a moment. Probably not. This was the decision of the highest echelon of the Myriad Races Alliance. Only the Tao Lords and above know of this, as it concerns their personal interests. They immediately notified us as soon as they made their decision. Would they be so stupid as to notify the Allied camp? Unless they had no intention of receiving the legacy at all. Tao Lord Flamespeak laughed. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, not good. Tao Lord Nina Firmament's face turned pale as he suddenly called out, "Assemble immediately! All Tao Lords, assemble immediately! Prepare for battle!" His voice rumbled, echoing throughout the entire Tao Alliance Heavenly Court. All of the 100+ Tao Lords in the human camp heard him. Within the hall, the faces of Jiang Ci, Empyrean Bright, and the other human experts turned pale as well. They knew that the situation was dire. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments said with a grave expression. Through the Skyspan diagram, Empyrean Violet Firmament discovered that the Monster and Ghost Alliance have already set up a large-scale teleportation formation and are hurrying towards our human territory. Given their speed, they'll arrive here soon. We don't have much time left. All of the experts in our human camp must assemble immediately. Jiang Ci, if the situation looks bad, we'll carry out your crazy plan for now. Understood. Jiang Ci nodded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One figure after another began to appear within the hall. They were the alien Tao Lords who had joined the human camp. When Jiang Ci saw this, he wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, a 9-story pagoda rapidly expanded to stand tall within the hall. At this juncture, he no longer cared if he would expose Skyspan Tower. Moreover, given his current strength, there was no need for him to hide anything. He could use all of his methods without worry. Jiang Ci shouted, "This is the Tier 7 flying treasure, Skyspan Tower. Everyone, please enter and prepare for battle." All right, a Tier 7 flying treasure. Hurry up and enter. The alien Tao Lords were shocked, especially those who had just joined the human camp. They had never seen such a high-grade treasure before. This boosted their confidence. As long as they hid within the Tier 7 flying treasure, they would be unafraid of almost all of the enemy's attacks. If they could not hold on during the battle, they could hide within the treasure. At the very least, they would be able to preserve their lives. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The alien Tao Lords transformed into streaks of light and flew into Skyspan Tower. Once everyone had entered, Tao Lord Nina Firmaments heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, the preparations had been made. They were ready to fight at any time. Then he sent a voice transmission to the 100-odd Tao Lords in Skyspan Tower. Everyone, the Alliance of the Demons and Ghosts has suddenly attacked. They should be here soon. The Alliance is far stronger than us, but don't worry. I have another piece of good news for everyone. The Myriad Races Alliance has agreed to join the human camp. We just need to endure for a while, and we'll be able to win this battle. The Myriad Races Alliance is joining as well? Don't worry. We promise to fight to the death. The 100-odd alien Tao Lords spoke one after another. They were already tied to the human camp and naturally would not back down. What do we need to do now? At that moment, two more figures appeared in the hall. One was an elf girl in green robes. The other was a special life form, Fire Spirit Mountain. Although he was in human form, his body was covered in a layer of rock that emitted red flames. These two were Heavenly Venerable Lu and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan. Wait, Heavenly Venerable Ming said in a deep voice. That's right. Senior Lu, Senior Lai Shan, you just need to be ready to attack at any time, Jiang Ci said. All right. Heavenly Venerable Lu and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan did not say anything else. At the same time, Tao Lord Nine Firmament's voice echoed throughout the entire heavenly court. All tribulation transcenders and true monarchs immediately leave through the teleportation platform. Instantly, the servants and immortal soldiers in the heavenly court began to evacuate in an orderly manner upon hearing this order. In less than a minute, they had all left the heavenly court through the southern heavenly gates teleportation platform. Let's set off as well, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments ordered. Let's go. Jiang Ci and the others nodded. Next, apart from Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Heavenly Venerable Ming, Heavenly Venerable Lu, and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan all flew into Skyspan Tower. More than 6,000 light-years away from the heavenly court, two flying treasures belonging to the alliance of the demons and ghosts suddenly teleported over. We're already close to the heavenly court of the human Tao alliance. We'll arrive after teleporting once more. Everyone, prepare for battle. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's cold voice echoed throughout the starry sky. Whoosh! The two flying supreme treasures silently disappeared from this part of the starry sky again. In the next moment, they appeared in the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance, shrouded in dense, immortal chi. Floating islands floated in the sky. The heavenly court had been bustling with activity, but now it was deserted. Only a single 9-story tower stood above the countless palaces. Why isn't there a single human here? It's empty. There are no living beings. We can't even find outsiders. As soon as they arrived, Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend and Celestial Venerable Yen Du were shocked to discover that the core area of the human Tao Alliance seemed to have become a land of death. Not a single living being could be found. This was the situation they had been most worried about. That 9-story tower should belong to Tao Lord Mountain Sea. It appeared in the 8-cloud ruins before. Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend's gaze landed on Skyspan Tower. I remember that the news from the 8-cloud ruins said that this tower was suspected to be a 7th-grade flying treasure, Celestial Venerable Yen Du said in a low voice. A 7th-grade flying treasure might be sturdy, but we can still shake it. What I'm afraid of is that our attacks won't be able to defeat them in a short period of time. Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend snorted angrily. That's what I'm afraid of. If they continue to hide like this, they'll be able to stall until the Myriad Races Alliance arrives. Celestial Venerable Yendu was worried as well. Damn it. Damned humans. How did they know we were on the move? We were so fast. They should have been caught off guard. The alien Tao Lords of the allied factions were furious as well. Let's attack first. I refuse to believe that 2 Celestial Venerables and 3 89 Tao Lords working together won't be able to shake this tower. Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend growled. Attack! Wipe out the humans! Crush the human faction! Instantly, the experts in the 2 flying treasures of the Monster Clan and the Ghost Clan began to use all kinds of powerful attacks. Countless secret arts took form, each of them enormous and emanating terrifying auras that covered an area of 100 light-years around the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance. The target of their attacks was the 9-story tower. Boom, 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 boom. Attacks that blotted out the skies came crashing down upon the tower at almost the exact same moment. Whoosh! Stellar rivers exploded as the heavens and the earth rumbled. Countless spatial fragments surged out from the void, forming chaotic streams of space. The extravagant palaces and immortal islands of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court were all shattered and transformed into dust. Buzz, 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 buzz. Those powerful secret arts wanted to pierce through the barriers of the treasures and attack the experts of the human faction. In the end, when everything finally calmed down, the Heavenspan Tower remained completely unscathed. They withstood it. How is that possible? So many of us joined forces. That attack just now was backed by 4 7th-grade offensive treasures that definitely should have been able to pierce through the barriers of the flying treasures and injure or even kill the Tao Lords inside. Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend, Celestial Venerable Yin Du, and the other experts of the allied factions were all shocked and in disbelief. Their all-out attacks hadn't been able to cause any damage to the human faction at all. All they had done was destroy the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. However, even if they destroyed 10,000 Tao Alliance heavenly courts, it would be useless. So long as the human experts were still alive, given how wealthy the humans were, they would be able to instantly rebuild one. Within the treasures of the Heavenspan Tower, the experts of the human faction all let out sighs of relief. If they had been outside, half of them would have perished under the terrifying attack that had covered the sky and earth. The allied factions had nearly 400 Tao Lords in total. After all, the human faction, however, only had 100 or so Tao Lords. The difference in power was simply too great. Fortunately, they had managed to block it. Only Jiang Xi had a calm look on his face. Others didn't know how powerful the Heavenspan Tower was, but as the owner of the treasure, he naturally did in the primal universe. Even if 10 times or 100 times the number of enemies came, they still wouldn't be able to breach the Heavenspan Tower. If that's the case, then all we need to do is wait. Wait for the alliance of myriad races to arrive. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments glanced at Jiang Xi, finding it increasingly difficult to understand this disciple of his. This 9-story pagoda was another powerful supreme treasure unknown to the human race. Chapter 641. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Myriad Races Alliance, above the starry sky continent surrounded by golden waves, the 683 Tao Lords and 5 heavenly venerables of the Myriad Races Alliance were all sitting on those thrones. They had just come to a consensus and were waiting for the inheritance information of the Tao Lords that the humans had promised. Patriarch Demon Heart sat on the highest black throne with a smile on his face. He was very pleased with himself. I used the Myriad Races Alliance's power to force the humans. Then, I secretly contacted the humans and asked for the inheritance. After some planning, I easily obtained the inheritance information of the peak heavenly venerables. Thinking of this, Patriarch Demon Heart became even more pleased with himself. In fact, ever since Jiang Xi obtained 8 Clouds' inheritance, Patriarch Demon Heart knew that there was bound to be a great upheaval in the 4th universe. The increasingly powerful humans would have more and more conflicts with the other races in the 4th universe. There might even be a huge storm. Therefore, from then on, he began to secretly make arrangements to befriend the Tao Lords of the top races. The Tao Lords of the top races were inferior to the peak races. They naturally wanted to befriend heavenly venerables. Therefore, Patriarch Demon Heart quickly set up a huge network of connections. However, what surprised him was that the Demon Clan and the Ghost Clan would suddenly start a war without any warning. According to his estimation, it would take at least 1,000,000 years, or even an epoch, for the war to break out. However, he didn't think too much about it, and immediately set out to establish the Myriad Races Alliance. What surprised him even more was that the process of establishing the alliance was surprisingly smooth. It seemed that there were no obstacles at all. The Myriad Races Alliance was established with 194 top races as the core. Patriarch Demon Heart could guess that the forces of the Chaos Sea must have interfered. After all, the news that the humans in the 2nd and 3rd universes were almost wiped out had already spread. As a heavenly venerate, He naturally knew this news, so it wasn't difficult to guess the connection behind it. You want to wipe out the humans in the various universes? It has nothing to do with me. The authority of the alliance of 10,000 races is useless to me. I only seek freedom and true immortality. Patriarch Demonheart was filled with ambition. He was a heavenly venerate who didn't like to participate in the disputes between factions. He didn't like power this time. He established the alliance of 10,000 races just to use it as a bargaining chip to exchange for the inheritance information he needed from the human race. Now that the alliance of 10,000 races had reached a consensus and decided to join the human race, he had achieved a small part of his goal. He had already obtained 1/3 of the inheritance information for cultivating to the limits of an Empyrean. As for the other 4 heavenly venerates, Patriarch Demonheart had only taken out a small portion of the original 1/3 in order to keep them in check. This was more than enough. He would definitely make a profit. At this moment, Patriarch Demonheart was holding a communication bead, waiting for a message from the human race. He had obtained the inheritance information he wanted, but the other experts of the Myriad Races Alliance had not. Only after the other experts acquired the legacies on how to break through from the Downlord level to the Empyrean level would they be considered to have truly joined the human alliance. At this moment, a message came from the communication bead. The smile on Patriarch Demonheart's face grew even wider. But in the next moment, it disappeared, replaced by a solemn and furious look. He swept his gaze across the crowd and shouted angrily, "Everyone, just now, we've reached a consensus. But now, the allied forces of the monster race and the ghoul race have actually reached the heavenly court of the Human Tao Alliance." His angry shout reverberated through every inch of space in the entire astral continent. The many Tao Lords who had been chatting and laughing were instantly dumbfounded. Why would the allied forces suddenly attack? We just came to an agreement. This is too much of a coincidence. Who was it that spread the news? Didn't they know that doing so would cause us to lose the inheritance information we were about to obtain? Who leaked it? The Tao Lords were instantly enraged. The angriest of all was Patriarch Demonheart, because this could very well ruin his plans. Clearly, one of us must have leaked the news. Patriarch Demonheart's cold gaze swept across the many Tao Lords present. This is destroying the hopes of all Tao Lords for breaking through in the future. This is unforgivable. Of course, perhaps one of us accidentally leaked the information while chatting with a disciple or a friend. There's no need to fuss over this for now. The Human Alliance is relying on the might of the Supreme Treasure to resist the Allied forces' attacks. Therefore, the situation hasn't worsened. What we need to do now is immediately head to the human territory and join the Human Alliance. Patriarch Demonheart made a prompt decision. Agreed. Let's head out right now. None of the experts present can be missing. Anyone who doesn't go will be suspected of leaking the information. Some of the Tao Lords were furious that their hopes of breaking through to become celestial exalts had been destroyed. They looked at everyone as though they were the ones who had leaked the information. Soon, 5 flying supreme treasures emanating powerful auras appeared in the skies above the astral continent. Immediately afterwards, an enormous teleportation array appeared out of nowhere and teleported them away. Although they were an alliance, the internal strife between the various factions was quite severe. Some of the top-tier clans had mortal enmity with each other and were naturally unwilling to stay together. Thus, they had split into 5 squads. Each squad had more than 100 Tao Lords and was led by a lone celestial exalt. One could imagine how powerful such an enormous organization was. The human territory, the Tao Alliance's celestial court. A 9-story tower towered in the void. Off in the distance, 2 6th-grade supreme treasures were scattered. The Tao Lords within them were wildly attacking with abandon. The earth-shattering momentum caused the void to turn into a spatial torrent that crashed onto the heavenly tower with a rumble. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Although the Skypiercer was trembling slightly, it seemed to have taken root and remained standing in the void. It wasn't sent flying. This caused the experts of the Alliance to feel extremely stunned. We have so many Tao Lords, 2 Celestial Exalts, and 4 7th-grade Supreme Treasures. Even with such a powerful alliance, we still aren't able to send that 9-story tower flying. Can it be that the 100-plus Tao Lords of the Human Alliance are all helping to stabilize that flying Supreme Treasure? This 9-story tower is controlled by Tao Lord Mountain C. He received the 8 Clouds legacy. Indeed, all sorts of strange things can happen. Perhaps this is one of the techniques of the 8 Clouds legacy. It seems we'll have to fight a war of attrition. Once the Myriad Races Alliance arrives, we'll be in trouble. No matter what, we can't give up on this battle. Even if it isn't for the legacy, we can't just watch as the humans grow stronger. We've joined forces. If we let the humans roam free and unfettered, that would be a huge joke. Some of the experts of the Alliance were furious, while others were helpless. Soon, the attacks came to a halt. They knew very well that continuing to attack like this would be a waste of energy. Within the supreme treasure space of Skirich Tower. Send Skirich Tower flying? Jiangxi's expression was calm. Even if they were in the Chaos Sea and a 3rd-step Celestial Exalted was unable to do anything to Skirich Tower, these Tao Lords were nothing. Let's wait. Once the Myriad Races Alliance arrives, we'll win. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said softly. Jiangxi and the other experts of the human race nodded gently as well. This was especially true for Jiangxi. He knew very well that although Skirich Tower was unshakable, it was still restricted by the laws of heaven and earth of the primal universe. He was unable to unleash its full power. Be it supreme treasures or living beings, they all had to abide by the laws of the limits of Tao Lords. Without the help of the Myriad Races Alliance, the alliance of the Yao and Ghoul races could completely trap Skirich Tower and the Human Alliance forever. To be precise, the Alliance had close to 400 Tao Lords. They only needed to leave behind 70 to 80% of their experts to suppress the Human Alliance. As for the other Tao Lords, they could take turns and head to the Chaos Sea to increase their strength at any time. They could also take away the territory of the human race and restrict their development. Under such circumstances, the alien Tao Lords who had joined the Human Alliance would probably not be able to hold on. They might even leave the Alliance directly. This way, the Human Alliance would become weaker and weaker until they had no power to resist. If that's really the case, then I can only resort to a crazy plan. The only problem was that this plan was too risky. If it failed, they would not be able to wipe out the Alliance's strength and would not have a second chance. At that time, the human race would still be in great danger. Jiangxi looked through Skirich Tower at the 2 flying supreme treasures that were far apart in the starry sky, outside clearly. The Yao and Ghoul races were also very cautious and did not gather together. That's why it's up to the Myriad Races Alliance. With their participation, the Human Alliance will have a great advantage. Jiangxi thought. Oh, at this moment, Jiangxi, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, Celestial Venerable Ming, Celestial Venerable Lu, Celestial Venerable Lai Shan, and the other Tao Lords in Skirich Tower sensed the space-time ripples outside and immediately grew excited. The 2 flying supreme treasures of the Tao Alliance's Celestial Court were like war fortresses that had become incomparably large. However, they were very far apart from each other. They're here. The Myriad Races Alliance has arrived. The experts of the Yao and Ghoul Races Alliance sensed the space-time ripples as well. Their expressions changed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 5 flying supreme treasures of different shapes appeared out of nowhere in the starry sky, each emanating a towering aura. Clearly, the experts of the Myriad Races Alliance had intentionally spread this aura in order to show off their might as the strongest power in the 4th universe. Humans, we've arrived. We'll decide the outcome of this battle. Loud laughter and roars rang out from the 5 flying supreme treasures one after another, echoing throughout the starry sky. Myriad Races Alliance, please act quickly. We'll join forces and repel the alliance. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments responded on behalf of the human alliance. No rush. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, don't be hasty. You humans haven't given us the inheritance you promised. According to our agreement, you'll give us a portion before the battle, and another portion after the battle. Now, please take out a portion of the inheritance. We'll examine it and verify it. Once we've verified it, we'll naturally help you. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for us to act. Yes, that's the principle. Take out a portion of the inheritance first. The leaders of the various factions within the Myriad Races Alliance all said the same thing. Jiang Sai, Venerated Ming, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, and the other human experts exchanged glances, then nodded. Soon, everyone gathered in the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram. Within the mountain and river diagram, there was a stone table floating in the starry sky. Jiang Sai, Venerated Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sat on one side. On the other side were the 5 celestial venerates of the Myriad Races Alliance and the representatives of the various factions due to the human race's permission. Their spiritual senses could also enter the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram. This is a fair trade. Now that we haven't seen the inheritance, the Myriad Races Alliance won't help us for free. Patriarch Demon Heart laughed. According to our agreement, before the battle, you'll have to provide us with a portion of the inheritance that allowed Tao Lords to become celestial venerates. Now, please allow us to view that portion of the inheritance. Only then can we confirm that you aren't fooling us. Only then will we agree to join you and help you deal with the allied faction. Celestial Venerate Sanchi said in a low voice. Everyone, there's no need to worry. The inheritance has been prepared long ago. You can view it now. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. All right, that's good. The experts of the Myriad Races Alliance all spoke out. Then let's begin. Everyone, take a careful look. We humans never cheat. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. Immediately after, he displayed the portion of the inheritance he had prepared in the starry sky. All sorts of runes, diagrams, and other things flowed in a mysterious manner in the starry sky. The heavenly venerates of the Myriad Races Alliance, as well as the Tao Lords who were the leaders of the factions, looked over seriously and studied it carefully. Even Patriarch Demonheart was watching curiously. Although he was already a heavenly venerate, he was still muddle-headed when he broke through to become a heavenly venerate. He had no systematic experience at all. Upon seeing this, Jiang Sai, heavenly venerate Sanchi, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments exchanged glances and nodded slightly. They were filled with confidence. This was especially so for Jiang Sai. This was the inheritance information he had meticulously prepared. Although it was much simpler and had omitted many important points, it was still within the Myriad Races Alliance. However, no matter what, this was chosen from the vast number of inheritance stones in the 8 Clouds inheritance. No matter how simplified it was many times better than the inheritances of the various factions in the Chaos Sea. In the entire Chaos Sea, only the 2 sacred grounds might have inheritances that allowed one to break through from Tao Lord to Heavenly Venerate. The other factions were all trying to cross the river by feeling their way through. They did not know the correct way to become a Heavenly Venerate. Jiang Sai believed that the inheritance information he had compiled would definitely leave any Tao Lord stunned furthermore. They would be filled with desire for the remaining inheritance information. Therefore, he was not afraid that the Myriad Races Alliance would not help the human race. There's a lot of information. Even with the strength of a Tao Lord's essence soul, it will take a while to finish reading it all. Jiang Sai sent a voice transmission. Then let's wait a little longer. We're all in Sky Piercer Tower now. The Alliance can't do anything to us. There's no harm in waiting a little longer, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a smile. Once the Myriad Races Alliance joins us, we'll definitely win this battle. Heavenly Venerate Sanchi was also smiling. The 3 of them were not the only ones waiting. The other experts in the human camp were also waiting anxiously. Time passed by the minute and second. Instead, it was the experts of the Fae and Ghost factions who were getting impatient. Why is there still no movement? Are we just going to wait here? Don't be anxious. Previously, when the Myriad Races Alliance made their decision, we immediately took action. Therefore, they probably didn't have time to obtain the inheritance information from the human race. Now that they're here, they must have seen the inheritance information before deciding whether to join us. I expect that they're currently analyzing the information, Empyrean Demonis said. We absolutely can't act rashly right now. If we attack in advance, there's a very high chance that we'll enrage the Myriad Races Alliance and push them towards the human camp. Empyrean Yindu nodded as well. Can it be that the two Empyreans believe that the Myriad Races Alliance still has a chance of joining us? A Tao Lord asked boldly. The chances are slim, but if we attack now, there'll be no hope. Let's wait a little longer. There might be a chance, Empyrean Demonis said. The other alien Tao Lords all exchanged glances. They had already calculated many times. It was impossible for the Myriad Races Alliance to join them. A chance? There's still one more chapter to go. Chapter 642. The Tao Alliance's celestial court was the core of the human domain, and the human domain was the core of the fourth universe. It could be said that this was the central region of the fourth universe. At this moment, the cosmos was extremely quiet. 8 colossal objects stood there quietly. They were the Skypiercer Tower of the human camp, the 2 flying-type true treasures of the allied camp, and the 5 flying-type true treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. All of them were filled with Tao Lords and above. More than 90% of the Tao Lords of the fourth universe and almost all of the celestial venerables were gathered here. Each of them had the power to destroy space-time with a flip of their hand. They could easily establish a powerful top-tier race. And now, they were all gathered here for a great battle. This battle would affect the future of the fourth universe and change the power structure of the entire universe. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done as well. The 5 flying-type true treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance leaned against each other. The representatives who had been sent out to check the legacy information didn't communicate within the Skypiercer diagram. Instead, they communicated with their spiritual senses outside. We've studied this part of the inheritance information. Everyone, tell us, what do you think of the inheritance information? A deep voice sounded. It's all right. It's somewhat useful. It's SOSO. This is the 8 clouds legacy that all the major powers of the Chaosy are going crazy over. Why is the legacy information for becoming an celestial venerable so simple? It's too ordinary. A few of the 5 celestial venerables of the Myriad Races Alliance shook their heads. Most of the leaders of the various factions shook their heads as well. Some were disdainful. Everyone, make your decision. Do you choose to join the human camp now? Or do you choose to support me? The deep voice continued. Celestial Venerable Sanchi, do you even need to ask? I support you. Haha. Everyone knows what to choose now. Celestial Venerable Sanchi, you are the most suitable leader of the Myriad Races Alliance. Of course, you have to keep your promise. Celestial Venerable Sanchi, the legacy information you provided us is even more detailed than the humans. We naturally support you. Yes, the legacy you provided greatly increases our chances of becoming celestial venerables. We support you. The leaders of the various factions of the Myriad Races Alliance were surprisingly united in their opinions. Exalted Celestial Trinity sent a mental message. All right, then let's follow the second plan we came up with. We'll continue to make requests of the humans. If they agree, we will join the human race. If they still don't show any sincerity, then everyone should know what to do, right? Understood. Let's follow this plan. The leaders of the major factions of the Alliance of 10,000 races and the 3 Heaven Venerables on their own answered. They had already discussed this. The plan that Celestial Lord Sanchi had come up with was very harsh for the human race. However, it was absolutely in line with the common interests of the Alliance of 10,000 races. Of course, they would not object. After all, only an alliance with the same interests would be the most united and stable. Inside the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, in front of the stone table in the starry sky, Jiang Sai, Venerated Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments were all looking at the experts of the Myriad Races Alliance, waiting for their reply. I will represent the Myriad Races Alliance. A heavenly venerable with 3 heads and a body covered in blue snake scales suddenly spoke. Jiang Xi and the other 2 were all surprised. However, the leader of the alliance of 10,000 races, Patriarch Demon Heart, was rather taken aback. He hurriedly turned to look at the other heavenly venerables and the leaders of the various factions. That's right. The alliance of 10,000 races is now represented by Celestial Lord Sanchi. That's right. Celestial Lord Sanchi is our leader. The other experts of the alliance of 10,000 races all spoke out. Patriarch Demon Heart's expression instantly turned very ugly. His true body in the real world immediately sent a mental message to the Tao Lords under his command, wanting to understand the situation. In truth, Patriarch Demon Heart had noticed when Celestial Lord Sanchi and the other experts had been communicating through their spiritual senses. However, those experts hadn't spoken to him mentally, so he didn't know what they were talking about. In addition, spiritual sense communication was fast to begin with. It was settled in just a few seconds. Although he was puzzled, he didn't have the time to ask any questions. Celestial Lord Sanchi had suddenly said that he represented the entire alliance of 10,000 races. Patriarch, we indeed all have Celestial Lord Sanchi as our representative. Lord Celestial, I'm very sorry. This involves our own interests. After the negotiations are over, we'll explain the situation to you in detail. Patriarch, the Tao Lords who have been close to him all said the same thing. Patriarch Demon Heart was instantly filled with anger. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, these Tao Lords were his foundation in the alliance of 10,000 races. They were also the group of Tao Lords who had the best relationship with him. At the same time, Jiang Xi, Celestial Lord Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments exchanged glances within the Skyspan Mountains river diagram. They also realized that Patriarch Demon Heart and the other heavenly venerables hadn't spoken out against it. Clearly, the alliance of 10,000 races truly was represented by Celestial Lord Sanchi. Celestial Lord Sanchi? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. Please speak. We've already seen the information you gave us regarding your legacies. Celestial Lord Sanchi's 3 heads looked at the 3 human experts. Then he said in a cold voice, Unfortunately, we're not satisfied. The faces of Jiang Xi, Celestial Lord Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments all changed. Not satisfied? Jiang Xi frowned. He had personally organized this information. It was definitely information that would make all the major factions in the Chaos Sea envious. How could the alliance of 10,000 races not be satisfied? Celestial Lord Sanchi, what do you mean? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments remained calm. Just this information alone isn't worth the risk for our alliance of 10,000 races. If you really want the alliance of 10,000 races to join, show us your sincerity and give us more detailed and richer information regarding your legacies. Celestial Lord Sanchi said coldly. More? Riverward and the other 2 exchanged glances. At the same time, they secretly communicated with each other. They're raising the price. They're certain that we humans have a favor to ask of them, so they're asking for more. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sent a voice transmission. Greed is a bottomless pit. Even if we give them more detailed legacies, they'll think that we have more that we haven't taken out. They'll probably continue to extort us, Celestial Lord Ming added. Jiang Xi, do you think the information we've given them is enough? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked. It's definitely enough. Any more, and it'll shake the foundation of our human race's future development. Jiang Xi said solemnly. The 3 discussed for a while, then came to a decision. They looked at the representative of the alliance of 10,000 races. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said, This is the most detailed information we can provide. If you want more, I'm sorry, but we don't have it. If your alliance of 10,000 races is willing to help us, we'll naturally take out the other half once the war is over. You really don't have it? Celestial Lord Sanchi frowned. No. Lord 9 Firmaments shook his head. Jiang Ci frowned as well. The alliance of 10,000 races had suddenly raised the price at such a critical moment. It was indeed quite displeasing. If that's the case, Celestial Lord Sanchi turned to look at the other 3 Celestial Lords beside him, as well as the leaders of the various factions. They all nodded slightly. The information you humans have given us is too crude. It's not worth the risk. Celestial Lord Sanchi said coldly. You're too greedy, Lord 9 Firmaments said solemnly, suppressing his anger. Don't go overboard. Celestial Lord Ming snorted coldly. Jiang Ci only sneered. Of course, there's another solution. Celestial Lord Sanchi did not care about the attitude of the 3 powerhouses of a human race. He continued, we don't need any more inheritances, but if you, Lord Mountain Sea stared fixedly at Jiang Ci. If you're willing, swear on the 8-cloud inheritance mark that after the war ends, accompany me to the great sky holy land. Our alliance of 10,000 races can also join the human camp. Celestial Lord Sanchi finally revealed his true motive. That's impossible. Don't even think about it. Lord 9 Firmaments and Celestial Lord Ming shouted coldly at the same time. There's no room for discussion. Jiang Ci shook his head. The dagger was revealed. It seemed that everything behind this was caused by the Great Sky Holy Land. And behind the Great Sky Holy Land was the enemy of the Upper Realm, which was the Star Realm. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Great Sky Holy Land to know about the existence of the 8-cloud inheritance mark. Therefore, he would not be foolish enough to agree to this request. Go to the Great Sky Holy Land? That was courting death. In that case, let's meet on the battlefield. Let's go. Celestial Lord Sanchi stood up. The other experts of the alliance of 10,000 races also stood up. Although Patriarch Demonheart's expression was ugly, he also stood up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The experts of the alliance of 10,000 races disappeared one after another, their spiritual senses leaving the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. In front of the stone table, only the 3 powerhouses of the human race and Patriarch Demonheart were left standing. Patriarch Demonheart had already taken the inheritance that allowed him to cultivate to the limits of the heavenly venerate level. Now, he could neither sit nor leave. His face was filled with awkwardness. Demonheart, what's going on? Celestial Lord Ming asked him. That's not what we agreed on previously. Riverward also spoke up. Patriarch Demonheart smiled bitterly. Wait a moment. Let me understand the situation first. The alliance of 10,000 races had 5 flying supreme treasures. One of them belonged to Patriarch Demonheart. Everyone, what's going on? Patriarch Demonheart looked at the Tao Lords in the supreme treasure space. These were all Tao Lords that he had made friends with. They were also one of the reasons why he had enough power to speak in the alliance of 10,000 races. A rock life-form giant said in a muffled voice, Lord Demonheart, we are friends, but we also want to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can our respective races have a higher status in the 4th universe. Especially after becoming celestial venerates and having their own miniature universes, our races will have a true foundation. So, you can't blame us for this. Speak. What's going on? Patriarch Demonheart growled. He didn't want to hear this nonsense. A Tao Lord from another top-tier race side. It's like this. Previously, when the alliance of 10,000 races was arguing about whether or not to join the human race, there were many disputes. Celestial Lord Sanchi gave us part of the inheritance that allowed Tao Lords to become celestial venerates without telling you. He said that if the human race gave us a more detailed inheritance, we would still be able to help the human race. If not, we would help the alliance deal with the human race and force Tao, Lord Mountain Sea. That's what happened. We don't know where Celestial Lord Sanchi got the inheritance from. But the inheritance he gave us is more detailed and rich than the human race's. In terms of value, it's more than 10 times higher. The inheritance that the human race gave us is simply too crude. Lord Demonheart, what do you think we should choose? The Tao Lords and the true treasure space all looked at Patriarch Demon Heart. Patriarch Demon Heart smiled bitterly, full of helplessness. I see. Patriarch Demon Heart shook his head gently. Combined with the request that Celestial Lord Sanchi had made to Jiang Xi, he knew that Jun Tian Holy Land was behind all this. No wonder Celestial Lord Sanchi had helped him so enthusiastically when he was planning to form the alliance of 10,000 races. No wonder the alliance of 10,000 races was established so smoothly without any obstacles or disputes. His goal was to use the alliance of 10,000 races to obtain the inheritance that allowed one to reach the limit of celestial venerate from the human race. In Jun Tian Holy Land, behind him was also helping him to form the alliance of 10,000 races. For top clans like us, what we seek is survival. What we seek is strength. The inheritance information given by Celestial Lord Sanchi far surpasses that of the human race. We can't sit back and watch the human race become stronger. If they become stronger, they will definitely squeeze our living space. Moreover, it will definitely be easier for us to join the alliance in this battle. The price we pay will also be the smallest. There are many considerations, be it from the present, the future, or the benefits we can obtain. Patriarch Demon Heart, you should understand our choice. The alien Tao Lords who were close to Patriarch Demon Heart were all quite calm and collected. Their conversation ended quickly. Inside the Tongtian mountain painting, Patriarch Demon Heart sighed softly. He looked at the three powerhouses of the human race and said, "Behind Celestial Lord Sanchi should be the Jun Tian Holy Land." He took out an inheritance that was 10 times more detailed than yours. That's why many experts of the alliance of 10,000 races sided with him. 10 times? Jiangxi's expression changed slightly. This Jun Tian Holy Land was really ruthless. He thought that the inheritance information he had sorted out was already very good, enough to make many factions in the Chaos Sea jealous. But he did not expect that the Jun Tian Holy Land would be willing to take out an even better inheritance. Jiang Xi understood that even if he knew now, there was nothing he could do that was because he could not take out a better inheritance. Otherwise, it would really be raising a tiger to invite calamity. That would shake the foundation of the human race's future development. If he really took out a better inheritance, given the huge number of races in the alliance of 10,000 races, a large number of Tao Lords and heavenly venerates would definitely be born quickly. At that time, the human race's situation would be even more dangerous. Moreover, at this point, it was useless to say anything. Celestial Lord Sanchi was here for him. Asking for more inheritance was just a pretense. I didn't do well this time. However, since I obtained a portion of the inheritance information you gave me, I won't take part in this battle. Patriarch Demon Heart sighed softly. Then he left the heaven-connecting mountain river painting. Jiang Xi, Venerable Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments watched him leave and did not stop him. They understood that if they agreed to give the other 2/3 of the inheritance information on cultivating to the limits of an Empyrean, then Patriarch Demon Heart should still stand on the side of the human race. However, in the face of this kind of massive number of powerhouses, an Empyrean powerhouse that could only unleash the combat strength of a Tao Lord would have no impact on the overall situation at all. Whether they kept him or not, it was no use. Let's fight to the death. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, who had always been calm, had a crazed look in his eyes. Our human race will never compromise. Venerable Ming snorted angrily. Master, Venerable Ming, looks like we can only go along with this crazy plan. Jiang Xi was filled with killing intent. Chapter 643. Within the space controlled by Patriarch Demon Heart, within one of the 5 flying treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. Lord Demon Heart, it's our fault this time, isn't it? Please forgive us. Patriarch, Empyrean Sanchi can bring tremendous benefits to every single one of us, which is why we're listening to him for now. Once this battle is over, and we receive the legacy information from Empyrean Sanchi. Empyrean Sanchi doesn't have the right to be our leader at all. You're the one who can convince the masses of the Myriad Races Alliance. Yes, we still support Lord Demonheart. A large group of Tao Lords on Patriarch Demonheart's side comforted him. They knew that Patriarch Demonheart was very displeased with their sudden change of sides. These Tao Lords had all gathered together. Although they were comforting him, they were actually worried. They were worried that Patriarch Demonheart would side with the humans and capture them, offering them to them so that the humans could use them as leverage. All right, I understand what you mean. You're not wrong to do this. Patriarch Demonheart glanced at them all. He sighed inwardly. Although they were all on his side, they weren't his slaves. He couldn't force them to do anything. Besides, there wasn't much he could do. If these 100 or so Tao Lords gathered together and unleashed their full power, he wouldn't be able to suppress them at all. They were more than capable of charging out of this sixth-order flying treasure. You can all wait here for now, Patriarch Demonheart said. He'd taken benefits from the humans. Although he hadn't managed to get the Myriad Races Alliance to join the human side in the end, he'd still promised not to interfere. As an expert who kept his word, he wouldn't go back on his word. The 100 or so Tao Lords exchanged glances and smiled wryly. The internal strife within the Myriad Races Alliance was severe. After this battle, their status within the alliance would most likely decline. At the same time, the experts of the Monster and Ghost Alliance received Empyrean Sanchi's message. They were all overjoyed. Empyrean Myriad Fiend and Empyrean Yindu, in particular, understood everything behind the scenes. So Empyrean Sanchi was Autarch Jun Tion's third chess piece. However, they didn't care too much about it. All they cared about was destroying the humans right now. Ha ha ha! Empyrean Myriad Fiend laughed wildly. I didn't think the human race would be so stupid as to offend the Myriad Races Alliance now that the Alliance of Myriad Races has joined our alliance. We now have more than 1,000 Tao Lords. They occupied almost 80% of the battle power of all the pinnacle powerhouses in the entire universe 4. The puny human race is not qualified to fight with us. They're bound to lose. That's right, he's definitely going to lose. A puny human dares to resist? There are so many of us here. A collective attack from us will probably cause them to crumble instantly. The Tao Lords of the Alliance were all roaring with laughter, filled with confidence. Thousands of Tao Lords and 6 Celestial Venerables. Such a powerful force was something that no force in the 4th universe could resist. They could only be crushed. Soon, the flying true treasures of the joint camp and the Myriad Races Alliance approached rapidly. Only Patriarch Demonheart's flying true treasures remained stationary. Those cowered from the human camp are hiding in their 7th rank flying treasures. We can't hurt them at all. Surround them. Surround the 9-story tower. That's right. Surround the 9-story tower completely. Once they come out, we'll attack together and kill them instantly. Unless they hide inside forever and never come out. If they hide in their true treasure space forever, then we'll trap and suppress them forever. Given our current power, we only need 1/3 of the Tao Lords and Celestial Venerables to guard this place. That's enough to make the human camp unable to struggle, and we can seize the opportunity to plunder the human territory completely. Without territory, they'll be trapped forever, unless they retreat to Tomorrow Venerable's miniature universe. But without the resources of the original universe, even with the powerful 8 Clouds inheritance, it'll be difficult for the human race to produce more pinnacle great beings. There'll be no threat to us. The great beings of the joint camp and the alliance of myriad races were extremely confident. 6 flying true treasures, each like a war fortress, surrounded the towering Sky Tower in the void space. It was like a giant sphere with Sky Tower as the core. The 6 flying-type true treasures drew an arc in the air and circled around Sky-reaching Tower, completely surrounding it. Human, hurry up and admit defeat. Hand over the inheritance of 8 clouds. Hand over all the inheritances from Tao Lords to Celestial Venerables. Once we confirm it, we'll leave immediately if you don't hand it over. The human race will have no place in the fourth universe from now on. The territory of the human race will no longer belong to the human race. Hand over the inheritance. Hand over the inheritance. A majestic voice was transmitted directly into the heavenly tower. The Tao Lords on the 6 flying true treasures all spread their murderous auras. More than 1,000 Tao Lords and 6 celestial venerables. What a terrifying power! There's no hope of winning it all. Once we go out, we'll probably be reduced to ashes. Within the space of Sky Tower, more than 100 Tao Lords from the human camp were panicking. Even Celestial Venerable Lu and Celestial Venerable Lai Mountain looked extremely solemn. If they went out, they weren't confident that they could resist the joint attack of so many great beings. Jiangxiai, Celestial Venerable Ming, Tao Lord 9 Clouds, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other great beings of the human race saw this scene and understood. Even if the order was forcefully given, these Tao Lords probably wouldn't go out. After all, these alien races weren't willing to give up their lives for the sake of the human race. Forcing the human race to hand over the inheritance? Tao Lord 9 Cloud's eyes were filled with killing intent. In your dreams, Jiang Xi sneered. Not to mention the Juntian sacred land scheme behind the scenes, the other races outside all saw the human race as a great threat. Once the human race handed over the inheritance, the demon race, ghost race, and other top races would be able to continuously produce peak experts with their huge population. This way, even if the human race became stronger in the future, they wouldn't be a great threat to the alien races. Therefore, whether they chose to withdraw after obtaining the inheritance or directly drive the human race out of the fourth universe, it was acceptable to the joint camp and the Myriad Races Alliance. Jiang Xi. Tao Lord 9 Clouds looked at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi. Celestial Venerable Ming also looked over. Mountain Sea. Tao Lord Clear Flame looked at Jiang Xi. Junior brother, Tao Lord Mi Luo, did the same. The gazes of the surrounding human Tao Lords all fell upon Riverward. They already knew about Jiang Xi's crazy plan and understood how crazy this so-called crazy plan was, although Jiang Xi vowed that there wouldn't be any danger. How could they believe it? Back outside the 8-Cloud ruins, Jiang Xi had relied on the 8-Cloud Pavilion to block the joint attack of so many experts. But that was the 8-Cloud Pavilion. As for Tier 9 Armor Treasures and Tier 9 Essence Soul Treasures, no one knew the exact strength of these legacies. Therefore, it was still unknown whether they could block the joint attack of thousands of Tao Lords and 6 Heavenly Venerables. However, now that the human race was facing a desperate situation, only Jiang Xi's crazy plan had hope of success. The only thing was that Jiang Xi's life was on the line. Leave it to me. Jiang Xi's eyes were cold. Be careful. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments couldn't help but exhort. Don't worry. Do they think they can kill me? Jiang Xi looked at the 6 flying-type treasures outside. They were close enough. Not far away, Celestial Exalt Lu and Celestial Exalt Lai Mountain felt a strong sense of curiosity. They still didn't know about the human race's plan, but based on the conversation between Jiang Xi and the human race, it seemed that this plan could give the human race a chance of victory. What was this plan? At this moment, in the starry skies of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, which had been completely destroyed, a total of 6 flying-type treasures were flying around Skypiercer Tower, each about 100 billion kilometers away. Hand over the legacies. Hand over the legacies. Hand over the legacies. The morale of the Tao Lords of the Allied faction and the Myriad Races Alliance was high. The overwhelming advantage filled them with absolute confidence. It's moving. It seems like someone is about to come out of the 9-story tower. Are they going to flee? Everyone get ready. Get ready to attack together and kill them all. The experts of the 2 factions were all on high alert, ready to attack at any moment. The 6 flying-type treasures were rapidly approaching as well. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air outside Skypiercer Tower. Huh? Alone? It's Downward Mountain Sea of the human race. Attack together. Attack my ass. Celestial Exalt Sanchi immediately roared. Everyone stop. He's the inheritor of 8 clouds. If we kill him, who will we ask for the legacies from? However, his words were already too late. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of terrifying secret technique attacks swarmed out of the 6 flying-type treasures, covering the sky and drowning Jiangxi. The starry sky exploded with destructive energy. Not good. Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon's expression changed drastically. Everyone stop. Celestial Exalt Yindu shouted. Damn it. Celestial Exalt Sanchi was furious. They weren't afraid of offending Jun Tian Supreme, but they were worried that if they really killed Downward Mountain Sea, the inheritance of 8 clouds would really be gone. Moreover, the conditions and legacies that Jun Tian Supreme had promised them would be gone too. Rumble. The rumbling of the energy explosion gradually subsided. How is this possible? He's fine. He's unharmed. In the rapidly recovering void, the black-armored figure was still standing there. Not far behind him was Sky Tower. Celestial Exalt Sanchi, Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon, and Celestial Exalt Yin Du could all confirm that Downward Mountain Sea hadn't entered the 9-story tower to take refuge. How did Downward Mountain Sea withstand such a terrifying concentrated attack? What kind of armor is he wearing? Tier 7? Tier 8? Celestial Exalt Sanchi was shocked. Even if it's a Tier 7 or Tier 8 armor, there were many Essential attacks among the attacks just now. Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon shook his head. Something's wrong. Celestial Exalt Yindu said in a low voice. Let's not worry about that for now. As long as he's not dead, we have to capture him no matter what. Then, they ordered their subordinates at the same time. Capture Downward Mountain Sea. Capture him. Capture him alive. A series of excited, hysterical laughter and furious roars could be heard. Celestial Exalt Sanchi, Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon, and Celestial Exalt Yin Du controlled their flying-type treasures and quickly approached Jiangxi. They all had the mission of bringing Downward Mountain Sea to the great sky, sacred ground, capture him alive. Jiangxi sneered. Come on, come closer. Let's see who can capture who alive. Once we're close enough, none of you can escape. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The distance of 100 billion kilometers was covered in an instant. Soon, the 6 celestial exalts controlled their flying-type treasures and entered a radius of 1 million kilometers around Jiangxi. Jiangxi stood in the void. Compared to the endless starry sky, he looked very small. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly shot out 2 terrifying blood-red rays. The 2 rays of blood-red light formed a mysterious blood-red pattern in the air almost instantly. What kind of secret technique is this? Is he still thinking of escaping? Be careful. Don't let Downward Mountain Sea escape. The experts on the 6 flying-type treasures were all worried that Jiangxi would use some unknown secret technique to escape. The next moment, cloud destruction. Attack. Jiangxi's eyes were cold. Whoosh. The mysterious blood-red pattern suddenly exploded like a scattering wind and clouds. The terrifying ripples with blood-red light instantly covered the space within a radius of 1 million kilometers, including the 6 flying-type treasures. Boom! The earth-shattering sound exploded in the minds of the Tao Lords from the alliance of 10,000 races and the joint camp. Thousands of Tao Lords from other races. They had been laughing crazily and excitedly just a moment ago, but now they all entered a dazed state. Even the 6 celestial exalts, including Celestial Exalts Sanchi, Celestial Exalts 1,000 Demons, and Celestial Exalts felt a terrifying impact on their primordial spirits. Their consciousness instantly became dazed, and their thoughts became much slower. But then, Celestial Exalts Sanchi, Celestial Exalts 1,000 Demons, and Celestial Exalts Yendu, the 3 second-step Celestial Exalts, all woke up. The remaining 3 first-step celestial exalts were still in a daze. Oh no, what kind of attack is this? It actually made thousands of Tao Lords fall into a daze at the same time. Ping Qi and the other 2 are first-step celestial exalts. Their primordial spirits aren't as strong as ours, so they couldn't resist it. Even second-step celestial exalts like us were hit just now. At this moment, in the space of Sky Piercer Tower, the human experts were also stunned. Of course, they had noticed the abnormalities of the joint camp and the alliance of 10,000 races. This is impossible. The laws of heaven and earth of the original universe are fair. It's impossible for such a heaven-defying primordial spirit attack to appear. It's the 8 clouds' inheritance. It must be an attack left behind by such a powerful civilization to break the laws of heaven and earth of the original universe. The alien experts couldn't believe it. Celestial exalts Lu and Lai Shan didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with shock. Everyone, don't hesitate. Tao Lord 9 Clouds was the first to speak. Everyone, attack and destroy the joint camp and the alliance of 10,000 races in one fell swoop. Haha, kill. Let's decide the outcome of this battle. The human experts no longer had any worries. They all rushed out of Sky Piercer Tower excitedly. At this moment, Jiang Xi had already moved. He picked up the sword embryo he had obtained from the 8 Clouds' inheritance and charged toward one of the flying true treasures of the alliance of 10,000 races. During the years he had been in seclusion in the 8 Clouds' ruins and the 2,000 years he had spent in the origin space of Mount Xianwang, he had used the sword embryo to devour those 5th grade and 6th grade true treasures. The sword embryo had originally been a 7th grade true treasure, but after devouring a large number of true treasures, it had now become a peak 8th grade offensive true treasure. Even if he didn't use any secret techniques, he could easily unleash the combat strength of a peak Tao Lord. Chapter 644. The combined attacks of over 1,000 Tao Lords had caused the galaxy to shatter, but it was rapidly recovering. Countless spatial fragments seemed to be swept up by the waves, roaring and attacking everything. After Jiang Xi used Cloud Extinguisher's Essence Soul Attack, the 6 flying treasures of the Allied faction and the Myriad Races Alliance seemed to freeze, stopping in the endless spatial turbulence. Within the flying treasure space, 1 trillion kilometers away, Patriarch Demonheart and the 100 or so alien Tao Lords were also deeply shocked. They weren't within the range of Jiang Xi's attack, so they couldn't feel the terrifying might of the Essence Soul attack. However, they could detect the situation of the Myriad Races Alliance and the Allied faction. 6 Celestial Venerables and over 1,000 Tao Lords. Only 3 second-step Celestial Venerables quickly regained consciousness, while the other experts were all in a daze. In such a state, they were basically at the mercy of others. How did he do it? Patriarch Demonheart was shocked and confused, but also extremely wary. Fortunately, we didn't attack. This is really... We escaped disaster. The 100 or so alien Tao Lords who belonged to Patriarch Demonheart's faction were all overjoyed. When they looked at Patriarch Demonheart again, their eyes were filled with gratitude. If not for Patriarch Demonheart, they probably would have fallen into a daze like the other experts of the Myriad Races Alliance and been at the mercy of others. They could already see that Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race had already teleported over with a long sword in hand. Wake up, all of you. Celestial Venerables Sanchi, Myriad Demon, and Yendu were all roaring furiously. Their voices carried the power of their essence souls, wanting to awaken the Tao Lords under their command. However, they didn't dare to use too much force, because these Tao Lords were in a daze and unable to resist. Given their strength as second-step Celestial Venerables, it was easy for them to unleash the power of a Tao Lord at the very limit. It was guaranteed that they wouldn't cause any collateral damage. Some of the weaker Tao Lords might even die, However, they underestimated the power of Cloud Extinguisher. The ripples with blood-colored light were like a blood net that tightly bound the primordial spirits of those powerhouses. Unless they could use their own strength to break through the net of blood, their essence souls would forever be in a daze. This was the primordial spirit's supreme art passed down by God King Eight Clouds. Even the primordial realm and the astral realm, it was a supreme technique that was second to none. Damn it, Empyrean Sanchi was furious. It's over. Empyrean Myriad Demon was both furious and in despair. Hateful, laughable. Yin Du had a complicated expression on his face. From the moment they had broken free of the primordial bloodweb until now, it had actually been an extremely short process. Not even an instant had passed. At this moment, Jiang Xi had already teleported over. Kill! Jiang Xi, who was wearing black armor and holding an ancient stone sword, shouted coldly and slashed out with his sword. Voila! A green ray of light appeared in the air. It was like a dream, flashing and disappearing. Following that, countless green rays of light appeared, one after another, as if they contained endless vitality. In an instant, the green light enveloped the two flying treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. Boom! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, it was as if he had gone through a reincarnation cycle from birth to death. The first move of the heavenly Tao scroll of the Mountain and Sea Sword. Life, reincarnation. Jiang Xi's expression was calm. A green sword light with a destructive aura descended from a void. As if it could destroy the world, it pierced through the three flying treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. These three were only rank 5 flying treasures. The defense of the treasures alone could not withstand the power of the green sword light. Although there were more than one first-step Empyrean and 100 Tao Lords in each flying treasure space, they were still in a daze. They were all in a daze and had no strength to resist. You killed a Cosmos-level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP plus 9. You killed a Cosmos-level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP plus 6. You killed a Flood-level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP plus 3. You killed a Desolate-level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP plus 1. Those Tao Lords instantly lost their lives, their bodies and souls destroyed. Only 3 first-step Empyreans survived. In the primordial universe, it was almost impossible to kill a heavenly venerable. However, at this moment, these 3 first-step Empyreans were still in a daze. They had not woken up and were floating in the starry sky. 3 flying-type, supreme treasures and more than 300 Tao Lords had brought Riverward more than 1,000 eternal experience points. This sword, what kind of secret technique is this? It's too terrifying. Is this the limit of a Tao Lord? Mountain Sea Tao Lord. Mountain Sea Tao Lord. The 100 or so human experts who had just rushed out of Sky Tower were all extremely shocked. Then, they laughed loudly and shouted. They had won this battle. 3 more. At this moment, Jiang Xi looked at the flying treasures controlled by Empyrean Sanchi, Empyrean Myriad Demon, and Empyrean Yendu, Mountain Sea Tao Lord. Jiang Xi, you're going to become enemies with the entire 4th universe. Empyrean Sanchi roared angrily. Those who had died just now were all experts of the Myriad Races Alliance. Jiang Xi's sword had caused the Myriad Races Alliance to lose half of their strength. What a joke. You are a sinister Empyrean who only knows how to scheme. How can you represent the 4th universe? Jiang Xi sneered. He raised the stone sword in his hand and was about to use another killer move. Mountain Sea Tao Lord, how about we stop here? Empyrean Myriad Demon suddenly asked. Mountain Sea Tao Lord, we are also willing to retreat. We can also promise that during this era of calamity, we will not take half a step into your human territory. Empyrean Yendu's voice echoed in the starry sky. The 2 Empyreans lowered their heads. Unlike Empyrean Sanchi, they each had a pinnacle clan behind them. Empyrean Sanchi was a lone Empyrean. Even if the Myriad Races Alliance was destroyed, he could still leave in the end. It would be fine even if he never returned to the 4th universe. In this battle, If all the experts of the Myriad Races Alliance died, only the two of them would be left. That meant that the demons and ghosts were almost done for. On the other side, after hearing the words of the two Empyreans, the 100 or so human experts who had just teleported here gave up on their plans to attack. They looked at Jiang Ci, Empyrean Ming, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments, and the others of the human race, waiting for orders. Empyrean Ming, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments, Dao Lord Clear Flame, Dao Lord Mi Luo, Dao Lord Chang Yuan, and the other human experts all focused their attention on Jiang Ci. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ci smiled. "You want to retreat now? Too late. Kill," he roared, the blood-red light in his eyes extremely intense. "Huh, that's how it should be. Enemies are to be killed, not negotiated. Use the enemy's blood in exchange for the future of the human race." The other experts of the human race also burst into laughter. This battle would determine the future of the human race. If the human race wanted to become the strongest race, they needed more and better territories to nurture more human geniuses. Only then would the human race prosper forever. Kill, kill, kill. The foreign race experts of the human camp also roared excitedly and crazily. They had joined the human race, so naturally they would rise or fall together. The situation before them was a foregone conclusion. Now, the human race would become the strongest race in the history of the fourth universe. In the future, they would even become the strongest race in the Chaos Sea. And they followed the human race, so their future would naturally not be bad. Eternity was not a dream. Attack! Attack! At this moment, none of the human experts held back. They all attacked with all their might. Empyrean Ming, Empyrean Lu, and Empyrean Lai Shan. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments, Dao Lord Clear Flame, Dao Lord Mi Luo, and the others, a total of more than 160 Dao Lords, collectively used all sorts of mystic arts, Dao arts, and essence spirit attacks. Rumble. The overwhelming attacks covered the last 3 flying true treasures. Block. Block for me. Empyrean Myriad Demon roared, his demonic aura filling the sky. If the ghost race is finished, you won't have it easy either. Empyrean Yendu emitted a monstrous, ghostly aura. This is the primal universe. I am an Empyrean. More than 100 Dao Lords joining forces. What can they do to me? Empyrean Sanchi was also resisting with all his might. He did not want to give up the power of the Myriad Races Alliance. Rumble. Instantly, the collective attacks of the human camp drowned the 3 flying true treasures. Accompanied by spatial torrents and shattering galaxies, the violent energy impact wanted to crush the Dao Lords within the true treasures. The 3 Empyreans were doing their best to resist. All 3 of them had the 8th tier true treasures bestowed by Prime Sky. Although they could only unleash the combat power of a Dao Lord, and the 8th tier true treasures could only unleash the defensive limits of the primal universe, they were still 8th tier true treasures. However, it was an 8th grade supreme treasure after all, and its defensive power was astonishing. Most likely, in the entire Chaos Sea, there was no attack that could break through the defenses of an 8th tier true treasure. A sinister snake shadow, a beast-shaped armor, and a green-faced, fanged ghost mask. The 3 8th tier true treasures all became incomparably large as they blocked the attacks of the human camp. Boom, 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 boom. Terrifying waves of energy crashed down upon the 3 8th tier true treasures. Heaven and earth rumbled as they defended. The entire Universe 4 could feel the terrifying waves of energy. After an unknown period of time, the waves of energy reached their peak. Ha, we blocked it. With us here, you won't be able to destroy our alliance. The Myriad Races Alliance won't be destroyed either. Empyrean Yendu, Empyrean Allfiend, and Empyrean Sanchi all laughed wildly. This was because the destructive waves of energy had already begun to weaken. Only a few dozen of the weakest Dao Lords within the 3 flying true treasures had perished. This meant that they were able to withstand the attacks of the human camp. This meant that their alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, still had hope. Second stance of the Mountain Sea Sword. 5 elements, yin-yang. But right at this moment, Jiang Xi once more struck out with his sword. Streaks of 5-colored light flowed out, slowly spreading out to cover the last 3 true treasures. The 5-colored light constantly transformed, finally forming a black and white yin-yang diagram. Boom! In that instant, an enormous devouring force appeared. This yin-yang diagram seemed capable of devouring the entire world. The 3 flying true treasures were within the yin-yang diagram, and they were battered by the 5-colored sword light and the devouring force. Not good. It's even stronger than the previous strike. Block it. What kind of gravity is this? Empyrean Sanchi, Empyrean Allfiend, and Empyrean Yendu's laughter vanished, although they all had 8th grade true treasures. They couldn't spare enough energy to defend against Jiang Xi's sword while fighting against the other experts of the human camp. Only a small portion of their beast-shaped armor, Ghostbane Mask, and Sinister Serpent Shadow could be used to block Jiang Xi's attack. Whoosh! The 5-colored sword light and the devouring force easily broke through their defenses. An 8th grade true treasure. His sword is at least an 8th grade true treasure. The 3 Empyreans immediately realized this terrifying problem, but it was already too late. The endless 5-colored sword light and the devouring force passed through the barriers of the 8th grade true treasures and wreaked havoc within the 3 flying true treasures. The bodies and primordial spirits of those dazed Dao lords were shattered by the 5-colored sword light one by one, turning into dust. Then, under the devouring force, they turned into nothingness. I wonder if it's a blessing before I die, and I'm not sure if it's a blessing before I die. You killed a universe-level Dao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. You killed a universe-level Dao Lord. Eternal experience points +6. You killed a flood-level Dao Lord. Eternal experience points +3. You killed a desolate-level Dao Lord. Eternal experience points +1. Once again, he received close to 2,000 eternal experience points. After this battle, his total experience points had exceeded 20,000. Eternal experience points, 22,546. At this moment, Jiang Xi was checking his experience points balance. The experts of the human race were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't even think of celebrating. Is this something a human can do? One person had almost wiped out the joint camp and the Myriad Races Alliance. Of course, it wasn't that the other experts of the human camp didn't do anything. If they hadn't gone all out just now to restrain the 3 heavenly venerables, Jiang Xi's attack wouldn't have been able to break through the defense of the 8th grade true treasures. Even if the sword embryo in his hand was an 8th grade true treasure, it wouldn't have been enough. Unless the slaughtering shadow sword could be upgraded to a 9th grade true treasure, it wouldn't be able to break through the defense of an 8th grade true treasure. Human, this isn't over. Heavenly Venerable 3 Chi suddenly roared in anger. Then he swept up the other 3 first-step Heavenly Venerables who were still in a daze and teleported away. These 3 lone Heavenly Venerables were all recruited by him into the Myriad Races Alliance. Naturally, he couldn't leave them to the human race. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon and Heavenly Venerable Yin didn't say anything and teleported away as well. We won. Haha, we won. This battle is a great victory. The departure of the 3 Heavenly Venerables also caused the experts of the human camp to finally react. They won. One Dao Lord after another stood in the desolate starry skies of the Dao Alliance's celestial court and cheered. This had been the most prosperous place in the 4th universe, but now it was completely barren. However, none of the human experts felt any pain in their hearts. They had won. It would be easy for them to create a star field even more prosperous than the Dao Alliance's celestial court. Demon Heart, are you going to stay behind and celebrate with us? Jiang Xi stared at the starry skies a trillion kilometers away. Congratulations. Patriarch Demon Heart's voice rang out. but his tone was slightly bitter. Then, with a spatial ripple, Patriarch Demon Heart teleported away with his subordinates. Not a single one of his subordinates had died. Compared to the Joint Camp and the Myriad Races Alliance, they were quite lucky. However, compared to the humans who had won a great victory, their luck seemed rather bleak. One could imagine that in the future, when faced with the increasingly powerful humans, the races behind these surviving Tao Lords wouldn't have an easy time. All our plans were for naught in the end. Patriarch Demon Heart sighed. He was beginning to regret his decision. After Empyrean threefold seized power, if he had taken the initiative to ask his 100-plus subordinates to join the human camp, he might have been able to obtain the final limit Empyrean legacy and share in the spoils of this victory. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Before the battle had erupted, he hadn't held out any hope for the human race at all. How could the humans possibly win against the incomparably powerful Joint Camp and the Myriad Races Alliance? Still, the humans had won. A single Tao Lord of the mountains and seas had changed the entire situation. Chapter 645. Although Empyrean Threefold was furious, he was still able to leave in a carefree manner. As for Empyrean Allfiend and Empyrean Yendu, they were worried. As supreme races, the monsters and ghosts had enormous resources. They couldn't just leave like that. But now that all of their Tao Lords had died, they were the only two generals left. They were no longer able to stop the humans from invading them. They had a grudge against the humans to begin with. Ever since the beginning of the Cataclysm, when the Fourth Universe had given birth to countless races, the humans, monsters, and ghosts had been fighting over territory. They had been at war for countless eons, and the hatred between them had long since become irreconcilable. Even if the humans had won this battle, there was no way they would let them off. In the future, when the humans grew even more powerful, how could they not take revenge? For this reason, after leaving the battlefield, the two Empyreans met once more. We've already lost this war. The rise of the humans is unstoppable. This war will definitely be an excuse for them to attack us once they grow stronger, Empyrean Allfiend said in a low voice. That's right. That's why our two races have to truly join forces. When the time comes, we'll pull in the other races and form a loose alliance that'll be able to deal with the humans. This alliance won't ask for anything else. All we ask is that when the humans become too much of a threat, we'll be able to help each other and allow our races to survive. What do you think? Empyrean Yendu sighed. That's all we can do. By now, they both understood that there was no longer any power in the Fourth Universe that could stop the humans from advancing. In the future, all they could do was survive and ensure that their races wouldn't be wiped out by the humans. The experts of the Human Alliance cleaned up the battlefield, then went to the headquarters of the Violet Heaven sect, which was closest to the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance. There, they held a lively celebratory banquet. The human Tao Lords were the most excited of all. The alien Tao Lords who had joined the humans were incredibly happy as well. This was because when the humans grew stronger, their vassal races would naturally grow stronger as well. After the banquet, the alien Tao Lords all retreated and returned to their own races. The human Tao Lords, however, were gathered together. They all sat atop the ninth heavens, with fine wine and delicacies from every part of the universe placed before them. Our race has won a great victory. This battle has established a powerful foundation for our race in the Fourth Universe. In the future, no alien race will ever be able to stop us from developing. The eternal prosperity of a human race is already in sight. Let's congratulate the human race. The human race's strongest expert, Ming Tianzuan, looked at everyone and raised his wine cup. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the human race. Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Flameless, and the other human experts all raised their cups. Back then, my master, Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament, led the human race to rise from a tiny race to a pinnacle race. It was only after Master was permanently suppressed by the universe's origin that the development of the human race came to a halt. Countless eras have passed. The Monster Clan and the Ghost Clan, who were once suppressed by the Human Clan, now dare to compete with us. The two sacred grounds of the Chaos Sea, which were once intimidated by Master's invincible reputation, now dare to plot against us humans. Tao Lord 9 Firmament sighed. Fortunately, we have another dazzling legendary expert. He looked at Jiang Ci and said, Jiang Ci has contributed greatly to this victory. We should all toast to Jiang Ci. Yes, it's all thanks to Jiang Ci this time. Jiang Ci, Mountain Sea. The human experts all raised their cups and looked at Jiang Ci. They had all seen this battle and knew how much credit Jiang Ci had contributed. Especially in the final battle earlier, Jiang Ci had almost single-handedly fought all the experts of the Joint Camp and the Myriad Races Alliance. How terrifying and heaven-defying was that? And Jiang Ci had actually survived and almost wiped out the enemy. Jiang Ci also raised his cup. Speaking of which, the calamity of the human race this time was also caused by me. It was because of the 8 Clouds legacy that so many people coveted it. That's nothing. The future prosperity of the human race depends on this legacy. No need to say more. You have contributed greatly. There's nothing wrong with that. Yes, don't take it to heart. The experts of the human clan all burst into laughter. At the same time, in the primordial realm's Chaos Sea, Jun Tian Holy Land universe, the human race actually won? After Jun Tian Supreme heard the news, he was obviously very dissatisfied. As expected of the 8 Clouds legacy, he has so many tricks up his sleeve before he has grown up. However, this way, it will be difficult to explain to Illusion Immortal General Qian. Recently, he found that he could no longer contact Illusion Immortal General Qian. However, he knew that this Chaos Origin Immortal General might appear in front of him at any time. If he didn't complete any of the 3 missions, it would be a big problem. With the strength of Chaos Origin Immortal General, his situation in the Star Origin realm would definitely not be good in the future. However, the problem now was that his plan to destroy the human race in the 4th universe had failed. It was impossible to find another way to destroy the human race. Not to mention bringing Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race in the 4th universe to Illusion Immortal General Qian. For a moment, this Eternal Supreme was in a dilemma. It's still the problem of the legacy. Since the human race has the 8 Clouds legacy, they will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. Then I'll spread the legacy of nurturing Tao Lords and the legacy of cultivating Supreme Celestials to the entire 4th universe. Not only will I give it to the Myriad Races Alliance, but I'll also give it to the Demon Race, Ghost Race, and other races regardless of their size. In this way, there might still be a chance. After another 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or an era, with a huge number of races, there might be enough Tao Lords to launch another attack on the human race. Jun Tian Supreme quickly made a decision. Illusion Immortal General Qian did not set a time limit for him to complete the mission. As long as he could complete it in this era of calamity, it would be fine. Soon, Empyrean Sanchi, Empyrean Myriad Demon, and Empyrean Yan do receive the same legacy information. This was a systematic legacy that could be cultivated from weak to Empyrean. After seeing this legacy, Empyrean Sanchi did not feel much. He followed Jun Tian Supreme's orders and spread the legacy to the various races of the Myriad Races Alliance. As for Empyrean Myriad Demon and Empyrean Yendu, they were pleasantly surprised and worried. Because the appearance of this legacy would probably change the situation in the entire 4th universe, this was a mixed blessing for the Demon Race and Ghost Race. In the future, perhaps their 2 peak races could become even stronger and resist the conquest of the human race. But perhaps, with the help of this legacy, even more peak races would appear. At that time, The situation and living space of the demon race and ghost race would definitely be worse than now. But they also understood that it was useless to think about anything now. Their momentum was gone. No matter what they did, it was not up to them. Once they embarked on this path, there was no turning back. The race war that almost engulfed the entire fourth universe had passed. However, the battle this time was completely between peak powerhouses. Countless ordinary lives were completely unaware of it. Some low-level wars might bring disaster to them, but a war between peak powerhouses could hardly affect ordinary people. However, it was different after the war. The joint camp of the demon race and ghost race, the Myriad Races Alliance, with 194 peak races as the core, was now completely defeated. Almost all the Tao Lords were wiped out, and the human race naturally would not be merciful and let them go. Soon, the huge war machine began to set off on the path of conquest. Countless armies of immortals, led by true monarchs, went to conquer the territories of the other races. A massacre was unavoidable. The rise of any powerful race could not avoid blood and fire. Of course, there was no need to mobilize too many human Tao Lords to expand the territory. Therefore, Jiang Xi was free. His clone prepared to enter a long period of seclusion and use the interface to increase his strength. As for his main body, he naturally entered the Chaos Sea again to temper himself. He had not obtained some of the opportunities in the Chaos Sea yet. For example, the inheritance and treasures of Qing Shuang's race, which was the Qing Yuan race, were still in a void world space in the Myriad World's ruins. Last time, because of the appearance of the 8 Clouds inheritance, he did not have time to take it. Now he could go. In addition, the last 2 incomplete parts of the rank 9 Supreme Treasure, the 7 Mountains, were also in the Chaos Sea. He was prepared to travel in the Chaos Sea and find the incomplete parts. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. During this 1,000 years, the entire fourth universe was in a period of great turmoil. Outside the human race's territory, almost all the life star zones were at war. In the fourth universe, apart from the demons and ghosts, the major races still had some resistance. As for the other races, especially the top ones, because they had lost their Tao Lords, it was difficult for them to resist the invasion of the human race's army. On this day, Jiang Xi's clone received a message from his master, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. The two of them met through a transmission phantom. Master, Jiang Xi's transmission phantom appeared in front of Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. I didn't disturb your cultivation, did I? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments asked with a smile. No, I didn't. My cultivation has already risen to the level of a universe, Tao Lord. I'm looking for an opportunity to break through to the heavenly venerable realm. Jiang Xi smiled. Very good. It seems that as your master, I'm really going to fall behind you. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments laughed when he heard Jiang Xi's confident words. He was a half-step heavenly venerable and was on the verge of a breakthrough, so he knew very well about Jiang Xi's current state. That's hard to say. Who knows? Master might break through first and become another heavenly venerable expert of the human race. Jiang Xi smiled. Of course, even so, he felt that he should be the first to break through. With the experience points, no one could compare to him in terms of cultivation speed. After 1,000 years of seclusion, he had used the experience points panel to increase everything that could be improved. Cultivation, true body, universe Tao Lord, 900 yuan / 900 yuan, clone, universe Tao Lord, 900 yuan / 900 yuan, Tao technique, ultimate sword Tao 1000 yuan / 1000 yuan, 5 elements heavenly Tao 1000 yuan / 1000 yuan, life heavenly Tao 1000 yuan / 1000 yuan, secret technique, mountain sea sword sutra, heavenly Tao scroll 10,000 yuan / 10,000 yuan, 8 lives 589 yuan / 20,000 yuan, cloud annihilation 642 yuan / 20,000 yuan. Cultivation technique, Purple Firmament Sword Sutra Deduction. 1,000,000 experience points per time conversion. 1 eternal experience point equals 1,000,000,000,000 experience points. 1 eternal fragment equals 1 eternal experience point experience point. 7,852 trillion eternal experience point. 10,253 yuan. Now, as long as he could deduce the Tao technique to the origin realm, he could directly advance to a heavenly venerable with 8 clouds inheritance. Of course, apart from his cultivation, his true combat strength had already surpassed many heavenly venerables. This was because the 8 lives and cloud annihilation that he had cultivated had already reached the second level of the 2 ultimate arts. His body was comparable to a Tier 7 supreme treasure. In the entire Chaos Sea, there was probably no powerhouse who could completely destroy his body, let alone kill him. The strength of his primordial spirit had reached the level of a second-step heavenly venerable. There were not many powerhouses in the entire Chaos Sea who could surpass him. Now, in a real battle, probably only Ming Tianzuan, who was close to being an invincible heavenly venerable, could suppress him. There's one more thing. Recently, our race has discovered something strange, Tao Lord Ninecloud said. Something strange. In the process of conquering the foreign races, we discovered that some of the foreign races who originally had no resistance began to have some resistance. Their overall strength seems to have increased compared to 1,000 years ago. Did the forces of the Chaos Sea interfere? Jiang Si, I guess something. That's right, it's the Jun Tian Holy Land. Tao Lord 9 Clouds nodded. Some time ago, we destroyed the ancestral land of an ordinary race. From their inheritance, we discovered a piece of inheritance information from the Jun Tian Holy Land. Only then did we know that the Jun Tian Holy Land had taken out a complete inheritance system that could reach the heavenly venerable level and secretly passed it down to a large number of races in the 4th universe. In the past 1,000 years, those foreign races relied on this inheritance system to secretly cultivate many immortal Tao powerhouses, Tao Lord Nineclouds explained. Jun Tian Holy Land. They haven't given up on destroying the human race. It seems that I haven't killed enough. Jiang Si's eyes were filled with killing intent. In the past 1,000 years, his true body had been wandering the Chaos Sea and had killed many Tao Lord powerhouses of the Jun Tian Holy Land. However, I'm afraid that their plan to suppress our human race is going to fail after 1,000 years of accumulation. The number of elites and geniuses of the human race has reached a critical point that is about to explode. At that time, even if those foreign races have the inheritance of the Jun Tian Holy Land, it will be useless. They can't compare to the geniuses and powerhouses of the human race at all. Tao Lord Nineclouds laughed. That's right. Sooner or later, the foreign races will be conquered by the human race. Jiang Si laughed as well. With the help of the 8 clouds inheritance, the human race's cultivation system was even more perfect. The probability of emerging geniuses increased by 100 or 1,000 times. 1,000 years was enough to accumulate to a point of explosion. Of course, this was only a small explosion. The longer the time, the more powerful the human race would be and the greater their potential would be. On the other side, the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. A 9-story pagoda was advancing at high speed. It was Jiang Si's true body that was controlling the heaven-connecting tower. In the past 1,000 years, he had been wandering all over the Chaos Sea in order to find the incomplete parts of the Tier 9 supreme treasure, the 7th mountain, through the connection between supreme treasures. Jun Tian Holy Land. Jiang Si's eyes flashed with a bloody light. In that case, let's make a trip there. It just so happens that it's closer to the myriad world's ruins. I can take the treasures of the green primordial race along the way. Chapter 646. Jiang Si drove Sky Connecting Tower and spent half a month in Chaos Sea before finally arriving at Jun Tian Holy Land. This was also his first time getting close to Eternal Holy Land. Looking from afar, one could only see boundless primal chaos fog surging in the void like a surging ocean. And a behemoth was floating in the chaos sea. The size of June Tian Holy Land was second only to the four original universes. It was much larger than all the celestial venerate miniature universes he had seen before. If he had to give an exact number, the diameter of a celestial venerate miniature universe was at most 9 trillion light-years, and the diameter of June Tian Holy Land's universe was more than 50 trillion light-years. Let's check it out first. Jiang Ci immediately teleported over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He teleported several times and crossed a distance. Finally, he arrived at a position 100 million light-years away from June Tian Holy Land. Jiang Ci instantly froze there as if he was frozen. Then, he looked down at the armor on his body. This was an armor true treasure, transformed from the 9th tier true treasure, 7 Mountains. This armor, which had completely turned pure black, was trembling slightly. Vaguely, he could feel that it was a true treasure from the direction of June Tian Holy Land. It's sensing it. Jiang Ci quivered, and his eyes lit up. He stared at the incomparably huge Holy Land in front of him. The last 2 mountains are in June Tian Holy Land. Jiang Ci's eyes burst with a bloody light, but he quickly suppressed it. His heart was full of desire. He really wanted to kill his way in. However, this was not realistic at all for him now. After receiving 8 clouds inheritance, although he could not see the information of the eternal state, he could vaguely guess that the 2 primordial realm supremes in chaos, C, should not be able to leave the eternal universe. Otherwise, the 2 supremes would have surrounded him during the fight for 8 clouds inheritance instead of letting their celestial venerates and Tao lords capture him. Therefore, if it was in chaos C, as long as he did not meet an invincible celestial venerate, he was not afraid. However, it was hard to say inside the Holy Land. That was the territory of the Supremes. With his current strength, only death awaited him if he challenged them. Jiang Ci could not help but swear. How long has it been? If he counted the time he spent in seclusion in the 8-cloud pavilion, then he had not cursed for 1 billion years. However, at this moment, Jiang Ci couldn't help but curse. Why is he in the great sky Holy Land? In the entire chaos ocean, there are so many miniature universes. If they're in the miniature universes of celestial venerables, I might be able to get my hands on them. Even in the Red Lotus Holy Land, I can think of a way, but why is it in the great Heaven Holy Land? Jiang Ci was furious in his heart. The Juntian Holy Land and him were like fire and water. Since 1,000 years ago, they had been thinking of ways to exterminate the 4th universe's human race. The conflict between the two was absolutely irreconcilable. Moreover, he had also killed some Tao lords of the June Tian Holy Land during the 1,000 years he had been traveling in the Chaos Sea. This conflict had deepened even further. Strange, since the final 2 mountains are in the Great Sky Holy Land. Why didn't they discover the connection between the 2 mountains and Mount Xianhuang? Jiang Ci frowned. On second thought, he understood. It's because the distance is too far. Just like when I obtained the 3 mountains from Master 9 Firmaments, I couldn't sense Mount Xianhuang either. It wasn't until I went to Gold Flow River and passed through the space whirlpool that I sensed it. And these 2 mountains of the Great Sky Holy Land might not have left the Holy Land universe in all these years. Then, there are 2 possibilities now. One is that some weak fellows like Tribulation Transcenders and True Lords who aren't qualified to leave the Holy Land universe obtained it. The other is that it was placed in the treasure vault of some strong being as a useless item, Jiang Ci guessed. The grade of the incomplete 2 mountains was definitely not high. It was already not bad if it was a 2nd stage true treasure. As for the Tao Lords of the Holy Land universe, they naturally disdained to use a true treasure of this level. That was why the last 2 mountains had never appeared in the Chaos Sea. This is troublesome. With the conflict between the 2 sides, the Great Sky Holy Land definitely wouldn't give the final 2 mountains to him In that case, there's only one way. Jiang Xi quickly made a decision. Capture someone. It was commonly known as kidnapping. Capture the strong beings of the Great Sky Holy Land and make a deal with them. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi turned around and teleported to another place. Originally, he came to the Great Sky Holy Land this time to block the strong beings of the Great Sky Holy Land who entered and left the Holy Land universe, and then kill them. Now, he couldn't wait any longer. This was because blocking people was a very time-consuming process. It would be good if he could block 1 or 2 in 10,000 years. That was far from enough. Therefore, he could only capture the strong beings of the Great Sky Holy Land who were roaming the Chaos Sea. At the same time, in a prosperous life-star system inside the Great Sky Holy Land universe. You and I are fated. Are you willing to take me as your master? The voice of a 5th-rank true lord with 6 arms rumbled in the sky above a planet. Below, an ordinary member of the Great Sky Holy Land was kneeling. He only had 2 arms and looked very similar to a human. The youth, who was only at the Tao integration stage, immediately revealed an excited expression. Yes, disciple is willing. Disciple greets master. However, he waited for a long time and didn't see this powerful existence reply. He gathered his courage and looked up, only to see this powerful existence in a daze. Master? Master? He called out twice in a row. The 6-armed man came back to his senses and smiled. Stay here for the time being. I'll come and pick you up in the future. After speaking, he teleported and disappeared. Only the youth was left kneeling on the ground with a dumbfounded expression. This powerful existence was playing with him? After the 6-armed man teleported to another starry sky, he stopped. He looked at the trembling gray armor on his body in shock. Could this be the reaction of a true treasure? My graystone armor is actually incomplete. The 6-armed man was extremely excited. With the foundation of the Great Sky Holy Land, the information that a true lord knew about a true treasure naturally far surpassed the strong beings of the 4 primal universes. The 6-armed man was very clear that although his graystone armor was only a 2nd-stage true treasure, the space-time domain function it came with was extremely magical. This made him very famous among the 5th-rank true lords. I've lived for 380 calamity eras and traveled throughout the Holy Land universe, but I've never encountered such a thing. Therefore, this true treasure's reaction is definitely not in the Holy Land universe, but from the Chaos Sea. The problem is that I'm only a quasi-Daylord and am not qualified to enter the Chaos Sea. Thinking of this, the 6-armed man was worried. He could only report this matter to the Tao Lords of the Holy Land and ask them to find a chance to find the incomplete gray stone armor. However, he was also very clear that this hope was very slim. Most likely, no Tao Lord would be willing to specially search the Chaos Sea for a 5th-rank true lord like him. On the other side, a month later, Chaos Sea, the abyss of Space Trap. This was the huge abyss left behind after Mount Xianhuang disappeared, and it was also the new 3rd most dangerous place in the Chaos Sea. The entire abyss was more than 100 million light-years in diameter, second only to the Myriad World's ruins. In terms of danger, it was not much inferior to the Myriad World's ruins in Gold River, the 2 ancient most dangerous places. Boom! A 9-story tower was moving at high speed and plunging directly into the abyss. Within the true treasure space, Jiang Xi carried the shadow-killing sword on his back and looked at the abyss. He said softly, "The Great Sky Holy Land sent many strong beings to search the abyss of Space Trap in order to find Mount Xianhuang. I should be able to get enough chips here to trade with the Great Sky Holy Land. Look, it's the rank 7 supreme treasure, Heaven Connecting Tower. It's the Heaven Connecting Tower of the 4th universe. I heard that 1,000 years ago, there was a huge battle in the 4th universe. Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race used this Heaven Connecting Tower to resist the full force attack of the United Camp and the Myriad Races Alliance for the human race. Its power is incomparably powerful. Although the abyss of space trap had not been formed for long, many of the experts who cultivated in Mount Xianhuang had stayed behind. They were well-informed and naturally knew what happened in the fourth universe. Moreover, after that battle, Jiang Xi did not intend to continue hiding the information about Heaven Connecting Tower. With his strength, there was naturally no need to hide in this chaos sea and let the news spread. Therefore, all the major factions in the Chaos Sea knew about the existence of Heaven Connecting Tower. Now, these experts who were wandering in the abyss of space trap immediately knew that Jiang Xi had come when they saw Heaven Connecting Tower. Therefore, these experts from the various factions in the Chaos Sea hurriedly sent this information back to their own factions. Patriarch, the human race's Tao, Lord Mountain Sea of the fourth universe, just entered the abyss of space trap. Master Heavenly Venerate, we found traces of Tao, Lord Mountain Sea. Ancestor, just now, Tao Lord Mountain Sea came to the abyss of space trap. Although the Chaos Sea was huge, the news spread very quickly. In just one day, the news spread throughout the four primal universes and the two holy lands. After all, ever since Jiang Xi obtained the 8 Clouds inheritance, he had become a moving treasure in the eyes of the entire Chaos Sea. Who didn't want to obtain the inheritance from Jiang Xi? However, they didn't have the ability. Back then, dozens of heavenly venerates and almost 1,000 universe realm Tao lords joined forces and surrounded the 8 Cloud ruins, but they still couldn't stop Jiang Xi. In addition, in the past 1,000 years, Jiang Xi had fought many battles in the Chaos Sea and killed many Tao lords. He was infamous. This made everyone understand that it was impossible to obtain the inheritance from Jiang Xi. Instead, they had to hide from Jiang Xi. All the Tao lords of our race, listen up. Do not provoke Tao Lord Mountain Sea. If you see him from afar, avoid him immediately. Pass down the order. All the Tao lords are not to provoke Jiang Xi. Thus, Jiang Xi entered the abyss of space trap without any obstruction. Now, only those heavenly venerates dared to provoke him. As for heavenly venerates, they were usually in the depths of the abyss. As for Tao lords, now, all the major factions knew that even the top universe realm Tao lords wouldn't be able to last more than 3 strikes from Tao Lord Mountain Sea. When they saw a heaven-piercing tower go directly into the depths of the abyss, those Tao lords heaved a sigh of relief. This was a malefic star. In the 2 wars of the 8 Cloud ruins and the 4th universe, Tao Lord Mountain Sea alone killed more than 2,000 Tao lords. They all thought that I would start a massacre. I'm not stupid. Jiang Xi stood in the treasure space of heaven-piercing tower and looked at the churning chaos fog outside. Although I can easily kill Tao lords and am even better at it than many heavenly venerates, won't I be making enemies everywhere if I go on a killing spree? I'm not afraid of making enemies everywhere, but it will harm the human race and the races that rely on us. All the foreign race experts he had killed over the years had either attacked him of their own accord or had enmity with him, such as the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Apart from that, he would not take the initiative to kill other Tao lords. Jiang Xi knew very well that if he massacred foreign race Tao lords in Chaos Sea for no reason, the nature of the situation would be different. In that case, the heavenly venerates of the other races would also be able to hunt down the human race and the Tao lords that relied on the human race. At that time, weaker experts like Tao Lord Mi Luo, Tao Lord Longwall, Tao Lord Qingyu, and the others would find it difficult to move around in Chaos Sea. Therefore, even if he could obtain eternal EXP, Riverward would not do such a foolish act of killing at will, much less do it. He was a human, not a beast. With my combat strength, I can easily capture the Tao lords of the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Then let's begin. Then, Jiang Xi went all the way down. At the same time, he used his spirit sense to scan his surroundings to see if there were any experts from the Great Sky Sacred Ground. With the current strength of his essence spirit, he could scan an area of 30,000 light years. A year later, in the depths of the void trap abyss, dual spiral domain, Whoosh! Two huge vortexes formed by the chaos fog were tearing everything apart. They tore apart the surrounding void and disturbed space-time, making it impossible for people to teleport. This was a terrifying danger zone left behind after Mount Xianwang disappeared. The core area of the two huge vortexes was enough to annihilate the top universe realm Tao Lords. At this moment, at the edge of the dual spiral domain, there was a huge stone celestial body floating in the air. The largest diameter of the stone celestial body was more than 1 billion kilometers, and there were 9 Tao Lords entrenched on it. All of them were staring at the core of the distant vortex. A supreme treasure was about to be born there. No one expected that the dual spiral domain formed by the disappearance of Mount Xianwang would be a place where supreme treasures have a high probability of appearing. In other places, it's already not bad if one Tier 5 supreme treasure appears in an epic. But here, in just a short 1,000 years, more than 10 Tier 3 supreme treasures, 6 Tier 4 supreme treasures, and even 1 Tier 5 supreme treasure have appeared. The Tao Lords were all waiting for the supreme treasure to appear with burning eyes. Suddenly, boom! In the distance, a stream of light was flying forward at high speed. The suction force of the dual spiral domain is extremely powerful. Who is it? Who dares to fly above the dual spiral domain? Aren't they worried about being swept down? It's Skirich Tower, a 9-story tower. It's Skirich Tower of Tao Lord Mountain Sea. No wonder he dares to charge and so directly. So it's a Tier 7 flying supreme treasure. If I had one, I would dare to charge into the depths of the dual spiral domain. On the stone celestial body, the 9 Tao Lords were all amazed. Skirich Tower is turning. It's flying towards us. Instantly, the 9 Tao Lords were all frantic. If Tao Lord Mountain Sea had no ill intentions towards them, why would he turn in their direction? Even if they wanted to flee now, it was already too late. They were already very close to the tower, and within the dual spiral domain, they didn't dare to teleport. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, we're willing to hand over this supreme treasure that's about to appear. They chose to back down. Skirich Tower gradually decelerated, hovering above the stone celestial body. Whoosh! A black-armored figure flew out, staring downwards as he swept the 9 Tao Lords with his gaze. Don't worry about the other 8 Tao Lords. I came here for him. Jiang Ci pointed downwards at one of the universe Tao Lords. Instantly, the other 8 Tao Lords on the stone celestial body turned to look, wanting to see which unlucky fellow it was. They saw a tall, muscular man with 8 arms. He first looked around, then looked up at Jiang Ci, his face filled with terror. Chapter 647. Me? I? The 8-armed man looked around. The other 8 Tao Lords all stood off to one side, intentionally moving a bit further away. Clearly, they were quite willing to see this 8-armed Tao Lord suffer a tragic fate. This was because this 8-armed man was the strongest among the 9 of them. Naturally, he had the highest chance of obtaining the supreme treasure that was about to appear. These alien Tao Lords could also see that Jiang Ci didn't care about the supreme treasure that was about to appear in the dual whirlpool domain. He was completely targeting this 8-armed man. They weren't worried about their own safety because Jiang Ci had roamed the Chaos Sea for so many years and had never wantonly killed anyone. In the past 1,000 years, many of his attacks were basically targeted at the Great Sky Sacred Land. Tao Lord Hong ran of the Great Sky Sacred Land. Jiang Ci looked down at the 8-armed man. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, I've never met you before. We have no enmity. I've also never targeted the experts of the 4th universe's human race. May I know why you're looking for me? Tao Lord Hong ran hurriedly said in fear and anxiety. Although he was a top universe Tao Lord and came from the eternal universe that didn't fear calamities, he naturally trembled in fear when he encountered someone who could easily kill him. In fact, he wanted to escape just now, but it was already too late when he saw the sky-piercing tower. No, enmity? Your great sky sacred land has always targeted the human race. That's enmity, Jiang Ci sneered. The other 8 Tao lords watched from the side and stayed away, afraid that they would be implicated. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, don't be unreasonable. Tao Lord Hong Ran said directly. If he wasn't in front of Jiang Ci, he would also be an extremely arrogant expert. Now, he could only endure. Don't struggle. Jiang Ci's expression was cold. Come in. Then he berated. Instantly, a whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the sky-piercing tower. A powerful suction force instantly acted on Tao Lord Hong Ran below. No. Tao Lord Hong Ran roared and struggled with all his might. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you're going to fight to the death with my great sky sacred land. Celestial Master Dark Ink of my Holy Land universe is in the abyss of pitch void right now. If you kill me, he'll definitely come for you. This roar caused the surrounding void to tremble. Tao Lord Hong Ran was already resisting with all his might. Celestial, Venerable Dark Ink. I just happen to have a score to settle with him. Jiang Ci said coldly. Whoosh. Although Tao Lord Hong Ran tried his best to resist, he was still constantly being sucked in a heaven-span tower. Then it was completely sucked in and disappeared. This caused the 8 spectating alien Tao lords to tremble in fear. They were so quiet that they didn't dare to make sound. Although they knew how powerful Jiang Ci was, they were still terrified when they saw it with their own eyes. Tao Lord Hong Ran, who had dominated the Chaos Sea for countless eons, had been devoured by Heavenspan Tower so easily. I thought there would be a great battle. This Jiang Ci is too crazy. He actually doesn't take Tao Lord Hong Ran seriously at all. Moreover, many experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land are in the abyss of pitch void, especially that Celestial Master Dark Ink. He's the second Great Sky Venerable expert of the Great Sky Sacred Land. His strength is incomparably terrifying. There aren't many in the entire Chaos Sea who could defeat him. That's right. Isn't he worried that he'll be intercepted by the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land if he attacks here? This abyss of pitch void isn't the vast Chaos Sea outside. He can escape at any time outside. Once he's blocked here, he'll probably be in danger. While they were discussing secretly via voice transmission, Jiang Ci held Heavenspan Tower in his hand and slowly descended, causing the expressions of the 8 alien Tao lords to change drastically. What are you doing? You've already captured Tao Lord Hong Ran of the Great Sky Sacred Land. Why aren't you leaving? Jiang Ci stepped on the huge rock and looked at the 8 Tao lords around him. These alien Tao lords were all above the Aeon realm. 2 of them were even top universe realm Tao lords, 1 step away from becoming a half-step heavenly venerable. He said directly, I captured Tao Lord Hong Ran to wait for the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land to come and stop me. You can also help me spread the news that I, Tao Lord Mountain and Sea, am waiting for the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land to come in the dual whirlpool region of the abyss of pitch void. I'll only give them 10 years. If no experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land come in 10 years, I'll kill Tao Lord Hong Ran. Everyone, do you understand? Riverward asked with a cold gaze. Don't worry, Tao Lord Mountain and Sea. We'll do our best to help spread the news of such a small matter. How would the 8 alien Tao lords dare to disobey? This Jiang Ci was really domineering. He directly wanted to go against the entire Great Sky Sacred Land. Naturally, they weren't willing to get involved. Now, they were just spreading the news. Even if Jiang Ci didn't instruct them, they would take the initiative to spread the news. After all, those who wanted to watch the show didn't mind blowing things up. Then, everyone continued to wait for the treasure to appear. Don't worry about me. Jiang Ci waved his hand. Heavenspan Tower, which was originally in his palm, directly landed on the huge rock. Then it rapidly expanded to hundreds of millions of kilometers tall and stood in the center of the huge rock. Jiang Ci entered the space of the supreme treasure and waited. Tao Lord Hong Ran, if none of the experts of your Great Sky Sacred Land come, don't blame me when you die. Jiang Si said with a smile. Dalor Hong Ran, who was imprisoned in Heavenspan Tower, didn't say a word. Jiang Si smiled. It was Dalor Hong Ran who reminded him of this decision just now. Since the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land wouldn't let him go, then it was just right. He would capture an expert of the Great Sky Sacred Land and wait here. It would save him the effort of searching the Great Sky Sacred Land. If he searched bit by bit, he would probably spend thousands of years and could only capture 10 or 8 experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land. Now, he just needed to wait for the rabbit to appear. It would be best if he could capture Heavenly Venerable Qing Yin this time. Jiang Si's heart was filled with fighting spirit now. If it were a third step Heavenly Venerable from the 4 primal universes, he might not be able to defeat them and wouldn't have the strength to capture them. But Heavenly Venerable Qing Yin from the Holy Land was different. This third step Heavenly Venerable didn't have a miniature universe and only relied on a full set of 7-step true treasures to maintain the combat power of a third step Heavenly Venerable. And Jiang Si didn't lack true treasures the least. A 7-step true treasure was like a piece of paper in front of him now. Jiang Si was one of the key figures in the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. His every move was valued. He hadn't made a move since entering the abyss. Unexpectedly, he suddenly captured Dalord Hong Ran from the Great Sky Sacred Land and announced that he would wait for the arrival of the other experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land in the Dual Whirlpool region for 10 years. There are many experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land in the abyss. Be it in the depths or the outer region, they can all arrive in the Dual Whirlpool region within a year. Dalor Mountain and Sea gave a 10-year deadline. Obviously, there's plenty of time. Dalord Mountain and Sea can be said to be the number 1 madman in the Chaos Sea. Even the invincible Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament didn't do such a crazy thing. He's the 8 Clouds Inheritor. He's indeed different. The news spread rapidly. That day, in the depths of the abyss of Pitfall region, in a dangerous place called the Fantasy Spirit Zone. The Fantasy Spirit Zone was one of the most dangerous places after the formation of the abyss of Pitfall region. It was famous for its illusions. Even with a 7-step primordial spirit true treasure, it would be difficult to escape once lost. Of course, the more dangerous a place was, the greater the opportunities. If one was lucky, they would be able to gain a lot here. Rumble, an ancient flying ship, floated outside the Fantasy Spirit Zone. On the flying ship, there was a huge plant creature, a fog creature, and an 8-armed man. They were the 3 great experts of the Xianhuang Mountain: Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon, Heavenly Venerable Xie, and Heavenly Venerable Qing Yin. Qing Yin, that Dalord Mountain and Sea, captured the experts of your Great Sky Sacred Land and specially spread the news that he was waiting for your experts in the Dual Whirlpool region. He even gave you 10 years. He knew that you were in the abyss of Pitfall region, but he still dared to take the initiative to spread the news. It seems that he's here for you. If you don't go, I'm afraid you'll become the joke of the entire Chaos Sea. Heavenly Venerable Xie chuckled. Qing Yin, are you going? Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon also looked over. They all knew some of the past between Heavenly Venerable Qing Yin and Jiang Si. Back then, Jiang Si had briefly appeared in the Xianhuang Mountain and killed a top universe Realm Dao, Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race. In the end, Heavenly Venerable Qing Yin attacked and almost died in the Xianhuang Mountain. That kid has many supreme treasures on him. Although he's only a Dao Lord, even I don't have the confidence to capture him, let alone kill him, Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon said. Many supreme treasures? My Great Sky Sacred Land doesn't lack supreme treasures. Since he dares to act so arrogantly this time, I'll capture him and force the 8 Clouds inheritance out of him. Heavenly Venerable Qing Yin sneered. He looked at Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon and Heavenly Venerable Xie. Are you going? No, I don't want to provoke the humans of the 4th universe. Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon and Heavenly Venerable Xie both shook their heads. What a joke. Apart from Jiang Si, The humans of the fourth universe also had heavenly venerable Ming. The great sky's sacred land wasn't afraid of heavenly venerable Ming, but they were worried that they would attract heavenly venerable Ming's killing intent. Then I'll be leaving. I'll be back soon after dealing with Jiang Ci. After saying that, heavenly venerable Qing Yin rode his Tier 7 flying treasure and quickly turned into a stream of light and left. The Fantasy Spirit Zone was the most dangerous place in the abyss of Pitfall region. The three of them believed that they might be able to find some traces of Xianhuang Mountain's disappearance here and then use it to find Xianhuang Mountain. Therefore, the three of them were unwilling to give up on investigating this place. After Heavenly Venerable Qing Yin left, Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon and Heavenly Venerable Xia looked at each other and then sent a message to the Tao lords they were familiar with. If anyone is near the dual whirlpool domain, leave as soon as possible. If you can't leave in a short time, try to hide as much as possible. Don't run into that Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Dual whirlpool domain on the giant stone celestial body. Sky Piercer Tower stood in the center and waited silently, but there were already 11 Tao lords around it. Clearly, many experts had already known that the dual whirlpool domain was about to be born. When they found out that Jiang Ci was only targeting the experts of the Jun Tian Holy Land, coupled with the temptation of the treasure, 3 other Tao lords still took the risk and rushed over. At this moment, Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you're too arrogant. How dare you provoke the Jun Tian Holy Land alone? A woman with 8 arms rushed over with a giant hammer and roared as she attacked Sky Piercer Tower. This was another top-tier universe Tao Lord from the Jun Tian Holy Land. In fact, the Tao Lords of the 2 Holy Land universes were basically all at the universe Tao Lord level. Finally, another one. A cold laugh came from the 9-story tower billions of kilometers tall. Come! Boom! A powerful suction force swept toward the 8-armed woman. This is... The 8-armed woman was stunned. After hearing the news, she immediately rushed over and didn't know that Tao Lord Mountain Sea had attacked Tao Lord Hong Ran. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the 8 Tao Lords deliberately concealed the news when they spread it. As a result, this 8-armed woman was taken into Sky Piercer Tower without any warning. Another month passed. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, how dare you provoke the Jun Tian Holy Land? Die! Come! Come! Just like that, for half a year, Jiang Ci used Sky Piercer Tower to capture a total of 54 universe Tao lords from the Jun Tian Holy Land. After that, no other Jun Tian Holy Land experts dared to challenge him. Moreover, the Jun Tian Holy Land had already given the order that apart from Heavenly Venerable Qing Yin, no one was allowed to attack. Now, the anger of the entire Jun Tian Holy Land's upper echelons had almost gathered into an ocean and was about to drown the entire Holy Land. However, they could only suppress their anger helplessly and wait for Heavenly Venerable Qing Yin to take action and capture Tao Lord Mountain Sea. There was no other way. Because the Holy Land universe couldn't produce new Heavenly Venerables, the number of Heavenly Venerables in the Jun Tian Holy Land wasn't many, only 7. Moreover, none of them had miniature universes, and their actual combat strength was far inferior to a true Heavenly Venerable. Boom! In the depths of the pitfall abyss, a terrifying figure flashed and headed straight for the dual spiral domain. I'm finally here. Heavenly Venerable Qing Yin was filled with endless anger for countless eras. Heavenly Venerable Qing Yin had given the various forces in the chaos the impression of a friendly Heavenly Venerable. However, in reality, it was just that he disdained to interact too much with those powerhouses who couldn't become eternal, let alone start conflict. However, it was different this time. Tao Lord Mountain Sea repeatedly provoked the Jun Tian Holy Land. This was a disgrace to the Jun Tian Holy Land that had stood tall in the Chaos Sea for a long time. It was absolutely unforgivable. Time passed day by day. Rumble. The whirlpool of the dual spiral domain became even more terrifying, tearing the surrounding void. On the other hand, the outermost giant stone celestial body was much calmer. The 11 alien Tao lords on it were all waiting expectantly. I reckon that heavenly venerable Qing Yin will arrive soon. That's right. Just wait. The Jun Tian Holy Land is counting on heavenly venerable Qing Yin to defeat Tao Lord Mountain Sea. I'm really looking forward to it. I think heavenly venerable Qing Yin will win this time. Last time outside the 8 cloud ruins, Tao Lord Mountain Sea escaped with the help of heavenly venerable Ming Ming. Now that he has no one to help him, he'll definitely lose. Just as they were chatting, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly appeared about 100 light years away from the dual spiral domain. The terrifying bolt of lightning cut through the void and arrived above the giant stone celestial body in the blink of an eye. This scene made the group of relaxed Tao lords immediately excited. A great battle was about to break out. Chapter 648. Human, hurry up and hand over the experts of my great sky, sacred land. A majestic voice resounded through the surrounding void. The huge bolt of lightning in the sky disappeared, and a tall, 8-armed man appeared. Behind him floated the phantom of a giant hammer that was 1,000,000 kilometers tall. It was celestial, venerable dark ink of the great sky, sacred land. He looked coldly at Sky Piercer Tower below. Celestial, venerable dark ink. A cold shout rang out. Jiang Ci walked out of Sky Piercer Tower, reached out, and shrunk the tower into his palm. He looked up at the colossal, celestial, venerable in the sky. Celestial, venerable dark ink, you sure are impressive. The fate of your 54 universe realm Tao, lords, is in my hands. You have a favor to ask of me, yet you dare to be so arrogant? Oomph. Celestial, venerable dark ink snorted and said coldly, Speak. What will it take for you to let them out? He restrained his anger. After all, Jiang Ci was speaking the truth. He couldn't ignore the fate of 54 universe realm Tao lords. Simple. You come in and they leave. Jiang Ci pointed at Sky Piercer Tower. As soon as these words came out, the alien Tao lords who had been watching from the sidelines were all shocked. This Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea had really gone mad. How could the lives of 54 universe realm Tao lords be compared to the lives of a lofty third-step celestial venerable? After all, there are only about 10 third-step celestial venerables in the entire Chaos Sea. Impudent. Celestial venerable dark ink roared angrily. You're provoking me. You're courting death. Provoking? Jiang Ci laughed. You're wrong. This is an insult. Celestial venerable dark ink was even angrier. At the same time, he understood that Jiang Ci had been waiting for him from the beginning, not only to take revenge on the great sky sacred land, but also for that palm strike. It seems you're not willing to hand them over. Celestial venerable dark ink looked down. I've never thought of handing them over. Jiang Ci sneered. Hong Ran, Hu Yin. Celestial venerable dark ink stood in the sky and suddenly said a bunch of names. I'll avenge you. Upon hearing this, the alien Tao lords who had hidden themselves within their flying treasures all grew excited. They understood that Empyrean Dark Ink's words meant that he had given up on rescuing the 54 Tao lords. Clearly, the battle was about to begin. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, I'll make you understand how foolish it is to provoke a third-step Empyrean. Empyrean Blue Sink suddenly roared. The 1,000,000-kilometer-tall giant hammer shadow behind him suddenly grew 10,000 times larger and smashed down on the giant stone celestial body. The power was so great that everywhere it passed, the void was shattered. This attack, Empyrean Dark Ink, is too strong. We're so far away, but we're still affected. The alien Tao lords who had been hiding within their flying treasures were so terrified that they hurriedly took control of their treasures and scattered in every direction. In order to watch this shocking battle, they were even willing to risk their lives. Fortunately, Empyrean Dark Ink did not target them. But of course, Jiang Ci had no intention of attacking these alien Dowlords. Boom! The giant hammer shadow that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth smashed down on Jiang Ci, who was on the giant stone celestial body. Ha, good timing. Jiang Ci was looking up at the sky. The height of a human seemed rather small in front of Empyrean Dark Ink. However, Jiang Ci's aura did not lose to his opponent at all. Kill! Jiang Ci slashed out with his Tier 8 ultimate treasure, the Shadow-Slaying Sword. Sword light lit up and instantly streaked across the void. Then, the light suddenly exploded and gathered into a huge black and white sphere. Countless sword lights with a destructive aura were compressed into the black and white sphere. In an instant, the diameter of the black and white sphere reached 10 billion kilometers. Poof! The black and white sphere suddenly exploded like a bubble. A resplendent sword light flashed and swept directly toward the giant hammer shadow that was descending from the sky. Tier 7 Secret Technique. Mountain Sea Sword Sutra Heavenly Tao Volume 3. Destruction and Rebirth. This Dowler Mountain Sea is too arrogant. He's obviously only using a Tier 7 Secret Technique. How can he block Empyrean Dark Ink's Tier 9 Secret Technique? It seems like Dowler Mountain Sea is only so. The 11 Dao lords of other races were watching the battle from afar. Ever since the 8 Cloud Ruins appeared, the experts of the various factions in Chaos E had also broken down the ranks of secret techniques and knew the characteristics and power of each level of secret techniques now. The Sword Dao secret technique that Jiang Ci used looked quite mysterious, but in reality, the power condensed was not as strong as Empyrean Dark Ink's Giant Hammer secret technique. Dowler Mountain Sea, you'll definitely lose today. If you let go of the Dao Lords of my sacred ground and follow me to the great sky sacred ground obediently, I can consider sparing your life. Empyrean Dark Ink snorted coldly. You talk too much. Jiang Ci sneered. Then die. Empyrean Dark Ink's heart stirred. Instantly, the giant hammer shadow grew larger and was about to collide with the sword light. A shocking scene appeared. The giant hammer shadow, with monstrous power, actually shattered like a bubble and disappeared without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. Then, the terrifying impact produced by the collision of the 2 secret techniques spread out. In almost an instant, it had spread hundreds of light years away. Empyrean Dark Ink also took a few steps back under the impact, shattering pieces of the void. He looked at Jiang Ci with confusion and shock. A level 7 secret technique defeated a level 9 secret technique. Impossible! Empyrean Dark Ink roared in shock and anger. Even if you have the many mysteries of the 8 Cloud inheritance, you still have to die today. Whoosh! Each of his 8 arms held a strange dark golden hammer. It was his level 7 offensive supreme treasure that could be divided into 8 parts and was very suitable for his body. Take this! Empyrean Dark Ink roared. Buzz! 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 The level 7 supreme treasure spun continuously, and streaks of golden lightning shot out from each of the hammers. Then, according to the level 9 secret technique he created, it condensed into an incomparably huge hammer that was no longer a shadow. This was the combination of a secret technique and a supreme treasure. If the supreme treasure was strong enough, it could greatly enhance the attack power of the secret technique. 8 lives. Jiang Ci's body skyrocketed 1,000,000 times, becoming a towering giant. One of the 2 ultimate techniques of the 8 Cloud inheritance, 8 lives, was an ultimate technique that specialized in the body. The attack methods hidden in it could increase his body's strength in a short period of time. Destruction and rebirth. Then, the giant Jiang Ci swung his sword again. The level 8 supreme treasure, Killer Shadow Sword, wrapped in a layer of black and white sword light, also suddenly became 1,000,000 times larger and directly met the dark golden hammer. This was a true head-on collision. Without the restrictions of the primal universe's laws of heaven and earth, his sword directly erupted with the strongest power. A level 8 supreme treasure and a level 7 secret technique against a level 7 supreme treasure and a level 9 secret technique. The huge killer shadow sword slashed through the void and directly hit the dark golden hammer. Clang! A terrifying power erupted. Even though the chaos seas space was extremely stable, terrifying cracks still exploded at this moment. In just an instant, the dark golden hammer directly flew out and smashed into Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink. Impossible! Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink roared, his face filled with disbelief. Whoosh! But the next moment, the giant that had become taller than him held the stone-gray sword and slashed out again at lightning speed. This sword directly smashed into Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink, who was still flying backward. Crack! The level 7 supreme treasure armor on Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink's body directly cracked into fine lines. His body's aura also weakened slightly, but immediately after, the armor and his body recovered to their original state. A level 8 supreme treasure, a third step Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink looked at Jiang Ci in shock. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink. Jiang Ci, who was like a towering giant, continuously swung the level 8 supreme treasure, Killer Shadow Sword, and used the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's destruction and rebirth sword technique. It looked like a demon god had descended into the world. He was fighting with the equally tall, 8-armed Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink, and was not at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he had a slight advantage and forced Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink to retreat step by step. How can he be so strong? He's a Tao Lord. Don't Tao Lords only have the combat strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerate at most? He must have obtained that level 8 supreme treasure from 8 Clouds' inheritance. But even if he has a level 8 supreme treasure, he shouldn't have the combat strength of a third-step Heavenly Venerate, right? Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink kept retreating and found it even more difficult to understand. Moreover, he discovered that his attacks could not hurt Jiang Ci at all. Whether it was Jiang Ci's body or essence spirit, there was no sign of weakening at all. It was like Jiang Ci's body and essence spirit were also wearing extremely high-grade armor and soul armor. This made Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink jealous and angry, but he still remained calm. Judging from the current situation, he indeed could not do anything to Jiang Ci, but it was not to the extent of being completely defeated. It seems that I can only delay him now and inform the other Heavenly Venerates of the sacred ground, but at this moment, collect! River Word, who was like a giant that could hold up the heavens, suddenly shouted. A 9-story pagoda spiraled out from his body, and then rapidly expanded, becoming a colossus that was 9 light years tall. The supreme treasure, heaven-piercing tower, revealed the power of a level 9 supreme treasure for the first time. The huge 9-story tower directly pressed down on Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink, who was originally considered huge, was now smaller than an ant in front of the 9 light-year tall heaven-piercing tower. Therefore, he had no room to dodge at all, let alone escape. Buzz! It was as if a world was slowly crushing down. The void trembled slightly. It was extremely slow, but also extremely fast. The entire heaven-piercing tower almost instantly fell on top of Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink's head. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink was stunned. He just wanted to continue fighting and inform the other Heavenly Venerates of the sacred ground. Then he could not move. He was directly locked by the terrifying aura of heaven-piercing tower. So heavy, so heavy. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink only felt endless pressure coming from the huge heaven-piercing tower. This was not pure gravity, but also a kind of suppression. The moment heaven-piercing tower pressed down on him, the two seemed to have become one. That endless pressure also became his own pressure. This made him feel as if he was carrying a huge miniature universe. It was so heavy that he could not move an inch. Impossible! Impossible! Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink roared with all his might as thunder and lightning energy erupted all over his body. He tried his best to resist the suppression of heaven-piercing tower and flew slowly with great difficulty. That speed was probably not even 10,000 kilometers per second. No, no. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink tried his best to resist, however. Accelerating to 10,000 kilometers per second was already his limit. The faster he went, the stronger the suppression of heaven-piercing tower was. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ci just chuckled. This was the first time he used heaven-piercing tower with all his strength to display the power of this godly monarch's supreme treasure. Yes, the supreme treasure of chaos, origin, godly monarch. When he received the inheritance of 8 clouds godly general had once revealed that heaven-piercing tower once belonged to a divine monarch of the primordial realm. That peerless divine monarch was one of the few beings who could stand close to the emperors of the primordial realm. Therefore, heaven-piercing tower was naturally powerful. In the past, he was not strong enough to unleash the power of this supreme treasure. Now that he had reached the limit of a Tao Lord, his actual combat power was comparable to a third-step celestial venerate. Naturally, he could unleash some of its power. Of course, this was far from the true power of heaven-piercing tower. It's more than enough to suppress this third-step celestial venerate without a miniature universe, Jiang Ci thought. Withdraw, he shouted coldly again. The base of heaven-piercing tower opened, and a terrifying suction force erupted. No, no, Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink could not escape from heaven-piercing tower. I'm a third-step celestial venerate, a celestial venerate of the eternal universe. I'm not afraid of calamities. How can I be defeated by a Tao Lord? My life and death are in someone else's hands. Impossible. This can't be. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink was going crazy. It had only been tens of thousands of years. Last time, he had almost killed Jiang Ci with one slap. Now, he was about to be suppressed. The next moment, with a final roar, I can't accept this, the roar disappeared, and the void where the dual whirlpool domain was located returned to silence. The other 11 Tao Lords were hiding in their respective flying true treasures, watching the battle from afar. They had seen the entire process of the battle and saw the unbelievable outcome of the battle. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink lost? He couldn't fight back at all. Is heaven-piercing tower really a 7th-tier true treasure? Something big happened. A Tao Lord suppressed a third-step celestial venerate. The 11 alien Tao Lords were deeply shocked. After they snapped back to their senses, they hurriedly spread the news of the results of the battle through various channels. All the major powers in Chaos Sea were indeed paying attention to this battle. This was because this was the first time the 8 Clouds heirs were fighting a celestial venerate. Soon, they all received the news and learned the result of the battle. For a moment, the entire Chaos Sea fell into silence and confusion. Originally, they guessed that Jiang Ci would definitely not be a match for Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink, but he would be able to survive in the end. But now, the result was reversed. Moreover, although Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink was not dead, his life and death were now in Jiang Ci's hands. It was no different from death. The major factions of Chaos Sea immediately raised their vigilance against Jiang Ci. However, the Great Sky's Sacred Land is in trouble now. The Great Sky's Sacred Land is controlling the forces of the Fourth Universe behind the scenes to fight against the human race and suppress their development. Now, the human Tao Lord of the mountains and seas of the Fourth Universe was able to capture Celestial Black Ink and 54 other Tao Lords despite being just a Tao Lord. If Tao Lord Mountain Sea becomes a true heavenly venerate in the future, he will probably be even more terrifying than Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament. If this continues, the Great Sky's Sacred Land will suffer a huge loss. I really don't understand. As an eternal existence, Why does the great sky sacred land have to deal with the humans of the fourth universe? It's the same for the Red Lotus sacred land. They directly destroyed the humans of the second and third universes. No matter what, these two sacred lands are in trouble after becoming enemies with the human race. You think too highly of the human race. After all, they are not eternal. When the calamity is over, the human race will disappear in the crisis of the calamity. Even if the sacred lands are temporarily at a disadvantage, they are still eternal existences. In the next calamity, they will still be the strongest faction in Chaos Sea. The attitudes of the major factions toward Tao, Lord Mountain Sea, were very complicated. Some were optimistic, while others were belittling him, but not a single faction was able to guess why Riverward had captured so many powerhouses of the Great Sky Holy Land. Chapter 649. The major forces of Chaos Sea had guessed one thing correctly. The Jun Tian Holy Land was in trouble. Because they had been paying attention to Jiangxi's every move, they soon discovered that Jiangxi had gone directly outside the Jun Tian Holy Land universe after leaving the abyss of Pitch Void. What was he going to do? For a time, the Chaos Sea was filled with exclamations. The celestial venerables and Tao lords of the major forces were puzzled. Could it be that this Eight Clouds inheritor was really going to provoke the entire Holy Land universe? It was fine if he was in the abyss of Pitch Void. After all, there was still some distance from the Jun Tian Holy Land. If something really happened, there was still a chance to escape. Outside the Jun Tian Holy Land, with the foundation of this Holy Land universe, they could quickly organize nearly 1,000 Tao Lords. The remaining 6 celestial venerables could also quickly rush over. Even if Jiangxi had the combat strength of a third-step celestial venerable, he couldn't defeat so many powerhouses alone, right? Otherwise, there would have been other third-step celestial venerables challenging the two Holy Land universes over the years. The incomparably huge Jun Tian Holy Land universe floated in the endless chaotic gray fog. At this time, a 9-story tower 9 light-years tall stood outside the Holy Land universe, only 1 light-year away. 1 light-year seemed very far, but to celestial venerables and Tao lords, it was no different from 1 meter. They could cross it in an instant. In the treasure space of Heaven Connecting Tower, the desperate celestial venerable Qing, Yin, saw Jiangxi's crazy actions and sneered crazily. You're courting death. Even if you have the strength of a third-step celestial venerable, you can't withstand a single blow from the Jun Tian Holy Land. I advise you to let us go obediently. Otherwise, the human race of the fourth universe will be implicated by you and be annihilated. Celestial Venerable Qing, Yin still wanted to live. Want to live? Sure. Jiangxi smiled. Celestial Venerable Qing Yan's eyes flashed. I know you have a way to contact the other powerhouses in the Holy Land. Now, pass on a message for me. I need 3 8th-tier true treasures, 10 7th-tier true treasures, 106th-tier true treasures, 1,000 5th-tier true treasures, 10,000 4th-tier true treasures, and 300,000 1st-tier to 3rd-tier true treasures. With this as a deal, I can consider letting you go, Jiangxi said with a calm smile. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink's eyes widened in shock. Was Jiangxi crazy? With so many supreme treasures, the great Heaven Holy Land would likely be emptied out. 8th-tier treasure? He knew that 1,000 years ago, Great Sky Supreme had once bestowed 7 8th-tier supreme treasures. But those were the cornerstone treasures of the Great Sky Holy Land and could not be taken out. Apart from 8th-tier supreme treasures, the value of other supreme treasures was also unimaginable. For example, 300,000 Stage 1 to Stage 3 low-tier true treasures. Even the entire Chaos Sea did not have that many. Impossible, this is kidnapping and extortion. He shouted angrily. Yes, I did kidnap and blackmail. Jiangxi's smile remained unchanged. That's impossible. Just kill us. All right, wait. Wait, can you reduce the number a little? Like those 300,000 stage 1 to stage 3 low-tier supreme treasures. We can't take it out at all. Even in the entire Chaos Sea, it's impossible to have so many low-tier supreme treasures. Celestial, Venerable Dark Ink said with great difficulty. He lowered his head, feeling even more ashamed and furious in his heart. Haha, to be able to see the famous Celestial Venerable Dark Ink lower his head. There's no harm in reducing a little. Jiang Ci laughed loudly. How about this? 300,000 stage 1 to stage 3 supreme treasures can be reduced to 30,000. However, these 30,000 must be low-tier supreme treasures with special functions, such as suppression, bewitchment, armor transformation, armor cracking, and so on. Unknowingly, Riverward had added his own goal into the conversation. Low-tier supreme treasures were ordinary to begin with. Those that could have additional functions were all rare items. Therefore, if the Great Sky Holy Land wanted to take out 30,000 such low-tier supreme treasures, they could definitely find the 2 mountain peaks and deliver them to him. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Great Sky Holy Land was willing to trade with him. As for killing Celestial Venerable Dark Ink and these Universe Realm Tao Lords, Jiang Ci felt that it was better to retrieve the damaged parts of the supreme treasures for now. In terms of value, his supreme treasure, the 7th mountain, was naturally more valuable. This supreme treasure was also a supreme treasure that surpassed the limits. However, due to the restrictions of the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth laws, a large portion of its power could not be unleashed. If he could find the last 2 mountains, the 7th mountain would evolve into the 9th mountain. Although the power that the supreme treasure could unleash could not break through the limits, the quality of the supreme treasure itself would definitely return to its original peak state. When he reached the upper realm in the future, this supreme treasure would be his greatest trump card. Therefore, his primary goal was to find the 2 mountains. As for these powerhouses of the Great Sky Holy Land, he could kill them at any time in the future. In any case, they would not run out of the Chaos Sea. On the other side, in a magnificent temple in the great hammer divine world of the Great Sky Holy Land, Celestial Venerable Dark Ink had already begun discussing the deal with the other Celestial Venerable powerhouses of the Great Sky Holy Land through the incarnation he left in the Holy Land. The 7 Celestial Venerables sat in front of a huge round table. These are the conditions he proposed. How should we decide? Celestial Venerable Dark Ink spoke of Jiang Ci's conditions in a low voice, his expression extremely ugly. He is robbing us. 3 tier 8 supreme treasures and so many tier 6, tier 5, and tier 4 supreme treasures. 30,000 tier 1 to tier 3 supreme treasures. Has he gone mad from poverty? It should be that the human race has gone mad from poverty, with Celestial Venerable Wan Luo leading the other 6 Great Sky, Holy Land Empyrean powerhouses were incomparably furious. In the end, everyone's gazes fell on Celestial Venerable Wan Luo. Great Sky Supreme rarely appeared. Therefore, the affairs of the Holy Land were usually handled by the strongest Celestial Venerable Wan Luo. Celestial Venerable Wan Luo frowned and finally said, "My Great Sky Holy Land has already stood tall in the Chaos Sea for thousands of epochs. In these long years, the supreme treasures we have collected can be said to be massive. Besides those 3 tier 8 supreme treasures, taking out the rest is not a big deal to us. However, if Qin Yin dies, it will be a great loss for us." Hearing Celestial Venerable Wan Luo's words, except for Celestial Venerable Qing Yan's incarnation, the other 5 Celestial Venerables nodded solemnly, because the Holy Land universe was not enough to support the birth of new Celestial Venerables. The current 7 Celestial Venerables of the Great Sky Holy Land had all existed before the creation of the Holy Land universe. If any of them died, it would be a loss. And Celestial Venerable Qing Yin, was ranked in the top 3 among them. He could be said to be second only to celestial venerable Wan Luo. If he really died, the loss would be great. As for the 54 universe Tao Lords, these celestial venerables did not care much about them. This was because the Great Sky Holy Land had too many quasi-Tao Lords, and the Great Sky Holy Land universe could only support a limited number of Tao Lords. Only when the other Tao Lords died would the quasi-Tao Lords have a chance to break through to become Tao Lords. Therefore, they were not worried that the death of these Tao Lords would cause great losses to the Holy Land. Just like last time, in order to compete for the 8 Clouds inheritance, they had lost nearly 100 universe Tao Lords. However, after more than 1,000 years, the gap of nearly 100 universe Tao Lords had been filled. So, we will trade with him? That's the only way. What else can we do? Celestial Venerable Qing Yin is in his hands now, and Heavenspan Tower is an existence that we can't shake. Although the Celestial Venerables were furious, they could only agree to this deal helplessly. They all knew that the 8 Clouds inheritor, Jiang Ci, had hidden his strength too deeply. Without a sound, his actual combat strength had reached the 3rd step Celestial Venerable level. He even suddenly took out 2 powerful treasures that were at least rank 8, a stone sword and a Heavenspan Tower. They could confirm that the stone sword definitely came from the 8 Clouds inheritance. As for the Heavenspan Tower, it was a treasure that Jiang Ci had possessed since a long time ago. This was because Jiang Ci had once used this treasure to block the attacks of other Tao Lords when fighting for the 8 Clouds inheritance. Now that they thought about it, this Jiang Ci was really in existence with deep fortuitous opportunities to be able to possess a rank 8 treasure before obtaining the 8 Clouds inheritance. Try not to provoke him in the future. After this calamity is over, even if he can cultivate eternity, he will eventually go to the upper realm and will never be able to return to the Chaos Sea. At that time, he won't be able to threaten our Great Sky Holy Land at all. Celestial Venerable Wan Luo added the other Celestial Venerables nodded. Now, none of them doubted whether Jiang Ci could cultivate eternity. Obviously, he definitely could. Jiang Ci was only at the Tao Lord realm, but he already had the combat strength of a 3rd step Celestial Venerable. When he really became a Celestial Venerable in the future, how strong would he be? It would probably be easy to cultivate eternity. Fortunately, they were Celestial Venerables of the Holy Land universe and knew some secrets. For example, after cultivating eternity, one would eventually have to go to the upper realm because the Chaos Sea did not allow powerhouses above the Eternal Realm to stay. This was also the reason why the 2 Eternal Supremes had never appeared in the Chaos Sea. The use of a rank 8 treasure needs to be applied to the Supremes. I will handle this. Our Holy Land's treasure vault has a stock of rank 4 to rank 7 treasures. It's very simple to take them out. Only rank 1 to rank 3 low-grade treasures are a problem. We definitely won't be able to take out 300,000 of them. We can only search for those low-grade treasures with special functions in the Holy Land. Now let's start searching. Otherwise, Celestial
he would
Venerable
never propose
Wan Luo
such
looked
a
at the
deal.
other Supremes.
You should
in
know
front
the
of the
treasures
round table
below the 9th
and
stage
quickly made
are like
arrangements.
chicken ribs.
The rich
to the
and
eternal
overbearing
powerhouses
Great Sky
of the
Holy
upper
Land
realm.
did
It was
not
rare
really
for Great
take
Sky
so many
supremacy
treasures to
to
heart.
speak so
In any
much.
case,
They
he
were
also
eternal
revealed a
existences.
lot of information.
If they took out
that
the treasures
shocked
now,
Celestial
they could
Venerable
still search
Wan
for
Luo
more
and the
treasures
rest.
after countless
Even
efforts.
Chaos Sea
In their
did
eyes,
not have a
protecting
rank
the
9
life
treasure.
of
How could it
Celestial
be so
Venerable
useless
Qing
in the
Yin
upper world?
was more important.
Great Sky Supremacy's
Apart from
face
Celestial
was dark.
Venerable
It was
Qing
just that
Yin,
under the
the
situation
other
where
6
his
celestial
entire body
venerables
was
of
shrouded
Great
in
Sky
fog,
Holy Land
those
began
celestial
to act
venerables
separately.
could not see
Among
his
them,
current expression
5
at all.
celestial
He
venerables were
guessed that
responsible
1,000
for
transformations
dispatching
of various
divine
Tao
generals
lords
in the
must
Holy
hate
Land.
the human
Then,
race very much.
through these Tao
Otherwise,
lords,
they
he
would
would
not
mobilize
have
the
ordered him
perfected
and
Lord
Red
Level
Lotus
clans
to destroy the
search
human
for
race
various
in the 4
treasures
great
with
primal
special
universes
functions.
when he had
With their
just descended.
efficiency,
The
if
search was
1,000
naturally
transformations
not
divine
slow. In a short
knew
day,
that his
they
Great
collected
Sky Holy
30,000
Land had
rank
a deal
1
with the
to
human
rank
race's
3
current prodigy
low-grade treasures.
and yielded to the
As for
threat
Celestial
of the human
Venerable
race's
Wan
prodigy.
Luo,
It
he
might
went to the
incur
giant
1,000
hammer in the center
transformations
of the
divine
great
hammer
general's
divine world
dissatisfaction
to
at that
report
time.
this matter.
The one
to
who would
Great
suffer
Sky
losses would be
supremacy.
him. Great Sky Supremacy's true body was as for
not
celestial
in the Holy
venerable
Land.
Qing Yan's
Although
life
Great
and
Sky
death, Supremacy,
to be honest,
knew
Great
everything
Sky
that happened in the
Supremacy
Holy
did
Land.
not care at all.
It was impossible
He was
for
high
him to pay
above
attention to
a
every
true
detail
eternal
of their
existence.
existence. Sometimes,
Furthermore,
celestial
he did not have
venerable
thousand
Wan
transformations,
Luo
divine
and other
generals
experts
background
had to
and
use the
strength.
giant hammer
He could not
treasure
return
left
to
behind
chaos
by
at
Great
all.
Sky
This
Supremacy
Great Sky
to
Holy
inform them
Land
of the
was
happenings
very
in the Holy
important to him.
Land. But those
Soon,
lives inside,
when almost all
whether
the
it was
low-grade treasures
celestial
were
venerables,
collected, or
Great Sky
ordinary life
Supremacy's
forms,
side
were not
also
as important
responded.
as imagined.
I reject
Even if
the
the
deal.
seven great
The seven
celestial
venerables
all died,
led by
it would not
celestial
affect him at all.
venerable
Now,
Wan Luo.
the only thing that
were
puzzled
stunned.
him was why
After
did
working
Jiang
for so
CI
long, the
propose
Supremacy
such a deal?
rejected the deal.
Great Sky Supremacy
Not long
carefully
after,
recalled
the seven
what had
celestial
happened inside
venerables
and
gathered
outside
in the temple
the Holy
again.
Land recently.
However,
what
this
surprised
time
him was that he
there
discovered
was an additional
that not
figure
long ago,
shrouded in great
Jiang
fog
CI had
in the
actually
main
appeared
seat.
near Great
It was
Sky
Great
Holy
Sky
Land.
Supremacy.
This Holy Land universe
Supremacy,
was
why is
opened by
this?
him. Of
Celestial
course,
venerable
he could
Wan
investigate
Luo
the
mustered
situation
up his
around the
courage
Holy
and asked,
Land universe.
Yes, Supremacy.
However, at that
Qing
time,
Yan's
his
strength
attention was not
is
on
second
chaos
only
C.
to Wan
Hence,
Luo.
although
If he
the
falls,
Holy Land universe
our
had
Holy
recorded the
Land
scene
will
back
lose
then,
a pillar of
he
support.
himself
Supremacy,
did not know.
please
Now that he
reconsider.
investigated,
The
he
other
immediately
celestial
found
venerables
out about
also
this
chimed in.
situation.
Only
Very
celestial
quickly,
venerable
Great
Qing
Sky
Yin
Supremacy
lowered his head
found
and
the
did
crux
not
of
say
the
a
problem.
word.
His
Something is
expression
wrong.
was
The
extremely
black armor on his
complicated.
body
His
is
eternity was
vibrating.
given by Great
This is a
Sky
characteristic
Supremacy.
that would only appear
if Great Sky
when there is a
Supremacy
reaction
wanted him to
between
die.
true treasures.
He could not resist
in that case
and could only
after
die.
discovering this point.
Humph.
Great
Great
Sky,
Sky
Supremacy
looked at
celestial
celestial
venerables
coldly after
Wan Luo,
hearing the few
celestial
celestial
venerables Qing
words.
Yin and
Stupid.
the other great
Haven't you
beings
thought about
who were in
why
low
Jiang
spirits
CI
and
proposed
said
such
in
a
a low
deal?
voice,
What benefits
send
does
those
this deal bring to
30,000
him?
low-grade
If the deal
true
is
treasures
completed,
over?
although Qing
You're
Yan's
tuning
life
into the
will be
Warrior
preserved,
Lore
YouTube
Jiang CI
channel.
will
Don't
definitely
forget to
gain greater
subscribe
benefits
and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.